Hey there! My name is Antonio and welcome to the newest e-commerce project on my channel. In this video, you are going to build not one, but two separate projects. On my left side right here, I have the actual e-commerce store. This project will display all of the products which are configured in our dashboard from my right side right here. And in this e-commerce front, you will be able to quick preview every project and add them to cart. You will also be able to actually click on a specific category, and from here you can filter by color or by size. You also have the single product page right here, which holds a gallery of multiple photos for that product. It also includes the related items list at the bottom right here. And of course, we can actually check out, and that is going to create an order in our dashboard. So let me demonstrate that real quick. Once I've clicked checkout right here, I'm going to get redirected to Stripe. And you can see that I have white sunglasses selected right here. I'm going to go into my orders here, and you can see that I already have an order for that, but the paid status is currently false. So let's go ahead and let me enter my email right here. Let me enter a dummy phone number right here. Let's add the Stripe test card like this. Let's give it my name like that, and let's give it some fake street name just for now. Let's give it some number and a city. And once I check out right here, you're going to see two things happen. First, we are redirected back and the item has been removed from the store now because we don't want other users to spam you with the purchases of items that are out of stock. And once I refresh my dashboard right here, you can see that now the status of paid is true. I have the total price, I have the address where I have to deliver it, and I have the phone number of the customer who purchased this product. And once I go back to the overview, you can see that I just made my second sale right here and my total revenue has increased. But this dashboard is not only going to be able to handle one e-commerce page. No, it's going to be able to handle as many e-commerce pages as you want. For example, here I have the suit store and I also have the shoe store right here. And once I select that, you can see that right here I have a completely different revenue, a different number of sales, and all of my billboards and categories are completely different. And yes, our admin will also generate API routes for us so we can quickly check them and connect them to any other front-end application we want. Now I'm going to demonstrate you how easy it is to add a new category using this dashboard. So I'm going to select my suit store because that is what I'm seeing right here. And let's play around and let's change the title of this big billboard right here. So I'm going to go into my billboards, I'm going to find this one, so explore the featured collection, and I'm going to click update right here. And let's change the featured to special collection and save changes. And yes, I can also upload a different image if I want to. Now I'm going to refresh here, and just like that, now it says explore the special collection here. Now let's demonstrate how easy it is to add a completely new category which is going to be displayed in our navigation bar right here. First, I'm going to create a new billboard, and this billboard is going to say explore the shirt collection like that. Let's just not misspell it. I'm going to upload an image using Cloudinary. So I'm going to select a background image like this, and once it is uploaded, I'm going to click done right here. So let's just wait a couple of seconds for that to finish. Great, and now that I have this billboard ready, I'm going to click create right here, and that is created the new billboard right here in my data table. And yes, I can actually search for this. On top of that, we also have the pagination ready. Now I'm going to click on the categories right here, and I'm going to create a new category. And I'm going to name it shirts like this, and I'm going to select the billboard to be explore the shirt collection, and I'm going to click create. And now I'm going to refresh right here on my store, and you can see that I have a new shirts page right here, but since we have not added any products with the shirt category, it is empty right now. So let's go ahead and let's actually add some products here. I'm going to click on products right here, and I'm going to click add new. But before we do that, let's actually explore the sizes and the colors. Yes, we can add filters through this dashboard, which are then displayed right here. So let's see, we have the colors blue, red, green, and black. How about I add a new color called white? So I'm gonna name the color white, and I'm gonna give it a hex value of white like this. So let's just make sure 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 like that, and click create. Great, and now we have the new color. And now let's add a new size as well. So we have large, medium, and small, and let's add extra small, XS like this, and click create. And now I'm gonna go into my products, and I'm gonna click create new product. So first let's name this white shirt like this. Let's give it a price of $59, so it's a very expensive shirt, and let's give it a category of shirts, a size of extra small, and a color of white. And now let's upload the actual image. So I have this prepared right here in my shirt folder. So I'm gonna add 2 images right here. Both of them are going to be uploaded. So let's just wait a second for upload to finish. Great, and now that I have these products added, I can select whether I want this product to be featured or not, which means that this product will appear on the homepage. So let's click featured for that. And I'm going to explain archived in just a second. Now I'm going to click create, and you can see that now I have the white shirt. So let's refresh this route right here, and there we go. We have the new white shirt, and you can see right here I have the active gallery in my fast preview, and I can try and filter by white, and you can see it's still here. But if I go on black, for example, no results because we have not added anything yet. Perfect. And now let's go to the store, and you can see how my new shirt is right here with the featured projects. That is because we have selected featured true. So if I go back and update this product right here and remove the featured check and save the changes and then refresh my page, you can see that it is completely gone. So let's go ahead and let's bring that back now. So I'm going to update that, and I'm going to click featured again, and I'm going to save the changes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to purchase this white shirt and some sunglasses. So let's go ahead and let's add the white shirt, and let's add these black sunglasses right here. You can see that I have 2 items right here in my store. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to demonstrate you that I can even refresh this page and it's still going to stay here. So we're going to use special storage to preserve this in our session. Great. And after this is done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click checkout right here. You've already seen this, but now I want to demonstrate that to you with 2 products. So you can see that it combined the prices of these 2. So now I'm just going to fill this out again. So I'm going to give it my email. I'm going to give it a fake phone number like this. I'm going to give it the Stripe test card like that. And I'm going to give my name. Let's give this a test street like that, a random number and a city. And let's click pay again. And after that, you're going to notice that this white shirt and the sunglasses that we added will have this archived status turned to true. So I'm going to refresh right now, and there we go. White shirt is now archived. If I go into these details, you can see that it's checked as archived, meaning that this product will not appear anywhere in the store. This is a safety mechanism so that if our product is out of stock, users cannot purchase it multiple times. And now let's look at our orders, and you can see that I have the white shirt and black sunglasses along with my fake phone number and my fake address, and I have the status paid true, meaning that this order is ready to be delivered. So once this is back in stock, all I have to do is go into my products, find the white shirt, and let's go ahead and let's just uncheck archived and save changes. And this brings it back into our stock. So I'm going to refresh this store again. And there we go. Our shirt is back here with the featured products, and it's ready to be purchased one more time. Perfect. And this is how easy it is to use our dashboard, and this is something you are going to build in this tutorial. On top of that, our dashboard will also support dark mode. I think this is really, really cool. And we're also going to play around with clerk authentication. So we'll be able to connect multiple accounts. You will be able to add multi-factor authentication. You'll be able to modify your security, change your profiles, whatever you want. And you can also choose the system along with the light and dark. You can also change your store settings, and let's say I want to change from suit store to shoe store. All I have to do is change one environment variable in my front end right here. So I go into settings and I just copy this link right here. Perfect. So I just demonstrated to you everything we're going to build. This is the most advanced project in my channel, and I'm so happy to share it with you. And just the last thing I want to show you is how easy it is to create a new store. So let's say you want to have a laptop store, for example. You can do that. So just create a new store, and there we go. A complete blank slate. No billboards, no categories, no sizes, and no colors. Meaning that you can create everything from scratch, and it's not going to get mixed with what you already made in the past. And you can easily switch back to suit store or shoe store. So on top of building a really cool and beautifully designed e-commerce project, you're also going to build a fully functioning software as a service, which is a very good explanation for what this dashboard is capable of. You can run this as a complete standalone project and modify it to serve as a dashboard for something completely different. I'm very excited to share this with you. And what I want to say next is the technologies and prerequisites which are needed for this tutorial. So both of this project, both the e-commerce front end and the actual dashboard, will be built using Next 13, and we are going to be using the newest app router. The design on both sides is going to be using Tailwind, but in the dashboard we are going to use ShadCN UI and Radix UI. For the database, we are going to use MySQL, PlanetScale, and we are going to use an ORM called Prisma, which if you've already looked at my previous tutorials, you might be familiar with. So without further ado, let's get started. So the first project we are going to build is going to be the admin dashboard. And for that, we're going to use ShadCN UI. So usually you might see me working with the Next 13 documentation page, but now I'm going to ShadCN UI so you can see how to set up a new Next 13 project using ShadCN UI. In order to get to this website, you can either use the link in my description, or you can simply Google ShadCN UI and click on the first link right here, and you can see you have a display of some of the components available in this beautiful project. But what I clicked on is the documentation, and I pressed on installation. But first, let's explain a little bit about what ShadCN UI is. So as it says right here, it is not a component library. What this is comparing to is, for example, Material UI Kit or Chakra. Chakra and Material UI Kit are primary NPM packages, so you cannot individually install, let's say, a button. But even if you could, that is a bit different from what ShadCN UI offers. So ShadCN UI is not a library in any sense, because what it offers you to do is to copy and paste individual components that you need into your project. And that gives you much more configuration. For example, let's take a look at the button element right here. You can see that right here, we can either use the command line interface built by ShadCN right here, or you can click on manual, and then you can see the exact code which is going to be added in your project. And you can see how here you can modify whatever you want. Let's say you want to change the radius, you can change it right here. Let's say you want to rename the variants, for example. If you don't want to call it destructive, you, for example, want to call it danger, you can change that right here. So that's why I think ShadCN UI is really cool, because it enables you to build your own component system, and you're not dependent on any third-party NPM library, which then needs to be updated or maintained. So let's get started, and let's go into this installation tab right here. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to run the official Create Next app. So this is not related to ShadCN UI, this is the official Next 13 setup. So right here on the left, I have my Visual Studio Code, and I've opened my terminal. So I'm going to run this exact command. Let's go ahead and write npx create-next-app at latest, so we use the newest version. And now let's name our project something. In my case, this is going to be e-commerce-admin, like this. Let's give it a -- TypeScript. So this will automatically select the option that the Next 13 project is built using TypeScript. Let's also give it an option --Tailwind. So this is going to pre-configure Tailwind for us in this project. And let's also give it a --Aslint. So you get a bit of linting available in your project, which is going to make your code much better. Great. And now just press enter and let's see if we are going to get a couple of prompts. So in my case, I got this prompt. You might not get it if you already used this newest version. So I have to press Y and enter. Great. Now I have the question of whether I want to use the source directory. So I would highly suggest that you do exactly what I do, because using the source directory will change a couple of stuff. You can still work with it, of course, but for the sake of going through this tutorial with ease, select no, because I'm going to select no as well. So just press enter and make sure no is selected. If you don't know how to choose between this, you can use arrow keys on your keyboard. So make sure no is highlighted and press enter. For the app router, please select yes. This is very important. So Next 13 offers either Pages or App Router. Pages is the old way of working with Next. We are going to use the App Router, which is the new version, which heavily relies on server components, which is a really cool thing. So make sure you select yes and press enter. For the question of whether you would like to customize the default import alias, I want to select no here. That is going to default it to the @ sign. I'm going to explain that when we do some imports in the code. If you know what you're doing, you can select yes and write your own. But I would highly suggest, for the sake of following this tutorial, select no so you have the same options as I do. Great. And this is going to start installing the project. So just sit down, relax, and wait for it to install. Great. So now my packages have been installed and I have the new application ready. So what you have to do is go and find the folder where your app has been installed. So I'm going to click open right here and I'm going to select e-commerce-admin because that is what I named my folder. So now that I'm inside of my folder, you can see that I have the Next 13 structure right here. So far, nothing is different from your usual Next 13 configuration. If you want to, you can already start the project and play around, but before I do that, I'm going to run this second command from the chatcn UI documentation. So going to collapse the sidebar, I'm going to go back into my terminal right here, and I'm going to run this command npx chatcn-ui at latest init. So go ahead and run npx chatcn-ui at latest init like this and press enter. And now you see exactly what is provided here in step 3. So we have some questions here. If you want to, you can experiment with this. I'm going to keep the default options. So you can select the default style. You can choose New York with arrow keys or default. I'm going to choose default because that's what I built the original project with. You can change the base color if you want to. So none of this really matters. But your project is going to look a little bit different than mine if you choose different options. So I'm going to select slate like this. Now it's asking us where is your global CSS file, and by default this is the correct location. If you're wondering what file this is, so it's referring to this app folder globals.css right here, and it's the same thing it prompted. So just you can press enter for that. You can see it's selected app/globals.css. For the question whether you want to use CSS variables for colors, I'm going to select yes. So the same thing as where is your global CSS, it's now asking where is your tailwind, and that is at the root of our project. So we can just press yes. The import alias from components, yes, I like that it's @/components. So make sure that you also have the alias @. If you configure the project exactly as I did, you will have no problems with this. So you can just press enter. And the same thing for utils, so just press enter here as well. It's asking us whether we are using React server components. We are using the app router and we will be working with them. So select yes as well. And now it's asking us to confirm to write this configuration into components.json file. So write yes, and it's automatically going to start installing. Great. And now we have our project ready. So I'm going to go ahead and write npm run dev like this, and it's going to fire up on localhost 3000. So right here, my project should be visible. There we go. So perhaps yours is looking a little bit different. My screen is collapsed to mobile. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's clean this up because we don't need all of that. So you can keep the project running or you can shut it down. I'm actually going to shut it down because I'm going to do some changes which are probably going to mess up hot reloading. So I would recommend you do the same. Shut down the application for now and go back into the sidebar here. And first, let's go ahead and let's check out our page and our layout. Great. So what we have to clean first is our page folder. So in this main home, you can just go ahead and remove everything inside. Great. And just write a paragraph, which is going to say, hello, admin dashboard. like this. And you can remove this import for image. We are not going to need it. Perfect. For layout.tsx file, well, pretty much everything can stay here. If you want to, you can change the title to admin dashboard. And I'm just going to change the description to the very same thing. Great. And now inside globals.css, everything that you have here can actually stay and should stay because this has been modified by this shatcn UI command. The only thing I'm going to add is the height configuration. So I'm going to go into this globals.css right here, and I'm going to write HTML, comma, body and root like this, and I'm going to write height 100%. Great. And now that I have that, what I want to do is I want to organize my app folder just a little bit. So I don't want to have my page.tsx file in the root of my app folder. Instead, I'm going to do something called route grouping. So for that, I've opened this documentation, official Next 13 documentation using the app router. So route grouping is used to organize your paths and, not to organize your paths, but to organize your components and your, let's call them little pages in the app without affecting the URL. Because if you ever worked with Next, you know that every folder that you create inside the pages folder or now the app folder is a route for itself. So what if you just want to organize your things in folders and don't necessarily want to create routes with that? Well, you can do that now using route grouping. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it root like this. And I'm going to later in the app, I'm going to have two more folders like this. The other one is going to be called the dashboard and the last one is going to be called auth. So what's cool about this folders right here is that they do not affect the URL. So no, this is not going to be /root or something like that. No, this is just a normal organization folder. But what's cool about it is that each organizational folder can have its own layout.js, in our case TS, which is really cool because that's exactly what I want. My root state of the app is going to have one layout, my dashboard is going to have another, and my auth folder is going to have a completely different layout. So that's perfect for my case. And all I'm going to do here is create page.tsx inside, and you can just go to your old page.tsx, copy everything, and just paste in this new one and save. And you can go ahead and remove the old one like that. And if you're wondering what has changed now, well, absolutely nothing. So you can go ahead and actually run your project again. So I'm going to go npm run dev like this. Go ahead and open this. And there we go. It just says hello admin dashboard. So the fact that this folder is called root has nothing to do with the URL. This is still the root URL, which is exactly what I wanted. Perfect. And now just to demonstrate that we have added the shatcn UI properly, let's play around and let's, for example, add a button component. So I would heavily recommend that whenever I am looking at the documentation of shatcn UI, you are doing the same thing. Because while the majority of these components can be added just by using the command, so you can just look at what I do in my terminal and you're going to get the same result, there are specific components which are not, you cannot add using a command. For example, the form. The form itself needs to be added by sorry, I'm gonna find it. It's right here. I can't find it right now, but when we get to that, I'll promise I'll explain better. So there are specific things that we have to copy from here, and it's a large amount of code. So I'm not going to write it from scratch because it simply doesn't make sense. We will not be using shatcn in a way it's supposed to be used. So that's why I recommend that whenever you see me using this documentation, go ahead and look at it yourself. So go into the button right here. If you want, you can play around to see how it looks in New York style, how it looks in default style. And all we have to do to add it is run this CLI command. So I'm going to do that again. You don't have to shut down your application, but since I'm working with one terminal and I just don't want to open many of them, I'm going to close it right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this command, npx shatcn-ui @latest add button, and just press enter like that. And now it's going to ask you, ready to install components and dependencies, proceed. And you can just press Y, which is going to mean yes. And now it's installing our button. So I'm going to show you what that did right now. So I'm going to run my project one more time. And I'm gonna go in my sidebar and let's take a look, where is our button? So our button is located in the new components folder UI button.tsx. And there we go. This is our entire button, and everything you see here is controlled using Tailwind CSS. So if you don't like it for any reason, if you think that it should be larger, you can increase the height. If you think the padding should be bigger, you can change the padding. If you think the rounding should be even more round, you can increase this to XL instead of medium. If you don't like the size names, you can change that as well. So this is our entire fully accessible button component. So this is a much higher quality component that it would have been if we were building our own. That's why I really like this library. And now I want to demonstrate how to use this button which we just added. So I'm going to just refresh my admin dashboard right here to ensure that it still says hello admin dashboard. I'm going to zoom in a little bit just for you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I don't know, just create a small little structure here. So a div, and I'm going to add a button. And you can see how my VS Code automatically auto-completes the import. So add /components/UI/button like this. And important thing when adding ShatCN UI components is that all of them are using the constant export. So you will almost never see export default with buttons. So you have to import them like this, because if you try and do this, you're going to get a different result. In fact, you're going to get an error. So make sure you destructure the button like that. And you can just go ahead and write, for example, click me, like this. And there we go, we have a nice little button. So just to confirm that your Tailwind is also working, you can add a class name to here, and let's give it a padding of 4 like this. And there we go, now it's moved a little bit. And you can play around with, let's say, size of this. So let's give it a size of small like this. And now it's a little bit smaller. Let's give it a size of icon. And now you can see that it's supposed to take an icon, so it looks kind of weird. You can basically play around. I'm going to give it a default size, and let's change the variant, for example. So the variant will also autocomplete. Let's say how destructive looks. So we are going to use destructive, for example, for deleting our stuff, for deleting images, for deleting products, a bunch of stuff like that. And you can also play with link, outline. I think it's a very, very cool project, definitely worth exploring. And I hope this becomes a standard of developing in the future, because I feel like it's much better quality that we have all of the components we're using inside of our structure, rather than having it in a random NPM library inside of our node modules where we have no access to it. Great, so you've successfully set up your Next 13 project for the admin dashboard. And in the following part of this tutorial, we are going to implement a very simple and very quick authentication using Clerk. So let's continue and let's add the authentication for our admin dashboard. In order to do that, we are going to use Clerk authentication. So I have their website right here. You can either use the link in the description or you can Google Clerk authentication. So let's go into Clerk right here and let's find our sign in button. So if you already have an account, you can log in. If you don't, you can click sign up. So I'm quickly going to finish this using my email. So after you logged in, you're going to get greeted with a similar screen. So I'm going to add my application name here called e-commerce-admin like this. If you want to, you can play around. You can add phone number, username, Facebook, Apple, but I'm going to leave it as it is. So I'm going to leave email address and Google, and you also have 19 more. So I think this is a great package. And now let's just click create application right here. Great. Now that you have this, you can select what you're working with. In our case, this is Next.js. So we can just continue and follow and add these environment variables to our product. But before we do that, let's actually create our environment file. So I'm going to collapse everything here, and I'm going to create a new file called .environment like this. And by default, this is going to get committed to our project, which is not something we want. So in order to fix this, what we have to do is we have to add it to git ignore. So let's go into our .gitignore file right here, and just below .environment, local add .environment like this. And then you can see that your .environment file will be grayed out, meaning it will not be committed. This is very important. You never want to commit your secrets to your GitHub repository. Great. And now you can feel free to just copy this entire thing. You can see this is hidden, so you can just, or maybe you can, but I'm going to use this copy button right here, and I'm going to paste it here. And you can see how that added the next public clerk publishable key and clerk secret key. Perfect. And then in order to continue, what you have to do is click here, continue in docs, and that is going to open the documentation for clerk. Perfect. So first things first, let's go ahead and let's run this npm install add clerk/next.js. So I'm going to go ahead in my terminal right here. I'm going to shut down my application. I suggest you do the same because we're going to have to add some middlewares and stuff like that. So go ahead and install that and wait a couple of seconds. Great, so now that this installation is done, let's take a look at what else we have to do. So we already added our environment keys, so we can skip this part. But now what we have to do is we have to mount the Clerk provider. And one thing I absolutely love about Clerk is that it offers both configuration for app router and for pages. This is very rare to see about third-party libraries supporting the newest app router. So that's why I like this very much, because it gives me confidence that it's going to work in our project. Great. So before I run the app, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my app folder and I'm going to select layout.tsx right here. And I'm going to import Clerk provider from @clerk/next.js. So the package we just installed. So go ahead and import Clerk provider from @clerk/next.js like this. And what you have to do is you have to wrap the entire app. So Clerk provider like this, wrap the entire application inside the app. Perfect, just like that. Let's take a look at what we have to do next. So it's telling us to add a middleware, which is exactly what we are going to do. So make sure you are on this page right here. I will leave a link in the description. If you want to, you can Google Clerk Authentication, Next.js, and you're gonna find it right here, get started. So just make sure you are using the same documentation that I am, or if you clicked here, continue in docs, and you have Next.js selected, make sure you're looking at the same thing I am. Now we have to create this middleware.ts file. So go into your project, collapse everything, and create a new file at the root of your project. If you're using source, you might need to put it inside the source folder. That's why I said that you configure the application the same way I am, because things are a little bit different. If you did everything the same so far as I did, no problem. Just create a new file called middleware.ts like this. And we're going to go ahead and copy everything that is inside and paste it here. So I'm going to import out middleware. I'm going to export default out middleware, and I have a config. This is a config. From my understanding, this is a specific config needed for the Clerk authentication. I know when we write our own matchers using Nextout, it can look a little bit different. So I'm assuming that this is specifically needed for Clerk. Great. And what we have to do now is we have to build our sign up and sign in pages. So the way I'm going to do that before I run the application, I'm going to organize that into my into our root group the same way I did with root. So I'm going to create a new folder called auth like this. Perfect. And this auth is going to have its routes. So go ahead and write routes. So this is another organizational folder, because inside auth, I'm also going to have a separate layout later on in the project. So I just want to create another organization just so we practice how to organize our files a little bit better. And inside of here, we have to follow this exact structure of creating a page. So go ahead and create a new folder called sign-up like this. And inside of that, you're going to create another folder, but this time it's going to be in double square brackets like this. So make sure it's double square brackets and spread sign-up inside like this. So this is another convention in Next 13, which will allow Clerk to have all the routes it needs to handle the authentication in our project. if you accidentally misspell this, if you miss a dot, or if you miss a square bracket, it is not going to activate the convention that clerk is expecting. So be very careful that you write this exactly as the documentation says, exactly as I have it in my project right here. And now, finally, inside of that, we can create a new file and we can name it page.tsx. Great. And inside of that, you can actually just copy this entire thing and paste it here. So import signup from @clerk_next.js, export default function page, and return the signup like this. Perfect. And you can just save the file. And now we're going to do the very same thing for sign in. So you can just copy this route, paste it inside the routes. So now you have sign up and sign up copy, and just rename this sign in like this. And very important, inside of that new folder, also rename sign-in right here. So like this, sign in. Great. And now go inside this page.tsx right here. And what you're going to do is you're going to copy this sign in option right here. So instead of sign up, copy this and paste it like this. Perfect. So let me just see, why do I have this error? Perhaps I made a mistake here, or is it just a Visual Studio Code error? If you don't have it, perhaps everything is fine, maybe just some cache in my project. I have a feeling like everything is fine and it was just a cache error. Great. So the shortcut I did to open and refresh my Visual Studio Code, I'm on a MacBook, so I'm using Command, Shift, and the letter P. And all I have to type is reload a window, and that is going to serve as a refresh of my Visual Studio Code without the need of me shutting it down. If you are on PC, perhaps it's going to be Control-Shift-P, if you're interested in how I did that. Great, and now that we have this, last thing we have to do is we have to add some more environment variables. So scroll down and look at this environment variables that we have to add, click copy, go back into your .environment file like this, and you can just paste them right here. So make sure that this, if by any chance you can rename this, you don't have to have it sign in and sign in. You can name it login and login, register and register. Just make sure it matches this environment variables. What I recommend, of course, is that you follow exactly what I'm doing, and then at the end of the project, modify it as much as you want, and I highly recommend you do so, because that is the best way to learn. Break stuff and then fix it. Great, and now that we have that, we can actually go ahead and try and run our application, and let's see what we have. Let's see if we are missing something. Let's see if this is enough configuration for us to see our login screen. So if I'm not mistaken, when I refresh this localhost, I should no longer see this click me, but instead I should be redirected to the sign in page. So let's see. Yes, I'm correct. So I'm redirected to my sign in page right here. Perfect. But something's missing. I really wish that this big model was centered in my project. So there are several ways I can do that. If I want to, I can go into my app folder, I can go into the auth, I can go into these individual pages and wrap this into a div and use Flexbox to center it. Or you can remember what I said in the beginning, and that is that each of these grouping folders can have its own layout, which is going to reflect all of the routes inside of that group. So that is exactly what I'm going to do now. So inside of my auth, I'm going to create a new file called layout.tsx like this. And yes, now I have an error because Next13 expects layout to return something, but ours is empty. So that's why I have this error right here. So let's go ahead and write export default function auth layout. It's going to accept children, and the prop of the children is going to be react.react node like this. Perfect. And just open this function and return a div, which is going to render the children. And now if I refresh, nothing much has changed, but the error did go away. And now we have this div, which we can add any styling to, and it's going to be reflected to all of the routes inside of our auth folder. So let's go ahead and add class name flex items-center justify-center, h-full, and w-full like this. Perhaps we don't need w-full. Yeah, we don't. Let's not add classes we don't need. Great, and now our app is officially centered. And let's see, if I click on sign up, for example, I'm redirected to sign up, but it's also centered. So this is how I reused my layout throughout the entire auth page. Perfect. Great. And now let's go ahead. Let's try and log in with Google. So I'm going to click continue with Google, and I'm going to see if I have so I only have one account in my Google, so it automatically selected that account. If you have multiple accounts in Google, it's probably going to show you the page from Google where you can select which account you want to use to log in. Perfect. So our authentication is officially working. Before we continue, let's just quickly go into the root folder in page.tsx and let's change this just a little bit. So I don't want it to be called home. Instead, I want it to be called setup page. So I'm going to write const setup page like this. It's not important, but I just kind of want to name my pages to be a bit more logical like this. And remember, with pages, you have to export default. Same thing with layout. So export default setup page. If you want to, you can also name it a root page. And we don't need this button, so I can just remove it. And instead, I'm going to write, this is a protected route like this. And I just want to show you one cool thing. So obviously we are logged in, because if we weren't, we would be redirected to the sign up page using Clerk. But let me show you a cool little component that Clerk has. It has a lot of cool components, but this is a very cool one called user button. So go into the documentation, or you don't have to, but I would highly prefer that you do, so you can read things yourself and you can experiment yourself if you want to. And let's go ahead and see how we can use this user button right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add, let me just find it, this user button right here. So inside of this protected route, I'm going to write user button like this, and I'm going to import that from @clerk/next.js. And I'm going to write after sign out URL is going to be equal to / like this. If you don't write this after you log out, you're going to be redirected to Clerk page, if I'm not mistaken, which is not the greatest developer and user experience. So make sure you add this prop. It is, after all, written right here in the documentation. And there we go. You can see my little icon right here. You can see the email I used to log in, and I can also manage my account. You see how easy we just added the authentication? In 15 minutes, we created a world-class authentication thanks to Clerk. Now, I understand if some people have a concern with outsourcing the authentication database to a third-party company. First of all, I want to express I have full belief in Clerk. Clerk is gaining traction for a reason. It's getting funding for a reason, and it's being recommended to use with Next13, with Versal, with a lot of new and upcoming projects. And I truly love how easy it is to work with this. But if for any reason you are concerned by the fact that you don't own this database entirely and you want to build your own authentication, I have a lot of tutorials on my channel, like Netflix clone, Airbnb clone, Messenger clone, and Twitter clone, where we all build our own authentication from scratch. But for this project, that would take at least a couple of hours. So Clerk officially saved us, I don't know how many hours building this, and we can now completely focus on building this amazing admin dashboard that I have prepared for you. So in the next part, we're going to work a bit more with organizing our routes. We're going to create a new one called dashboard, and we are going to add our navigation bar. And we're going to then connect Prisma and Planet Scale, and we are slowly going to create our first entities and entries into the database. Let's continue and let's create the first model of our admin dashboard. This model is going to be used to create a new store, and it's also going to be triggered if we log in into our admin dashboard and there is no store created, or if we want to create additional stores. I am of course talking about this model right here. So this is what it's going to look like. And you will not be able to close it until you create a new store like this. and then you will be able to open it again when you click Create Store. But we're going to create the navigation and the actual component called Combo Box later. For now, we're going to focus on just this model. So in order to do that, I want you to go to Chatcn UI documentation and find the dialog component. It's right here under the letter D, along with data table, data picker, and drop down menu. So let's go ahead and let's run this command, npx chatcn-ui at latest add dialog. So when you click copy from Chatcn UI, you can choose npm, yarn, or pnpm. I'm working with npm, so I would suggest that you use the same command. Great, I'm going to go ahead and shut down my application, and I'm going to run this command. So npx chatcn-ui at latest add dialog, and press enter like this. And just press yes for this, and it's going to install the dialog in your project. So let's just wait a couple of seconds for that to finish. And there we go, it's right here. And you can go ahead and npm run dev your project again and just refresh. So you ensure that the project is running, and you can collapse the terminal now. Great. And where is our dialog component? Well, the same place where our button is, inside components folder, UI folder, dialog.tsx right here. And you can see that it is not exactly what you might expect. It's not a component like just dialog and then we put what we want inside. Instead, no, it gives us headless UI so we can build our own skeleton of the avatar, but it has some pretty cool styles. But since we are gonna have, maybe you will want to have multiple models in your component, in your project, we're going to create a new file called model.tsx. And this model is going to standardize the use of this dialog components. So let's go ahead and first let's mark this as use client, because we're going to add some interactivity to this component right here. Now let's write the interface. It's going to be called model props like this. It's going to have a title, which is a type of string, description, which is a type of string as well, is open, which is a boolean. It's going to have an onClose function, which you can describe as just an empty void like this. And it's going to have children, optional, of course, which is react.react node. I said optional, of course, because I know what I expect in my models. It's not a practice or something if you think that's what I meant. My mistake. Great. And now let's actually go ahead and write export const model react.fc. And let's give it model props like this. And then you can go ahead and open this like that. And let's go ahead and just extract our props. So title, description is open, onClose, and children like that. Perfect. And now inside of this, let's write our onChange function, which we are going to append to Chatcn UI dialog component. So const onChange is going to accept an open prop, which accepts a boolean. How do I know that it accepts this? Well, I'm going to show you that in a second when we add the dialog component. So open this arrow function. If it's not open, if open like this, onClose like that. So very, very simple function. Basically, our onChange is going to accept this prop called open, which can either be true or false. And if we detect this exact state, we're going to trigger onClose. Now let's go ahead and let's return our dialog, which you can import. Make sure you don't accidentally import it from Radix UI. Make sure you import it from ./dialog. So it's from this dialog component right here. Be very careful when importing Chatcn UI components, because underlying package which Chatcn UI uses is Radix. So they are named exactly the same. There is a dialog inside Radix library, which you have installed because Chatcn init installed it. And there is also a dialog inside of our UI library. And that is the one we want to use, because Radix dialog does not have the styles that Chatcn provides. Great. So now that we have this, I'm just going to go ahead and add a caret here. I think I switched my keyboard layout, so just a second, let me fix that. All right, so write the dialog like this. My apologies, I pressed a shortcut which changed the layout of my keyboard. Great, and let's give this some props. So open is going to be is open, and on open change is going to be on change. So this is how I know that on change will receive the open boolean, because if you hover right here, on open change provides the open boolean right here. So that's how I know what to expect here. Great. Inside of that, I'm going to open dialog content. So dialog content like this. Again, you can see that it offers me to import from Radix. I don't want to import it from Radix. I'm importing it from /dialog like this. Inside of that, same thing with dialog header. And inside of that, let's write the dialog title like this. And inside of this dialog title, we are going to render the title like this. Perfect. And now inside the dialog header as well, we are going to render dialog description. And inside description like this. Perfect. And just below the dialog header, we're going to open another div and render the children. So that is going to be the content of everything else inside of our model that we want to put there. Perfect. And one thing I want to do, oh, see, I made a mistake. I just want to bring your attention to this. So I added 2 imports from Radix UI because I rely on VS Code to automatically import stuff from me. But all of these have to be imported from /dialog. So I'm going to remove this so you can see which components I added. And now I'm going to add them again, but I'm going to use /dialog so I don't make the mistake. So dialog description from /dialog like this. Perfect. And I'm just going to collapse so you can see in one line right here. And also one practice that I want you to follow, because I honestly think it's a good thing to follow. I don't want to use /. I want to use the alias. So my apologies, I changed my keyboard layout again. So go ahead and write @sign/components/UI like this. So it is the same thing as using /dialog, but instead we're using the @sign. Perfect. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and try reusing this inside root page, for example. So let's go into our app folder, into root page.tsx right here, and let's mark this as use client, because model is a client component. So instead of this user button, which we're not going to need right here, let's add our model, which you can import from @/components/UI model like this. And inside, I'm going to render my children like this. I'm going to give it an isOpen of true. So writing it like this or writing it just like this is the same thing. And on close is just going to be an empty function like that. And we also need a title and description. So title is going to be test, and description is going to be test description like this. And there we go. You can see that on my page right here, I now have a working model. Of course, nothing happens if I try to close it because I did not add any dynamic boolean to this isOpen. Instead, I just hard-coded it to isOpen. Perfect. And now, instead of writing it like this, we're going to add a library called Zustand, and we're going to use that as a global state management, which is going to control whether our model is opened or not. So let's go ahead and let's write that. So head into your terminal right here. I'm going to shut down my application and I'm going to write npm install Zustand like this. So wait a couple of seconds for this to install. Great. And now go ahead and run npm run dev again and refresh your application so your hot reload is up to date. Because when you shut down your application and then just expect it to work again, it's not going to. Great. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and create a new folder in the root of my application. And it's going to be called hooks like this. So let me just write hooks like that. And inside, I'm going to create a new file called use-store-model.tsx like this. Perfect. Now go ahead and write import create from Zustand like this. Now let's create the interface. So interface use store model store, or maybe interface is a better way to explain what this is open. It's going to be a boolean. On open is going to be a function, and on close is going to be an empty function as well, like this. Yes, in TypeScript you can either use semicolons or commas, so let's be consistent. And I'm just gonna name this store. I know it kind of looks weird, but this store and this store is not the same thing, and I'm gonna reuse system a couple of times in the project, and I'm gonna use the same suffix store. So I just want to be consistent with that. I know it looks a little bit weird, but it's gonna make sense when you see the other states which we're gonna have. And now let's just add export const use store model is equal to create, and go ahead and open pointy brackets and write use store model store, like that. Go ahead and open parentheses like that, open another parenthesis and extract a set from that, fire an arrow function, and go ahead and return an immediate object like this. Great. And now in here we have to assign the default values. So is open is going to be false, and on open is going to be a function which calls the set which we extracted, and sets is open to true, like this. And next we're gonna have on close, which is going to call set is open to false, like this. And now let me just see what kind of error I have here. Why exactly am I getting here? So first things first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh my Visual Studio Code. Perhaps I'm not seeing the error. It's still here. So obviously I'm doing something wrong. Let's just check for a second what that is. The issue is in my configuration of the interface. So I return an empty object. And what my error is saying, that the type of void is not assignable to type empty object. So that is a mistake I made. So instead of this empty object, what I wanted to write was void, like this. My mistake. Great. Now our store is ready. And what we can create now is a store model. So let's go ahead and let's go into components. And outside of the UI folder, I'm going to create a new folder called models, like this. So we're going to have some reusable models inside. Go ahead and create a new model called store-model.tsx, like this. Perfect. First things first, let's mark this as use client, like that. And what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to export const store model, like this. It's not going to accept any props, and I'm going to return our actual model component from /UI model, like this. Inside, all I'm going to write for now is future create store form, like this. Let's give it the title of create store. Let's give it a description of add a new store to manage products and categories, or you can write whatever you want. And is open for now is going to be false, and on close for now is going to be an empty arrow function, like this. So now let's add toString to the mix so we can actually control whether our store is opened or closed. So go ahead and write const store model is equal use store model from add/hooks use-store-model, like that. Perfect. And so you can see I made an obvious mistake here. So I opened the function right here, but I forgot to wrap this entire thing in a return. Make sure you wrap your entire model in return. My mistake. Great. All right, and now that we have this store model right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use its values to control the isOpen and onClose. So isOpen is going to be store model.isOpen, like this. And onClose is going to be store model.onClose, like that. So perfect. Now that we have this, first thing, I want to correct this. So again, I don't want to use dots. I want to be consistent throughout my entire project, and I'm going to write add/components/UI model, like this. I feel much better when it's consistent. Perfect. And now what I have to do is a model provider, because I want to add this to the layout of my application. I want this model to be available throughout my application. I don't care whether I trigger it from the products page or the navigation bar or from a completely different route organization here. So that's what I want to achieve with this. So in order to do that, I have to create something called a provider. So I'm going to create a new folder in the root of my application called providers. You could technically categorize those as components as well, but I want to separate it even more in a completely different folder. And inside, I'm going to create a new file called model-provider-tsx like this. Let's mark this as use client. Let's import use effect and use state from React like this. Perfect. And now let's write export const model provider like this. Let's write something called, well, let me just write it out and then I'll explain what it does. So go ahead and write a state called is mounted with an option set is mounted as well from use state, and default value is going to be false. Now we're going to write an use effect lifecycle like this. And inside, I'm going to write set is mounted to be true. So very simple use effect like this. Don't forget to put the dependency array here. And now I'm going to write an if clause. So if it's not mounted, in that case, we're going to return null. Whoops, let me just fix this like that. So what exactly does this do? Well, we're going to add this model provider inside of our app folder inside layout.tsx. But our layout.tsx is a server component, meaning that I cannot just add a client component to it. I have to ensure that there will not be any hydration errors, especially with models, because there are a lot of ways you can trigger a model, and that can cause desynchronization between the server-side rendering and the client-side rendering. For example, the server will not have any model open, but the client will, and that is going to throw a hydration error. So this way, I ensure that until this life cycle has run, which is only something that can happen in the client component, I return null. So if it has not mounted, if I am in server-side rendering, in that case, I will return null so that there is no hydration error possible of happening. So this is a small trick that you can do whenever you have that hydration error. You will see me do this a couple of times in the project. I will try to do my best to demonstrate. This is more of a precaution to avoid it. So I can't exactly demonstrate it right now, but there will be one case when we build the store part where you will actively see that hydration error being thrown, and this is exactly how we are going to fix it. Great. So this is what happens if our app is not mounted, meaning that we are in server side. We are not going to render any models in server side. But if we are on the client, go ahead and open a fragment and render the store model, which you can import from add/components models store model. One more practice I do in my code is I separate global imports like this from my local imports like that. So I separate that with a space. You can follow that convention or you don't have to, but I like to be consistent with my code. Great. And now that I have this model provider, as I said, we're going to go ahead and go into app folder, layout.tsx, and just inside this body right here. So I'm going to collapse this entire thing. And I'm going to add the model provider like this. And you can import the model provider from add/providers model provider. And I'm going to do the same organization here like this. I think this looks much better and it's logical. So we know, okay, these are the global imports. This is my personal, and this is a relative import from ./globals. Great. So now that we have that, what I want to do is I want to attempt and trigger it instead of this test model right here, which is in our root page right here. So we're going to delete this model right here, and let's go back and write root page like this. And we're going to write some use state to trigger it and open. So let's go ahead and let's extract the onOpen function from toStand and isOpen state from toStand. So you already saw that we can do that using const store model is equal use store model like this, and you can import use store model from add/hooks use store model like that. But there is also another way you can do that. So this store model works fine, but it doesn't work fine when you need to use it inside use effect. So what you can do is you can write onOpen like this, and then use the state and directly import state.onOpen like this. And you can do the same thing for our status is open like this. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's add the use effect here. You can import the use effect from React. Again, I'm going to separate my imports. Let's go ahead. Don't forget to add a dependency array and just put the semicolon in the right place. And first I'm going to check if it's not open. So if the model is not open, in that case, I'm going to open it like that. And all I have to add in my dependency array is open and onOpen like this. Great. And you can see that that triggered our create store model. And if I try to close it, you can see that I can't. That's exact behavior I want from this model, because this model is going to hold the form, and this form is going to redirect once we create our first store. And from the navigation bar, we are not going to have this exact feature. So obviously, when I open it in my navigation bar, I will be able to close it. But if I'm viewing it from this root organization file, that is going to mean that I don't have any store created yet. So I don't want to allow the user to go anywhere else besides this model right here. Perfect. So you successfully added your first reusable model, and it uses global store to be triggered. So in my opinion, this is a much better way of triggering our models than having to write store model every single time and then having to add the is open and blah, blah, blah. So I think this is a much better way, because our model now lies inside the app layout, inside the model provider. So all of the models we want globally accessible can be here. And then we can easily trigger them however we want inside the root page, inside the out routes, whatever you want to do. And you don't have to render them there. I think this is a much better way of doing things. Great. So I'm going to collapse everything and close everything. And what we are going to do next is we're going to add some ShadCN UI components to create a form. And you're also going to learn how to validate your forms using Zod and React Hook Form. Now let's go ahead and let's add the actual form for our create store model. In order to do that, I want you to go back in ShadCN UI, and I want you to find the form component right here in the sidebar. As you can see, you can read some description about this form, and you can see what underlying packages it uses. In this case, it's going to be React Hook Form and Zod. Perfect. So in order to do that, what we have to do is we have to run the command npx shadcn-ui at latest add form. So copy this under npm like this. I'm going to go open my terminal right here. I will shut down the application and I'm going to run this command. So npx shadcn-ui at latest add form. And I'm going to press Y. And there we go. Now it's installing my form and installing a label. And while we are here, I also want to add another component called input. So it's right here below form. So we have form, hover card, and input right here. Because of course, we're going to need inputs in our form. So again, npx shadcn-ui at latest add input. So go ahead and copy that npm as well. And press enter in your terminal and Y again. And there we go. It added it. Perfect. Now you can go ahead and npm run dev your project again. And just remember to refresh. Perfect. Let's see what has been added to our project. So inside of my UI, I now have the form component, I have the input component, and the label component. Perfect. You can see this form has a lot of components, and it uses React Hook Form in the underlying hooks, which is perfect because we are already familiar with React Hook Form. We used it in some of my previous tutorials. You can see there's a lot of stuff going on here, and this is very good code, which is going to enable us to write very good forms. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's go into our components, models, store model.tsx. First thing I want to do is I want to define a schema for my form. So I'm going to do that outside of the store model. I'm going to write const form schema is equal to z. Now we have to import Zod in a specific way. So import asterisk as z from zod like that. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and write z.object, and inside write name z.string.min1 like this. So at least one character is required to properly name our store. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's define the hook for our form. So inside of store model this time, go ahead and write const form is equal use form, which you can import from /UI form. Oh, my apologies. Use form from React hook form. My apologies. I thought that it was an export from this new component that we have a form right here, but let's check. Use form is not inside. Okay. Great. Now that we have that, go ahead, just confirm you imported use form from React hook form and move it to the top alongside Zod. Open pointy brackets right here and write z.infer like this. Open pointy brackets again and write type of form schema like this. Great. Open parentheses and open an object inside. Now let's add our resolver so that our form can actually be validated using Zod. So resolver like this is going to be Zod resolver like that. So I think we're going to have to add a package for this, form schema like this. So it cannot find Zod resolver, which is imported from hook form resolvers Zod. So let me just quickly check if maybe the ShadCN has added this or not. So let's see, Zod resolver from add hook form /resolvers/Zod. I do have it in my project. So obviously, let me just check my changes. So in package.json, after I ran the add form, yes, hook form resolvers has been added to my project. So you can check if you have inside of your package.json, go ahead and find hook form /resolvers. If it's here, that is completely fine. You can continue watching the tutorial and just add this import Zod resolver from hook form /resolvers. It looks like the IntelliSense for the import did not work, and that's why I assumed that maybe we did not have the package installed. But looks like the ShadCN UI command line interface added it for us. In case you're having problems for any reason, you don't have this hook form or you don't have React hook form, you can install those packages. So make sure you have hook form resolvers and make sure you have, where is it? React hook form right here. Perfect. And now we can continue. So inside of our form hook right here, let's add default values like this. And I'm going to give it a name of an empty string like this. Great. So now I have a form. And now I'm going to write an onSubmit function for which is going to be triggered in our form right here. So it's going to be an empty function for now. So const onSubmit is going to be asynchronous. So we're going to prepare that because we are going to make some calls. It's going to accept values, which are type of z.infer, open pointy brackets, type of form schema like this. Go ahead and open an arrow function. And for now, I'm just going to write a comment to do create store like this. But if you want to, what you can do is console log values like this, so you can see what you're working with. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's actually create our form. So I'm going to remove this text right here and I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to have a class name of space -y -4 py-2 and pb-4. So we are giving it some spacing for all of the fields which are going to be inside. And before we continue, wrap this entire thing inside of a div because our button is not going to be needing this spacing right here. And so we're obviously going to add a button somewhere here. We'll see. At least that's what I'm planning now. Great. And now let's actually add our form. So form, which you can import from /UI/form. So let's see how that was imported right here, /UI form, and change this to /components UI form like this. I clicked save and I didn't close the tag, so obviously I have this error right here. Okay, and now let's go ahead and spread the entire form like this. And we have this form from this hook right here. Perfect. So now inside, what you can do is open the actual HTML element for the form like this and give it an onSubmit of form.handle submit on submit like this. So now this handle submit is going to use our onSubmit function and provide the values which are going to be defined inside with our inputs. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's add the form field. So form field is going to be imported again from add/components/UI/form like this. Great. And now this form field is going to have a couple of props. It's going to have a control of form.control. It's going to have a name of name. It's going to have a render, which is going to take this arrow function, and immediately let's extract field inside and then go ahead and just return something inside like this. And it's going to be a self-closing tag. So this is, I'm getting an error that the children is not the type of this. That is because you can see that I opened the form field here and I close it here, but it's a self-closing tag without children. So I actually have to remove this closing tag and add a self-closing tag to it. And now the error has gone away. Now let's actually render something inside. So I'm going to render form item again from add/components/UI/form like this. So let's see. Form item, form field, and form so far imported from add/components/UI form. Make sure you don't accidentally import it from React hook form. So from React hook form, we only imported use form. And make sure you don't accidentally import something from Radix. Great. Now that we have this form item, let's add the form label. Again, you can import it from the same place. And inside, I'm going to write name like this. And there we go. You can see how our little name has appeared right here. Perfect. And now let's add form control. Again, you can import that from UI components form. And let's add the input component. Now make sure you import input from /UI/input. And I'm going to immediately change this to /components like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead here. So input is a self-closing tag. And I want to give it a couple of properties. So placeholder is going to be e-commerce, for example. And I'm going to pass in the entire field. So what does this mean exactly? Well, if you ever worked with inputs, you know that they take onChange, they take value prop, onBlur, and onFocus. Usually we have to write those ourselves, but this way we are spreading the field prop. And if you hover and if you explore a little bit, you can see what the field prop has. It has onChange, onBlur, value, name, and ref. So this way, I just spread the field prop inside this input. And that way, I'm now handling onChange, value, onBlur, ref, and name props from it. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted. And now what I want to do is inside of this form, but outside of this form field, I'm going to create a div and I'm going to give this a class name of padding top 6 to separate it a little bit. I'm going to give it a space -x-2 because I'm going to have two elements inside of this div. So I'm going to need to separate them a little bit. It's going to have flex items-center. So they're equally aligned. Justify end because I want to have them in the right corner of my model right here. And alongside justify end, it's also going to have w-full, so it takes the whole space. And what I'm going to add here is a button from /UI button like this. And of course, I'm going to change that to /components like this. Perfect. And now I have a button here, and this one is going to say cancel like this. And then I'm going to duplicate it like that. And this one is going to say continue like that. Now let's go ahead and play with variants a little bit. So this is a cancel button, and I want to differentiate it from the continue button. So I'm going to write variant outline like this. Perfect. And on click for the cancel button, I'm going to run an arrow function. My apologies, I'm not going to write an arrow function. Instead, I'm going to use this store model hook right here, and I'm just going to write store model dot on close like this. So I'm just going to collapse this for you so that you can nicely see everything it has. Perfect. And for this one, all I'm going to do is I'm going to put type submit. So I don't need an explicit on-click on this button because this button is inside of the form element, meaning that once I click on this button, it's going to trigger the onSubmit prop passed to this form right here. So let's go ahead and try and click here. You can see that I have a name right here written in red. That is because we have an error, but we are missing an error message. That's because I forgot to add it. So let's go ahead, let's go back into our form field right here inside this render prop, and just below form control, go ahead and add form message, which is another component you can import from add/components UI form. So let's just see where I added it. It's right here, form message. So you can see we have a lot of components. I'm just going to collapse all of that for you so you don't have to strain your eyes or pause the video for the perfect scroll position. There we go. So we have form, form control, form field, form item, form label, form message from add/components UI form. We have input from UI input, button from UI button, model from UI model, and use store model from hooks use store model. And these are the global imports. Perfect. And now we have the message as well. And now let's go ahead and let's check our console log, which we've written right here in the onSubmit. I added a console log of the values. So I'm going to open my tab right here. I opened the inspect element, but it's not on my side. There we go. Okay, so it's right here. Let's go ahead and write test. I'm just going to close this and click continue. And there we go. You can see that it has successfully been passed to this onSubmit function right here, which means that these values are ready to be sent to the server where we can add them to the database. Great, great job. You added some very important components, which we're going to reuse throughout the entire project. We're going to have a lot of forms in this project. And you have a fully working Zod validation of your form. Perfect. Great, great job. Now let's continue and let's add our Prisma packages so we can safely connect that to PlanetScale. So first things first, let's go into our terminal. The first package we are going to have to install, so I've shut down my application now, and the first package I'm going to install is npm install -D Prisma. This means that it's going to be saved in dev dependencies. So run this and wait a couple of seconds and make sure it is installed. After this is done, go ahead and run another command, npm install add prisma/client, like this. And again, just wait a couple of seconds and make sure it is installed. And now you can go ahead and run npx prisma init like this, and just press enter. And there you go. Let's take a look at what has been added to our project. You can see that it says that the schema was created at prisma/schema.prisma. Great. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at our project now. So you can see that I have a new Prisma folder. Inside I have a schema.prisma. Right now it's set to PostgreSQL. We're going to modify that to use MySQL because that's what we're going to work with. We have the environment variable. We are loading the URL of our database using the environment variable called database URL. So let's take a look at our .environment file and see if anything has been added. And you can see how it preserved our existing environment variables, and it added this big comment that this was inserted by Prisma init. And this way we have this dummy database URL PostgreSQL link right here. Of course, we are going to change that to our PlanetScale URL later. What I want to do now before we move on to PlanetScale is just create a lib for our Prisma database. So close everything and go into lib folder. You already have it, and it was added by chatcn UI. You can see right here in utils, you have the cn function, which is used to merge our class names in Tailwind. So inside this lib folder, go ahead and create a new file, prismadb.ts, like that. Go ahead and import Prisma client from @prisma/client like this. Now let's go ahead and write declare global var Prisma, which is a type of Prisma client, or undefined like this. And now let's write const Prisma db is equal to global this.prisma pipe new Prisma client like this. And now let's write a simple if clause, which is going to decide whether to use global this or is it safe to add to initiate a new Prisma client. So if process.environment.node environment is not identical to production, so if we are in development, in that case, go ahead and write global this.prisma is equal to Prisma db like that. So this is going to save us because if we initialize a new Prisma client every single time, so if you just did this and exported this, what would happen is that next 13 with its hot reloading would initiate a bunch of these Prisma instances, causing a warning and degradation of performance in your development. So now what you have to do is export default Prisma db like that. Perfect. And now you have the util. And if you're wondering why we added this, well, try and remove it and you will see that global this has an error because it doesn't have Prisma. So we added the Prisma to global this. That's why we added this. Great. Now let's go ahead and set up our planet scale. So right here I have the Planet Scale website. You can either use the link in my description or you can Google Planet Scale and press on the first link. Go ahead and find the sign in button, and I'm gonna use one of this to, if you don't have an account, just click sign up for an account right here. You can continue with GitHub or you can create a new account. So I'm just gonna do that very quickly. Great, and you should see a landing screen similar to this one. So if you want to, you can click see how Planet Scale works. So that's going to give you an idea of what you're going to build. But instead, I'm going to click on this little button right here, which says ready to create. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. So this button right here, I'm going to create my database. So this one is going to be called e-commerce-admin. And I'm just going to click create database. I'm going to leave the region as it is. And now you can see right here that my database has been successfully created. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and we have to wait until it has been initialized. After the database has been initialized, we're going to get a prompt here to connect. So for now, just be patient and wait until this is initialized. I'm going to pause my screen and I'm going to show you how it looks once it's done. Great. As you can see, it's still initializing something here, but there we go. Now it's done. And now I have this button, get connection strings, and I also have this prompt ready to connect to your database. So I'm going to click this right here and it prompts us to create a new password. So you can leave this exactly as it is and click create password. And there we go. Now what's cool about Planet Scale is that you can choose connect with and select Prisma right here. And there we go. Now you can see it gave you the a.environment file and the things you need to modify in your schema.prisma. So first I'm going to go ahead and grab this .environment file. I'm going to click copy right here. I'm going to expand my code screen and I'm going to go inside my .environment right here, and I'm going to replace this entire database URL string with this new database URL holding the MySQL, my password, and everything inside. Perfect. And now what I have to do is I have to go into my schema.prisma right here. So go into Prisma folder, schema.prisma, and let's go ahead and let's modify the provider according to this right here. So the provider, instead of PostgreSQL, is going to be MySQL like this. And let's go ahead and add relation mode as well, which is going to be Prisma like this. Perfect. And the rest can stay the same. If you want, you can copy this and then paste it here, but it was very simple to modify. Great. You've successfully connected to Planet Scale. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a simplified model of our store. And then we're going to attempt to push that to the database to see if we are successfully connected or not. So let's go ahead and let's write model store like this. Let's give it an ID which is going to be a type of a string. It's going to be an ID, and it's going to be default to UUID like this. Great. Let's give it a name, which is also a type of string. Let's give it a user ID, which is also a type of string. If you want, there is a certain practice here that you align everything in one line. I think it looks nice on eyes, but of course you don't have to spend time doing this. Great. And now that it has this, let's also give it a created at, which is going to be a date time, and it's going to have a default operation of now, like that. And updated at is also going to be a date time, and it's going to have at updated at a type right here. Great. So now we have this. Now let's go ahead in our terminal and let's just try and run npx prisma generate. And there we go. So what happens now? Well, nothing has been sent to the database yet, but you can see that our Node modules Prisma client has been updated. That means that now in the code, I'm just going to attempt something. So go into app folder, go into layout.tsx right here. Go ahead and write const store is equal to prisma.db and import prisma.db from add/lib/prisma.db. And let's see if it's going to autocomplete store. So dot store. There we go. And now I can use find, I can use delete, I can use update. Great. So that's what npx prisma generate did. It added store to our node module of Prisma so we can safely use it in our code with IntelliSense. So I just removed that from the layout. That was just to test. You don't have to add anything from the layout. I just wanted to demonstrate you what npx prisma generate did. Great. And now let's check if we successfully set up our database string. So for that, after you've run npx prisma generate, go ahead and run npx prisma db push like this. And let's see if that is going to work. So I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds, and there we go. Your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. Perfect. So we can actually go ahead and refresh this, and you can see I have one table right here, and it's a store table. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted. So we have the ID, the name, user ID, created at, and updated at. Perfect. If you had any trouble running this, go ahead and check the following. Check that your .environment variable is correct. Make sure you didn't accidentally put a space before this. Make sure you don't have space at the end. Basically, make sure that you copied it exactly from the connection strings that was provided to you in PlanetScale. Other than that, you can also check that you don't accidentally use .environment.local, because for me that happened during development. I had a .environment.local file, and unfortunately schema could not read from it. So when I ran the command npx prisma push, I got an error. So make sure you have that set up. If everything is working, great job. You can now go ahead, and we're actually gonna go attempt to create the store model and push it in our database now. So in order to do that, we have to create an API route. So feel free to start your project with npm run dev. If you want to, you can keep PlanetScale open if you want to play around with it, or you can close it, whatever you want. So I'm going to refresh my localhost right here. And before I continue back into this form and actually fill the onSubmit with something, I'm going to create the API route that we are going to call. So inside the app folder, go ahead and create a new folder called API. This is a reserved folder for, well, you guessed it, API routes. And we're going to use something called route handlers. So inside of this folder, go ahead and create a new folder called stores, like this. And inside, create a new file called route.ts, like that. And we are going to go ahead and write export asynchronous function post, like this. And it is going to accept a request, which is a type of request, like this. And we're going to open a function like that. Let's open a try and catch function here. So I'm going to write catch, and inside of here, let's catch that error. Let's resolve that first. So A big tip that I want to give you here is to console log your errors, especially during development. In production, you can think of any other logger you want to use, you've heard of, that's completely fine. But in development, this is going to help you a lot. So this is a store API route. So go ahead and write console.log, and you can use kind of square brackets like this, stores underscore post. So you know that this is in the stores folder, like here, in the post method, and just tag that error right here. So if anything goes wrong, you can always look at your terminal and you're going to see this. And then you know, okay, whatever went wrong, whatever is the reason I got an error in my form, for example, I know this is where I have to look. Perfect. And let's actually return what we have to. So return new next response, which you can import from next/server right here at the top. Go ahead and write internal error like this, comma, open an object and give it a status of 500 like this. Perfect. Now let's go and let's try and create the store using the information we have. So first things first, I want to use clerk to authenticate this post route. So I'm going to write const user ID is equal to auth like this. And we can import out from clerk. So let's go ahead and write import auth from @clerk/next.js. Great. So now we have access to the currently logged in user ID who is trying to create a new store using our API. So let's check if we don't have that. So if there is no user ID, in that case, we can immediately return new next response, and we can write unauthorized like this. And let's give it a status which says unauthorized. So that would be 401 if I'm not mistaken. Great. And now that we have that, let's also extract our body. So const body is equal to await request.json like this. And now from our body, we are going to confirm that we have what we require in our store model. So for that, you can check Prisma, schema.prisma. Let's see what we need. We need an ID, but that is automatically assigned. We need created at, but that is also automatically assigned. We also need updated at, but that is also handled by itself. So we only need to check that we are receiving these two fields. This one, name, is received from this model right here, and the user ID is received from clerk. So we already handled what happens if we don't have user ID, so let's now handle what happens if we don't have a name. Before we do that, let's just structure our name so it's easier to work with. So we are going to destructure name from body. Great. So if there is no name, return new next response. Name is required, and let's give this a status of 400 like this. Perfect. So now we handled what happens if we don't have enough information to create our store. But if we do, let's go ahead and create one. Const store is equal await prisma.db, which you can import from @/lib/prisma.db. So we already did that for a test in layout. So you can do that right here. I separated it because this is a local import. Great. So await prisma.db.store.create like this. And let's give it a data object and let's pass in the name and user ID. And there we go. That's it. This is going to create our store. And now let's just return next response.json store like this. Perfect. So our our API for creating a store is now ready. And now we can go back in our components, models, store model right here. So first thing I want to do is I want to add a new state here. So const loading and set loading like that is equal to use state false, and I imported use state from React right here, and I'm just gonna move that to the top. Great. Now that I have this loading, first thing I want to do is assign which elements are to be disabled once our form is loading. So let's go ahead and let's find our input, and alongside placeholder, let's also give it a disabled like this. My apologies, not disabled, but loading. I just said that. Great. And I'm just going to collapse so you can see exactly everything I have in this input. And I also want to disable both of my buttons. So I don't want user to be able to cancel if we are loading. And I also don't want user to be able to submit again if I'm already loading. Great. So now all of our elements, our interactive elements, are disabled if we are submitting our form. So now let's actually do that. But before we do that, we have to add one package called Axios. So let's go ahead. I'm going to shut this down and write npm install Axios like this. And I'm going to press enter and then npm run dev again. And I'm going to refresh this. If you shut down your application, please refresh again. Otherwise, your hot reload is not going to start working again until you refresh. Great. So instead of console logging these values, let's remove that and the comment and open a try and catch block here. So in the catch, I'm going to catch the error. And for now, I'm going to console log the error like this. In the finally block, I'm going to turn set loading to false, which obviously means that in the try, the first thing I'm going to do is set loading to true, like that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to create a new store. So let's go ahead and write const response is equal to await Axios, and I imported Axios from Axios right here, and I'm going to move it to the top like that, along with Zod. So Axios.post like this, and I'm going to write /API/stores, and I'm going to pass in values from our form, which is the name. And if you check the route, that's exactly what we expect. So /API/stores. We can confirm that by going in our app folder, in our API folder /stores route ts. So this is going to be the equivalent of /API/stores. That's why this is going to work. Perfect. And once this is done, let's go ahead and write console log response.data like this. Perfect. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to expand this screen and I'm going to open my inspect element right here. I'm going to refresh and I'm going to write test-store and I'm going to click continue. You can see how my element is disabled, and there we go. Look at this. It's our created store. We have the created at timestamp. We have the new ID. We have the name, updated at, and the user ID, so the logged in user which created this store. Perfect. This is exactly what we wanted. So what I want to do now is I just want to find a better way to handle errors. So let's go ahead and do that. For that, open your terminal again. I'm going to shut down and write npm install react-hot-toast like that and press enter and wait a couple of seconds. After it's been installed, feel free to run npm run dev again. So if you didn't see, I installed npm install react-hot-toast. Great. I'm going to refresh one more time, and what I want to do now is I want to add that toast to trigger right here. But before I do that, I have to create a toast provider and add it to my layout. So that's the trick we have to do when using Next 13. So let's go ahead and let's find our providers. So in my app folder, where are there? The providers, and create toast-provider.tsx right here. And inside, what you are going to do is write use client at the top, and we're going to import toaster from react-hot-toast, so the package we just installed, and export const toaster provider. All it's going to do is return toaster like this. So it's a self-closing tag. You don't have to write it like that. Okay, there we go. That's it. Great. And now let's go into our layout again. So in app folder, inside layout.tsx, and just above model provider, add the toast provider like this. So import toast provider from add/providers toast-provider like this. And what we can do now is we can go back into our components, models, store model right here. And instead of console logging the error, we can actually display a nice little error that something went wrong. So I'm going to write toast.error, something went wrong, like this. Perfect. And of course, we have to import the toast from React Hot Toast. So import toast from React-hot-toast like this. Perfect. And we can do the same thing here. So toast.success store created like this. So let's go ahead and let's check that now. So, whoops, I'm going to expand this. I'm going to refresh my page. I'm going to write test store 2, continue, and we should get a nice little message right here. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and try and throw an error. So I'm going to throw new error here like this. You don't have to do this, but I just want to demonstrate a little bit. And there we go. You can see how nicely we handle the errors now. Perfect. So what we're going to do next, we are going to use this response ID to redirect to a new structure, to a new group route, which I talked about, called dashboard. And then we can slowly start to implement our navigation bar, which is going to load all of the stores we just created. And then we're going to create the settings form from where we will be able to delete the store. Perfect. Great job. You added some crucial things in this project, which we are going to reuse throughout the rest of this tutorial. So now that we have some stores in the database, what we can do is we can create our organizational folder for the dashboard. So let's go ahead inside the app folder right here. I'm going to close everything else and let's just collapse everything. I'm going to create a new folder and in parentheses, I'm going to write dashboard like this. Great. Now inside of this dashboard, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder, store ID like this. So inside my dashboard, I created a new folder in square brackets store ID. So this is a convention in Next 13, meaning that this route needs to have a store ID. And now inside of that, I'm going to create a new file called layout.tsx like this. Great. And now inside, let's go ahead and write export default asynchronous function dashboard layout like that. It's going to accept children and it's going to accept params. Params are what this store ID value will be stored in. So let's go ahead and give it those, so not comma, but this. Great. So children is a type of React.React node, and params are a type of object which stores store ID, which is a type of string like that. And then you can just open this function. Great. So first, let's see if we are logged in. So const user ID auth, which you can import from @clerk/next.js like that. If there is no user ID, in that case, redirect, which is imported from next/server, but I'm getting this weird import, so I'm going to write it manually. So import redirect from, next/navigation like this. And you can just go ahead and write redirect /sign-in like this. Perfect. And now if we have the user ID, that means that in this dashboard layout, which in the URL is going to have the store ID, we can actually fetch the store and see if it exists. So const store is equal to await prisma.db, which you can import from @/lib/prisma.db, just like that, and go ahead and write .store.find first. So we are going to load the first store with this ID, where ID is params.store ID and where user ID is equal to user ID. So you can either write that like this, or you can use the shorthand like this. Perfect. And now I'm going to check if by chance this store doesn't exist, because technically user can write whatever they want inside of this store ID. They can write 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have to check that this store actually exists. So if there is no store, in that case, we're going to redirect to slash like this. Otherwise, we're going to return, we're going to open a fragment, and for now, I'm going to create a div and I'm just going to say this will be a navbar. For now, it's just an empty div. And below that, I'm going to render the children like this. Perfect. So now that I have that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create my routes folder. So another organizational folder. So go ahead and write parentheses like this. And I switched my keyboard layout again. So just a second. So in your store ID, create a new folder called, for some reason, I cannot write parentheses. Just a second, I have to resolve this. So inside store ID, create a new folder called routes like this. And inside, create a new file page.tsx like this. Great. And now that you have that, well, for now, you can just name it dashboard page. So I'm going to write a shorthand dashboard page like this. And all it's going to do is it's going to write a div saying this is a dashboard like this. Perfect. Great. And now what I want to do, so I have this dashboard grouping ready. I have the store ID folder. I have my layout, which is inside of the store ID right here, which is going to check for authentication and for the existing store. And now what I want to do is I want to modify the layout of this root right here, which right now doesn't exist. So since we're going to change this layout, I'm going to shut down my application for now. So make sure that this isn't running so you don't run into any problems. Great. Now let's go ahead and write a new file called layout.tsx inside of this root right here. So go ahead and write export default asynchronous function setup layout like this. And it's going to accept children, and children are a type of React node like that. Perfect. So go ahead and open this function right here. And let's also extract our user ID the same way we did that in the dashboard layout. So from auth, and you can import auth from clerks. Let's add that to the top. Import auth from clerk next.js. Perfect. If there is no user ID, we are going to do the same thing. We are going to redirect from next/navigation to /sign-in like this. Perfect. Otherwise, let's go ahead and let's find the first active store our user has. So in this layout right here in root, we don't have the store ID. So there is no specific store we have to load. We're just going to attempt to load the first one. So that's how we are going to check whether we're going to redirect the user to this dashboard routes, or if we are going to keep the user inside the root and show the model to create a first store. So that's why we did this organization. Great. Now let's write const store is equal to await prisma.db, which you can import from add/lib/prisma.db. I'm going to separate the imports like that. .store.find first like this, where user ID is equal to user ID like this, or you can use the shorthand like that. Perfect. And if there is a store, in that case, you're going to redirect. Now open template literals or backticks. So these are not your normal ticks. These are backticks. Make sure you use those and write / and open special object store.id. So are you getting what we're doing here? We're loading the first store available with currently logged in user. And then if that store exists, we're going to redirect to /store_id. What route is that? Well, this one, store ID. And then we're going to get redirected to the dashboard. The dashboard layout is going to confirm again that that store ID exists in combination to the currently logged in user. If it doesn't, by any chance, it's going to return back to the root. If it does, it's going to render the navigation bar and the children. Great, that's exactly what we want. Perfect. So if the store exists, we are going to redirect to the dashboard. Otherwise, we're going to just return a fragment like this and children like that. Perfect. And before we run the application, we have to reorganize this a little bit. So inside of my root folder, I'm going to create a new folder called routes again. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy everything from page, or you can just drag and drop route inside like this. Great. And I just want to bring your attention to something. So what happened? I dragged and dropped my page.tsx inside the routes folder. And now in my tab right here, I have this weird file, which I never seen before, and it says that it's unsaved. That file is from .next folder, which is the cache. You can fix this very easily. Go inside that file, click save, and that's it. If you suspect that you did this wrong, you can always just remove the whole next folder. That's it. And it's gonna get regenerated again when you run npm run dev. If you didn't get that notification that you have an unsaved file, just continue. But what I did, I dragged and dropped the existing page from the root folder into the routes, and that triggered that next cache to be updated. So I had to manually save that file. So it's important that you save that, otherwise you're probably not gonna get this structure working as intended. But if you cannot see any label for anything saying unsaved, you're good to go. For precautions, you can remove that .next folder and just don't worry about it. It's gonna get generated again next time we run npm run dev. Great. And now inside of this routes page.tsx, one thing I just want to change is we don't have to return absolutely anything here. I'm just going to return null like this. So I only want to use this setup page to trigger the model. Great. Now I think that we are ready to start the project. So in my terminal, I'm going to run npm run dev like this, and I'm going to refresh my page. And you can see that folder I deleted, it's right back here. Perfect. So let's look at the flow. What's happening with our application right now? There we go. See, it says this will be a navbar and this is a dashboard. And look at the ID. I can see the exact store ID right here. So what happened? Well, inside of my app folder, the first thing the application saw was this layout.tsx, which renders the children. By default, since we did not define any routes, we just typed localhost 3000 like this. The default route that was activated was not out, it was not dashboard, it was a root right here. In this layout, what we did was we checked for the currently active user. Since there was an active user, we did not redirect. So we went further and we checked if this logged in user has any stores created. And if it did, we redirected to the dashboard. So then we went into the dashboard. Let's see what's happening in the dashboard. So we redirected to /store ID. And here we have the folder accepting that store ID. And that folder has a layout. So inside we did the very same thing. We checked if there is a user ID. There was, so no need for this redirect. And then we attempted to load the store with an ID that was passed from this redirect in the root folder. And then we used that in combination with user ID to finally confirm, yes, this store definitely exists. So that's why we did not redirect back to the root. Instead, we rendered this will be a navbar and the children which are in routes page.tsx saying this is a dashboard. And there we go. That's how we created our system to always ensure that there is at least one store that user has created before showing the navigation bar, before showing any statistics, before showing any tabs for settings or products or categories or colors. Perfect. Great. And now I want to show you how to reset your entire database. So you can see right now, there's not much we can do here, right? I cannot delete except if I go in planet scale and run some SQL queries, I cannot delete this. So I want to show you a way to reset your entire database using Prisma. So I'm going to shut down your application and I highly recommend you do the same. And go ahead and run npx prisma migrate reset. So this is what we're going to run. npx prisma migrate reset. This is going to delete your entire database. You can see the warning right here. It's asking us if we are sure all data will be lost. And we are going to do this a couple of times throughout our project. So until your project is finished, make sure that you don't put anything in the database that you're not ready to lose. And just press yes. There we go. And you can press enter And there we go, database reset successful. And now what you have to do is run npx prisma generate again, and then you can go ahead and run npx prisma db push. So I'm gonna npx prisma db push. So you have to push everything again because our database has been completely removed. There we go, it's back again. And now let's go ahead and try our localhost 3000 again. Oh, if we can actually try and run it first, that would be a good idea. So npm run dev. And I'm just going to increase the size of this screen right here. And let's see what happens now. So I'm just going to wait a second. And there we go. Now we have the create store back. And if I try and manually write an ID, for example, I'm trying to guess a store ID, you can see that I'm redirected back because that store does not exist. So one more thing we have to fix here. Right now, if I create a new store, I'm not going to get redirected to the dashboard. And that's something I want to do. So let's resolve that. Let's go back into our components, models, store model right here. And as I said, we're going to use this response which holds the newly created store ID. And again, all we have to do is we have to redirect to dashboard store ID so user can see the actual dashboard. So go back into store model right here and you can actually remove this toast.success. So we are only going to catch the error right here because we're going to do an immediate redirect. So there is simply no need for us to show any success messages. So go ahead and write window.location.assign open backticks / open a special object response.data.id like that. Now you might be wondering, why am I using window.location.assign and why am I not using the router from next navigation? That is because window.location.assign is going to do a complete refresh on our page, meaning that this store that I just created after this refresh is going to be 100% loaded in the database. But if I use the router, at least in my case, what happened was there were specific cases where the database was simply not ready, the data was not in sync, and I kind of got stuck. Well, I didn't get stuck, but the model was opened in the dashboard and I just didn't like how that user experience felt. So I feel like this is a better solution for now. So let's go ahead and attempt this now. I'm gonna refresh this and I'm gonna create a new store called test-store-3, even though you can write whatever you want. The names are not unique. And click continue. And let's see if now we are going to get redirected. There we go. We are now redirected. If I refresh, I stay here. If I remove the ID from the URL, I get back to that ID. Perfect. This is exactly what we want. And if you want to, you can go ahead and play inside dashboard, page.tsx right here. Let's go ahead and see how we can still access this store ID. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write interface dashboard page props. You don't have to do this. This is just for an example. So we have a store ID of string. Let's say that here. So react.fc dashboard page props. This is going to be asynchronous and asynchronous like this. Let's destructure the params like this. And I'm gonna go and attempt to load the store. So const store is equal await prisma db from add/lib prisma db dot find first. And I'm gonna write where store ID is equal to params.store ID like that. And then I'm going to write active store is equal to store.name like that. And we don't have to put this sign. And let's just add a question mark like this. And I'm going to refresh and there we go. So the active store is test-store-3. Perfect. This is exactly what we wanted to do. So in the next part, we are going to create a navigation bar, which is going to hold our store switcher. So from there, we will be able to change our active dashboard store ID with other stores we created. And it's also going to be able to trigger the model. That's what I was talking about. That's why we created the provider for the models and a two-stand store, so we can trigger them from multiple places at once. Great job. Let's continue and let's create our navigation bar. So where we left off last time was this dashboard page. In here, I called the first store using the params store ID, and I printed out the store name right here. And I told you that you don't have to write this, since yes, we are going to modify the dashboard page in the future. But for now, I am going to leave it here. So if you want to, you can pause the screen and write this exact query. So call the Prisma, import the Prisma, and add the interface to the dashboard page, so you have the active store the same way that I do. So what we're going to do now is we're going to turn this text, this will be a navbar, into an actual navbar. So in order to do that, first let's go into our dashboard folder right here, inside store ID, and select layout.tsx right here. And instead of rendering a div which says this will be a navbar, let's actually write navbar like this, which is going to be a self-closing tag. Of course, we are going to get an error once you save, because navbar does not exist. So let's go into our components folder, and not inside UI, but outside of the components, create a new file called navbar.tsx, like this. The reason I'm not putting it inside the UI folder is because it's not really a reusable component. This is just a component for one specific layout that we have, and it doesn't really match the logical structure to put it here with all our other reusable components. So inside this navbar, let's just quickly fix that error. So I'm using this shorthand. This is an extension called React Simple Snippets, so you can install that if you want. So navbar right here, and a div, which is now going to say this is a component navbar, like this, and we don't need a semicolon at the end. Great, and now we can go back in our layout.tsx and we can actually try and import this. So let's go ahead. Oh, and one thing I want to change in my navbar, if you want to, you can actually export the constant. You don't have to export default, but you know what? I'm actually gonna keep it this way. I think it's simpler. All right, so now let's go right here and add import navbar from add/components navbar, like this, lowercase navbar. Great. And now you see the new text. This is a component navbar, like this. Perfect. And now that we have that, we can go ahead and start developing this. So let's go ahead and let's add a class name to this div right here. Let's give it a border bottom. That's the first thing. And now you can see, I'm going to zoom in. You can see how I have this little border right here, which clearly separates the rest of the content. And I'm going to remove this text for now, and I'm going to create a new div. And I'm going to give here a class name of flex, h-16, items-center, and px -4, like this. Great. So now you can see how my navbar has a specific height of 16. The items will be centered, meaning they will be aligned, because by default Flex uses the row system, which means in combination with items center, each item that I have inside is going to be aligned by the center where my cursor is going right now. Great. And now what we are going to do here is we're going to add a div. And for now, I'm going to write this will be a store switcher, like this. Now I have a text here. So this is where I'm going to add the button to switch my stores. Great. And below that, we're going to create a new div. And inside, we are going to say this will be the routes right here. So just next to our switcher, we're going to have the routes like that. And now let's go ahead and let's add another div like this with a class name of ml-auto, meaning that it's going to be moved all the way to the right because we're adding the margin to the left, so giving it some space from that side. Give it a flex value and items-center like that. And let's also give it a space -x-4, meaning that all of the items inside are going to have a bit of spacing between them. And the only component we can actually add inside for now is the user button from Clerk Next.js. So that's something we already experimented with. Great, and now you can see that I have my button for the currently logged in user inside. And let's give it an important prop after sign out URL, go to / like this. Great. And now that we have this, let's actually go ahead and let's create our routes component right here. So for that, I'm going to replace this div right here, and I'm going to call this main nav like this. Of course, we're going to get an error because it does not exist. So let's go ahead and inside the components folder, create a new file, main-nav.tsx, like this. Let's mark this as use client, like that. And let's write export function main nav, like this. It's going to accept props of class name and whatever else we pass inside. It's going to have a type of react.html attributes, like this, open pointy brackets and write HTML element, like that. Great. And you can go ahead and open the function just like that. Perfect. And now inside, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly return a paragraph main navigation like that. So we can go back into our navbar.tsx and import this from components. So go ahead and import. So you have to destruct this because we exported the constant or the function in this case. So we cannot use main nav. Instead, we have to use import the destructed main nav like this from /main nav, but I don't like it with a dot. Instead, I'm going to use components just to stay consistent. And now after I save, you can see that I have this main navigation text right here, which comes from this component right here. And while we are in the navbar.tsx, let's go ahead and add this a class name of mx-6, and if you save, nothing will change because we have not found a way to pass this class name prop to our element right here. So that's what we are going to do right now. So go ahead and remove this paragraph and let's use a nav attribute like here. Let's go ahead and write class name like this, open an object and write cn, and you can import cn from add/lib/utils. So that's something that's been added by shatcn UI. And using this library, we can actually merge multiple class names. So we're going to write some default class names here first, and that's going to be flex, items-center, space-x-4, lg, space-x-6. And after that, write a comma and go ahead and write class name like this. So that is going to merge the class name we passed along with this default class names right here. Great. And now what I'm going to do inside is I'm going to iterate over the routes that we are going to have. The problem is we don't have any routes yet. So let's go ahead and add them. So write a constant routes like this and open an empty object. And while we are here, let's also add our path name and our params. So const path name is equal to use path name from next navigation, and const params is equal to use params from next navigation as well. And I'm just going to separate these imports like that. And now we can go ahead and create objects inside of these routes, which are going to be using the path name and the params. So what I want to write first is the settings navigation, because that's the only thing we can control right now. So we have the store model in our database, meaning that we can create a form in the settings, which is going to be able to update that very same store and remove it. So go ahead and write href like this. Go ahead and open backticks / and go ahead and open a special object params.store ID, because we are using this main navigation bar and navbar inside of the dashboard layout right here, which has the store ID. So this layout uses the navbar, meaning that regardless of the fact that our navbar, in this case main nav, is inside this components folder, where it's used will define whether we can find the store ID in the parameters, and we can, so we can use it right here. So the href is going to be / this special object params.store ID / settings. So this way, when we click on the link, we can ensure that the settings which are going to be loaded are only going to be for that specific active store. Great. And now that we have that, let's give it a label of settings like that. And let's give it an active prop, which is path name is identical to open backticks again, and this very same route, so params.store ID / settings like that. Perfect. And now we can use this routes array to iterate over it inside of this navigation bar right here. So open curly brackets and write routes.map. So you're going to get the individual route right here, and you can immediately return a link component from next/link. So make sure you import link from next/link like that. And inside of that link, you're going to render route.label, which is this text settings right here. And now we have to give some attributes to this link component. So first, let's give it a key of something unique. In our case, that is going to be the href. So route.href like that. Let's give it an href, which is also route.href. And let's give it a class name, which is also going to be dynamic. So open cn like this. And in the first string, I'm going to write some default classes. So text-sm, font-medium, transition-colors, and hover text-primary like this. And now you can see how I have my settings right here. And I'm going to add a comma. And in the second parameter of this cn util, I'm going to add a conditional. So if route is active, in that case, I'm going to add a class name text-black, and on dark mode it's going to be text-white, because in dark mode our background is going to be dark, so we have to add a light text to notice that this is active. Otherwise, we're going to write text-muted-foreground like this. Great, and now you can see that when I hover on my settings, it gets a nice little effect, and later when we click on it, it's going to get activated and stay like this even when we don't hover. If you try now, you're going to get a 404 because this URL does not exist yet. Great. So we have that done, and we're going to play around with the settings later. But for now, what I want to do is I want to add the actual store switcher component. So in order to continue doing this, I want you to go to ShadCN UI right here. And what we are going to build is a form of combo box right here. So it's going to look something like this. We'll be able to search and we'll be able to select, and we will see what is actively selected. Now, combo box is one of the components in ShadCN UI which cannot be installed individually. Instead, you have to add the popover and the command. So it's going to be a composition of these two components. And then you can either follow the instructions right here, but we are going to do something a little bit different, so we're not going to copy this. But if you want to, you can just copy it from here. So first thing we have to do is we have to install the popover and the command components. So let's click on popover right here, or find it in this sidebar right here, and let's add npx shadcn-ui at latest add popover. So I'm going to click copy and npm. I'm going to open my terminal right here. I will shut down the application, and there we go. You can see the command npx shadcn-ui shadcn-ui at latest add popover, and press enter like this. Just press yes for this, and it's going to install the popover. And once that is done, go ahead and find the command component, which is also in the sidebar right here. And there we go, another command we need. So npx shadcn-ui latest add command. I'm going to copy that as well, and I can paste it here. So npx shadcn-ui at latest add command, and press enter. And now you're going to have those two components that we need. Just select yes for this prompt, and that should be it. We can now safely go ahead and create the store switcher. Let's just wait a couple of seconds. Great. So I'm going to rerun my project again. I'm going to collapse the terminal, and I'm going to refresh my page to ensure that everything is up to date. And now I'm going to go into my components folder right here, and I'm going to create a new file called store-switcher.tsx like that. And the way I'm going to write this, well, for now, what we can do is just export default function store switcher like that, and just go ahead and return a div which says store switcher like this. So a very simple function like that. And now that I have this, I'm going to go back into my navbar and I'm going to remove this div which encapsulates the text. This will be a store switcher, and I'm going to add that new store switcher component like this, and it's going to be a self-closing tag. Great. And I'm going to replace the import from dot to /components store switcher like this. Great. And now we have the text store switcher in our navigation bar. So let's go ahead and let's continue developing this. So let's write some props for this store switcher. I'm going to go ahead and write interface store switcher props. And that is actually going to extend some popover trigger props, and our popover trigger props are going to come from the chatcn UI popover component that we just added. So go ahead and write extends popover trigger props. Do not import it yet. We are going to write our own. So before we continue working with this, you can just add an empty object right here, and you can see that I have an error because we cannot find popover trigger props. So let's write that type. So type popover trigger props like that is equal to react.component props without ref, and inside I'm going to open some pointy brackets like this, and I am going to write type of popover trigger. And you can import popover trigger not from radix but from ./UI popover, and as always I'm going to replace this with /components/UI popover. Great. So now we have the popover trigger props, which is a react.component props without ref, and in the pointy brackets we're using a type of popover trigger. And now we can go back into this empty object and add the actual items which we want to be rendered inside of this store switcher, and that is going to be an array of objects, and those objects are going to be our stores. So items is going to be a type of store which you can import from @prisma/client like this. So I'm just going to move that to the top and separate it, and it's going to be an array of those stores like that. Perfect. And now that we have that, we can go ahead and go into the parentheses of this store switcher function, and we can extract class name and items like that. And I want to give a default value to these items of an empty array so we can safely iterate over them even if they are not loaded. And just go ahead and give a type to this object to be store switcher props like this. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's actually mark this component as use client, because it is going to use the popover and the command, which are client components, and we are also going to ourselves use some inner activity here. So let's go ahead and let's first define all of the items and constants we need so we can safely add them to our elements right here on the bottom. So first, let's go ahead and add this store model. So const store model is equal use store model, and you can import that from /hooks use store model like that. Then let's add the params, use params, and you can import that from next/navigation. I'm going to move that to the top. Below that, let's add router. So router is also from next/navigation. So not from next/router, but next/navigation, the same place we imported our use params. And go ahead and just execute that like that. And now let's go ahead and format our items. So const formatted items, because we are going to iterate over them, is going to be items.map. Is going to accept a single item and go ahead and return an immediate object. So we just need the label, which is going to be item.name, and we need the value, which is going to be item.id, like that. So now we're using this store object, which has the ID and name, and well, if you remember in Prisma, created at, updated at, and user ID as well, but we only need these two values to create an array, which is going to be used in those popover and command components which we just added. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's find which of this store is the currently active store. So what is the ID in this dashboard? We have to define from all the stores that the user has, which one do we show as selected in this store switcher. So for that, we're going to use a constant called current store. Const current store is equal to formatted items.find item, and we're going to use item.value, and we're going to check if it is identical to params.store ID. So let's go ahead and look over this. So we are iterating over formatted items. We are picking the specific item and we are comparing this value, which we know is the ID of the store, and we are comparing it to the currently active ID in our URL, which is of course the actual store ID. So that's how we know, okay, so whichever item in this array has the same ID as what is currently in the URL is the currently selected store. Great. And now that we have that, let's add one last function, which is going to trigger what happens once we click on a different store. So const on store select is going to accept store, which is a type of a store like this. Actually, it's type of formatted items. So, well, we can just easily do this, open an object and write value, which is a type of string, and label, which is a type of string, like that. Go ahead and open this arrow function and just write set open to be false. Oh yes, we also need the state for the open. My apologies. So this is going to control the actual popover. So go ahead and write const open set open, use state, which you can import from React, and default value is going to be false like this. Great. And now we can replace this set open like this, and router.push is going to be backticks / store that value. So once we click on a new store, we're going to close the store switcher and we're going to redirect to /store ID, but the new one which we selected from the store switcher. Great. And now that we have all of these things here, we can go ahead and start creating our popover. So instead of a div, it's not going to be a div, so you can remove that. Go ahead and write popover. And you can import that from add components /UI popovers like this. So just make sure, I'm going to move React to the top. Just make sure that you imported popover and popover trigger from add /components UI popover, not accidentally from Radix. Great. Let's give some values here. So open is going to be open. On open change is going to be set open. Great. Now inside we're going to add the popover trigger, which we already have imported, like this. And let's give it a prop as child like that. Inside of this popover trigger, we're going to use our button component, which you can import from ./UI button like here. But of course, I'm going to modify that to go to /components because I just think it's much cleaner that way. Great. Now inside of this button component, what we are going to do is we are going to add an icon and a label. So the icon we are going to use is going to be store. So go ahead and write a store like this, and you can see I have an import from lucid-react. So obviously what I have to do, you can see that I have a mismatch right here. So let's try and rename this. So I'm using the store import from Prisma client, and the icon is also named store. So let's try and rename this. So in this import from Lucid React, let's add store as store icon. And now you can see that the conflict has gone away. And I'm just going to move this along the top with the rest of the imports. If you're wondering where do we get this Lucid React, that has been added using Shadcn UI. If you're getting any errors here, you can go ahead and manually install that, but I'm pretty confident you should have it. You can check in your package.json. Let's see, lucid-react, and there we go. It is right here, and it was added when I installed my Shadcn init. Great, so now we have the store icon. So instead of writing store here, I'm going to write store icon like this. And you can see how I have a big button here with the store now. So let's go ahead and let's actually give it some class name. So class name is going to be mr-2, so margin right 2, h-4, and w-4 like that. And let's go ahead and let's give some values to this button component. So variant is going to be outline, size is going to be small like this, role is going to be combo box, and our area dash expanded, whoops, area-expanded. So this is these are some accessibility features. We are going to map that to the open value like this. Area-label is going to be select a store, which is also an accessibility feature, and the class name we are going to use cn feature again. So you can import cn from /libs utils right here. Go ahead and open parenthesis, and first let's give it some default values. So w-200 pixels like this, justify -between, and then add a comma, class name like this. Great, so you can see now that I have my store right here, perfect. And inside what I'm going to write, for now, we can just write something like, I don't know, current store like this. But let's actually move this below the store icon like that. And now just after this current store text, let's add another icon called chevrons. Chevrons up, down. So let's go ahead and write that chevrons up, down like this. And that is also imported from Lucid React. So the same place where we added the store and remapped it as store icon, but we don't need to do that for chevrons because we don't have the same name anywhere. So we can use chevrons up, down right here. And let's go ahead and let's give this some class name as well. So class name is going to be ml-auto h-4 w-4 shrink -0 and opacity -50. So we get the desired look right here. Great, now this button is starting to look like something. Great, and that finishes our popover trigger. So now we can go outside of that and create the popover content. So go ahead and write popover content and make sure you import it from @components UI popover right here, the same way we did with popover trigger and the actual popover like that. Great, now what I want to do is add a class name. So give a class name, w square brackets 200 pixels and padding 0 like that. Great. And inside I'm going to add a command component, which you can import from /UI command like this. And I'm going to immediately re-import this as /components just to stay consistent. Great, now that I have this command component, inside of it, I'm going to add another component, command list, which is also available from @components/UI/command. So just make sure you have both of those imports. And then I'm going to add a command input, also available from @components UI component like that. Let's give it a placeholder of search store, and it's going to be a self closing tag. So placeholder like this. Great, you can see how it says search store right here. And you can see when I click, it opens, and when I close outside, it closes. Perfect. This is exactly what we wanted to do. Great, now that we have that, let's go and add command empty, and make sure you import command empty from @components UI command as well, like this. And the command empty is going to say no store found like this. Okay, so we cannot see that yet. Yeah, because we're missing some other content, but you're going to see how that looks in a moment. Great. So below that, add command group, which you can import from @components UI command as well. And this command group is going to have a heading of stores like that. And inside, we are going to iterate over formatted items, which is a constant we created just a couple of minutes ago. And we're going to write .map. We're going to get the individual store like this. And we're going to return another command item, which we have from @components UI command. And inside, let's go ahead and let's give some props here first. So we're going to write, okay, we have an error, cannot find formatted items. So let's see what I did wrong here. Oh, looks like I made a mistake. My apologies. You don't have to remove everything. I think I just removed my formatted item somehow. Yeah, I think I selected it and then removed it. So I'm just going to write it again. So formatted items.map store like this, return the command item from /components UI command. So make sure you have the command input, command list, command empty, command grouped, and command item from /components UI command. All right, let's go ahead and give this a key of store that value. Let's give it an onSelect to be an arrow function, which is going to trigger on store select and pass in the store. And let's give it a class name to have a small text inside like that. And let's add the store icon in here again. Let's give it a class name of margin right 2, H-4 and W-4 like that. And inside we're going to render store.label. And after that label, we're going to add a check icon also from Lucid React. So make sure you import the check from Lucid React. And it's going to be dynamically styled. So it's a self-closing tag, and let's give it a class name, which is going to be CN, of course, because it's going to be dynamically styled. So the first parameter is going to be the default styles, which is margin left auto, so it's all the way to the right, H-4 and W-4. And then in the second one, we're going to check if the current store $value is identical to store that value. If that is the case, in that case, I'm going to add opacity -100, otherwise opacity -0 like this. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's see if something more is visible. There we go. So you can see that now I have my stores heading right here, but currently we don't have any items to iterate over, but that's completely fine. We can continue to develop this. So outside of this command list component, but still inside of the command, let's go ahead and add command separator, which is also imported from /components UI command. And actually it is a self-closing tag, so I imported it right here. Great. And inside of that, let's add command list again. So a new command list, command group again, and command item again. And this one is going to have onSelect to be an arrow function. It's going to close the current command, and it's going to trigger store model on open. So this is, if you might guess, going to be a button which we are going to use to create new stores. So let's add an icon plus circle from Lucid React as well. So I added it right here. It's a self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name of mr-2, h-5, and w-5 like this, and create store as the text right here. So now you can see that at the bottom I have a create store, which when I click triggers this model to create new store. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. And we can use this create store to actually create new stores because it's working. So that's the power of that two-stand store management that we created in the previous tutorials. We can trigger the model from anywhere and the functionality is going to work. Great. So now what's actually missing is that instead of rendering current store right here, we actually render the name of the current store. And for that, we can use this current store constant right here. But what's going to happen right now, current store (label) is going to yield empty because we have not passed any stores to this store switcher. You can actually see that it accepts the items, but in our navbar component, we have not passed any items here. So let's go ahead and use this navbar component to actually fetch all of our stores available, which this user owns. So const user ID first from auth. You can import that from clerk like that. If by chance there is no user ID, in that case, we're going to use the redirect from next navigation to go to /sign-in like that. Otherwise, let's go ahead and get our stores. So our stores are going to need Prisma, and we're going to need to await that function. So let's mark our navbar function as asynchronous first. And then we can write await PrismaDB, which you can import from /libs PrismaDB. I'm just going to move this next navigation to the top. PrismaDB.store.find many, because we want to find all the stores where user ID is equal to this user ID. Again, this is a shorthand for this. If you want, you can write it like that. Great. So now that we have the stores, we can go ahead and pass that in as items stores right here. And there we go. You can see that the current store I have right here is the test store. So I can actually even search for it, but if I search for something else, you can see I get that empty message. But if I click create store and let's name it new store, for example, and click continue, if everything is done correctly, there we go. The active store is new store, and you can see how I have the store right here in the dashboard. And I can go back to this one, and there we go. My dashboard is saying active store is test store 3. New store, active store is new store, and you can see how dynamically my URL changes. Great, you completed a very important component, and now we are ready to go to the settings and show you how we can rename our store or delete it. Now let's go ahead and let's create our settings form. So in order to do that, I'm going to collapse everything in my navigation bar here, and I'm going to go into the dashboard folder, inside store ID, inside the routes where our page.tsx is, and I'm going to create a new folder called settings like this. And inside of this settings, I'm going to create a new file, page.tsx like this. And I'm going to use a shorthand settings page like this, and I'm going to create a div which is just going to render hello settings like that and save that file. And now when you click on this settings right here, you're going to get redirected to that exact page and that exact text right here. Great. So what I want to do next is I want to check in this page if I am authenticated and if I can get the store in the URL, because you can see my URL is the store ID /settings, because that is a structure that we created here. So we use the store ID /settings. This parentheses again mean nothing. It's just an organizational folder which does reflect individual layout, but it has no effect on the URL. So regardless of this saying dashboard, our route is /store ID /settings. Great. Now inside, let's go ahead and do that. So first, I want to extract the params because we're using server components. We are using next 13. That means that we always have the params in our server components. So let's go ahead and write an interface settings page props like that. And params inside are going to have store ID, which is a type of string like that. And then you can assign those props right here. So react.fc settings page props, and you can get the params right here. Perfect. Now let's start with our user ID. So const user ID is equal to auth from clerk next.js right here at the top. Let's check if by chance there is no user ID. In that case, we are going to redirect from next navigation to /sign-in like this. Great. And now let's find the store from the parameters. So const store is equal to await prismadb.store.find first like this. And I made a couple of mistakes in this line. So first things first, for the await to work, we need to mark our function as asynchronous at the top. Next, I have to import prisma.db. So let's go ahead and do that. Import prisma.db from add/lib prisma.db. And lastly, I made a typo, so find first like this. And then where inside, I'm going to search for an ID, which is params.store ID, and user ID, which is equal to this user ID right here. Great. So now we have that. And if there is no store, in that case, we're going to redirect to / like this. So why do we do this? How is this even possible of happening? Well, don't forget, while we are using our navigation bar, we are going to get the correct URL. But if we are not using the correct navigation bar, let's say I manually type in 1, 2, 3 like this, you can see what happens. We're going to load the page and I'm back on my dashboard. So when I click the navbar, yeah, almost always we're going to get the correct ID. But always remember, user can write whatever they want. So that's why we have to protect against those kind of stuff. Great. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's add some styles to this div right here. So go ahead and write class name. Let's give it a flex-call. Go ahead and open another div surrounding this text. and let's give it a class name of flex-1 space-y-4 padding 8 and padding top 6. Like this. So now you can see that it's a little bit centered like that. And now I'm going to create a new component here called settings form like this. So where are we going to create that? Well, anywhere you want. The components have no rules to say in Next 13, but to stay consistent, this settings form component is only going to be used inside of this settings route, meaning that we can safely create it in here. So I'm going to create a new components folder inside of this settings folder in the same layer. In the same level of the page.tsx, and inside I'm going to create a new file settings-form.tsx like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and write export const settings form like this. It's going to be an arrow function, and I'm just going to return a div which says settings form like this. And now I can go back in my page.tsx and I can go ahead and import that. So import settings form from /components settings form. So this is the only time I will allow using the @. I mean allow, I'm not forbidding you to do it. I'm talking about myself. You know, I like to add the @ and be consistent, but this is not the same thing. So I need a dot here because I'm accessing this level of components. I'm not accessing this component. So it's a completely different folder that I'm accessing. That's why it's fine to use it this way and no need to use an alias because it's a very specific case. Great. And now that we have this settings form, what I want to do is I want to give it this store, because this store for serving for us to check whether it actually exists to confirm that the URL ID is correct, it's also going to serve as the initial data for our settings form. So we load the store here, and then we're going to pass it in this settings form, which is going to be a client component. And that way we're going to pre-fill the input for the name of our store or any other settings if you might expand your store in the future. So let's go ahead and add the properties for that. So I'm going to go ahead and first I'm going to mark this as use client. And now I'm going to write the interface settings form props like that, and I'm going to write initial data to be a type of store which you can import from @prisma/client like this. And then you can go ahead and assign this to react.fc settings form props, and I'm going to extract the initial data like this. Perfect. And now if I go back in my page.tsx, you can see that it's expecting that. So initial data is equal to the store that we just fetched. And also, if we didn't do this, we'd also get an error because store is potentially undefined. So this is both TypeScript protection and, well, user experience protection. And now we can continue developing in this settings form right here. So let's go ahead and add some class name here. Class name is going to be flex items-center and justify-between like that. And now instead of having this settings form right here, I'm going to use a heading component, which we do not have yet. And this heading component is going to accept two props. It's going to have a title of settings, and it's going to have a description of manage store preferences like this, or I mean, whatever you want, it's just a label. And if I save, of course, we're going to get an error because the header component does not exist yet. So let's go ahead and let's create that. I'm going to create it in the same place where our buttons are, because this is going to be reusable throughout the project. So inside components folder, inside UI, I'm going to create a new file called heading.tsx like this. I'm going to write an interface heading props. Title is going to be string, and description is going to be string like that. And then I'm going to export const heading, which is a type of React-FC, and accepts the heading props like that. And then I can destructure those, so title and description like that. And let's go ahead and just return this arrow function. And I'm going to return a very simple structure. So the div is going to encapsulate an h2 element, which is going to render our title. And below that, we're going to have a paragraph, which is going to render our description. So let's go back and add that in our settings form. So I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to write import heading from @/components UI heading like this. And you can see that now I have the settings title and the manage store preferences right here. So let's style that a little bit so we can see what we're doing. So class name inside of this heading component for the h2 element is going to be text-3xl, which is going to enlarge the text. Then I'm going to give it a bold styling. And after that, I'm going to give it tracking-tight, which is just going to improve the letter spacing a little bit. If you're wondering how do I have this Tailwind autocomplete and how do I see these classes when I hover, it's an extension for Tailwind. So just type in Tailwind in your extension, and it's the first one, the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Great. So now that we have that, that's good. Let's go ahead and give the paragraph also some styles. So I want to give it a smaller text, so small text like this, and text-muted-foreground like this. Great, I think this looks really good. And we're going to reuse this across the project. So now we can safely go back in our settings form. And what I want to do is alongside this heading, I want to give another element, which is going to be our button to remove this store. So go ahead and add the button, which you can import from add/components UI button like this. Let's go ahead. Let's give it a disabled. Actually, it's not this. Yeah, we're going to have disabled later when we add some states, but not for now. So the variant is going to be destructive. The size is going to be small. And onClick for now can be just an empty function like this. And it's going to hold an icon trash, which you can import from Lucid React like this. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of h-4 and w-4 like this. If you want to, you can experiment with size icon. Maybe that looks even better. So small or icon, choose one of those. Great. So now we have that, and you can see how that's going to trigger. I mean, you can't see, but that is going to trigger our alert model. Great. Now that we have that, I want to add a separator after this entire thing. So the way I'm going to do that is, well, first I'm going to encapsulate all of this in a fragment like this. So all of this is going to be in a fragment. And in here, I want to add that separator. What separator am I talking about? I'm talking about a component from Chatcn UI. So go into the components, find the separator in the sidebar, and here you have the installation. So npx Chatcn UI at latest add separator. So I'm going to copy this from the npm. I'm going to just expand my code screen a little bit. I'm going to go in the terminal. And there we go. This is the command. So npx Chatcn-ui at latest add separator like that. And let's go ahead and just press yes for this option. And that is going to install our separator. And then you can npm run dev again. And I'm just going to refresh my page because, of course, I shut down the application. So just below this div, which encapsulates our heading and our button, I'm going to add that separator, which is now available both from Radix and component, but of course we are using it from add/components UI separator because that is the Chatcn UI version of it. And once I save, you can see how I have a nice line right here separating everything else. Great. And now it's time for us to actually build our form. So first thing I'm going to add is the form schema. So const form schema is equal to z. And if you remember, there's a specific way we have to import Zod. So import asterisk as z from Zod like this. And then we can say z.object. And inside the field name is going to be z.string with a minimum of 1 letter. Like that. Perfect. Now we have a form schema. Now that we have the form schema, let's also just create a type for the settings form values. So type settings form values are going to be z.infer, open pointy brackets, and write type of form schema. So that's just so we don't have to write this every single time. We can reuse this when we need it. Great. And now that we have that, we can go ahead and we can actually create our form. So I'm going to write const form is equal to use form from React hook form, and I'm going to immediately move this library to the top of my imports. And in this use form, first I'm going to give it the settings form values like that. And inside I'm going to open an object and I'm going to add the resolver, which we can get from Zod resolver from add hook form /resolvers/Zod. So I'm going to move that to the top as well, because it is also a global import. This @ sign, don't be confused, but this @ sign, same thing with Prisma. So this @ sign has no correlation with our alias @ sign. This is how the package was named. It has nothing to do with our @ sign. You can see that our @ sign always requires a slash, but this one doesn't, just if you're by chance confused by this. Great, so we have this Zod resolver from add hook form /resolvers/Zod. And inside, I'm just going to pass the form schema like this. And I'm going to give it the default values of initial data, which is the prop that we have, and we are passing the store as initial data. Perfect. So now we have that working. And now let's go ahead and let's actually create some states here. So we're going to need the open and set open from use state, which is imported from React right here, and give it a default value of false. Let's also do the same for loading and set loading, which is also use state false. And let's just move this to the top. So the open and set open is actually going to control our alert model. And if you're wondering why did I not create the alert model in the Zustent store, that is because our alert model is going to call different API routes every single time. So unfortunately, I cannot reuse it the same way I did with the create store model, for example, which wherever it's opened does the exact same API call to create a new store. But our delete model is going to confirm deletion of different entities, such as this settings is going to delete the store, in our products is going to delete the product categories, etc. So that's why we're going to have to use it in a different way. Great. Now let's go ahead and well, I think we can go ahead and actually start creating our form, but we do that before we do that, I'm just going to add an onSubmit function here. It's going to be asynchronous. The data is going to be settings form values like that. And for now, you can just console log those values, the same thing we did before. So data or values, however you want to call this prop, it's not important. Great. So now let's actually go ahead and let's start creating this form. So just below this separator right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the form, and you can import that from add/components UI form. So the same thing we did in our store model. And inside of this form, before we continue, I'm just going to go ahead and spread the form, which we have from this use form hook right here. And inside, I'm going to open the native HTML form element, and I'm going to give it an onSubmit to be form.handleSubmit, and it's going to get onSubmit, which is our custom onSubmit right here at the top inside. Great. And let's also give it a class name. I'm just going to expand so you can see what I'm writing. So the class name inside is going to be space-y-8 and w-full like this. Great. So I'm just going to move it back. Great. And now inside of this form, I just want to make sure that you can see this. So space-y-8 and w-full. Very simple. And now inside, let's go ahead and create a div with a class name of grid-calls-3 and gap-8. So I want my fields to be in a grid. It won't make sense now because we're just going to have one input, which is the name. But later, when we make products and categories, they're going to have a lot of inputs. So it doesn't make sense to make the inputs fill the entire screen. Instead, I want to create a grid of only, I don't know, three inputs in a row or something like that. So let's go ahead and actually add the form field now, which you can also import from add/components UI form. So make sure you do that. And inside, yes, form field is a self-closing tag. Don't forget that. So self-closing tag like this. Now let's give it a control prop, which comes from form.control, and let's give it a name of name. So this name is referring to the property it's going to control. In our case, it matches the name because that's what we have in our database for our store. It has a name field. So just by accident, this is called name, this is called name, our types is called name, but yes, this is correct. That's what it's referring to. And then we're going to have the render field, which is going to immediately destructure the field. And it's going to return a JSX like this, which is going to be a form item, which you can also import from add/components UI form like this. And this form item is also going to have form label. The import is the same, and I'm going to write name in here. So just make sure that you have the form field, form item, and form label imported from add/components UI form. Great. And now I'm going to add form control, same import, and I'm going to add input from add/components UI input. So I just added the form control and input right here. Great. So input is a self-closing tag, and it's going to be disabled if we are loading. Otherwise, the placeholder is going to be store name. And let's see what else we can add here. Well, we have to spread the field. This way, our input gets all the on change, on blur, and values. And you can see how my name is out of filled. That's because I've passed in the initial values right here, which is the initial data, which comes from my page, which is the store, which holds the name test store 3. Perfect. So that's exactly what we want. Now that we have that, let's just go below this div, but inside of this native HTML element form, and add a button component like this, which is going to say save changes like this. And I'm just going to give it a disabled prop of loading, class name of ml-auto, because I want it okay, perhaps it's not doing anything. Yeah, so maybe we don't need it, but I'm just gonna leave it. And a type of submit. Great. So you can actually go ahead and try and click save, and you can see how we have our name required. And if you refresh, it autofills. Great. And one thing that's missing below this form control, let's also add form message. Another thing we can import from add/components UI form. So that way, if you try and remove your name and click save, you can see that you get a proper error right here. So form control, form field, item, label, and message from UI form, input from UI input. Make sure you didn't accidentally import something from Radix. Great. And now that we have all of these things, we can actually go ahead and try and console log our data. So I'm going to go ahead and expand this right here. I'm going to change this to test store update, and I'm going to click save changes, and there we go. You can see that I have a console log of my new changes. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. And in the next part, we're going to actually create the API call, which is going to update our store. One more thing I want to do before we move on is use this loading prop also on this button. Remember that I tried to add the disabled prop, but then I remember that I have nothing to disable it by. So now I can do that. So in this destructive icon right here, you can do that now. And the on click is actually going to trigger set open to true like this, because our open is going to control the alert model, which we are going to add here, but later, not now. Great. So now we have to create the API routes, which this form is going to submit the data to. So let's go ahead. I'm going to collapse everything here. I'm going to go into my app folder, into API, and inside the stores folder, I'm going to create a new folder, store ID, like this. So this is where we are going to target the individual store, and inside route.ts. And we're going to create 2 routes in here. First one is going to be the patch route, which is going to be used to update the store. And the second one is going to be the delete route, which is going to be used when we click this delete button right here. So let's go ahead and write export asynchronous function patch, which is going to accept the request, which is a type of request, like this. And it's also going to accept the parameters. So params, you can destructure it, and type is going to be params, which holds an object and has a store ID, which is a type of string like this. How do we have this store ID? Where did these params magically come from? Well, these params are always available in here, and the store ID comes from the folder name, which is automatically in the route name. So now we can go ahead and open our try and catch block. let's get the error right here. And we are going to do the same thing we did in stores route.ts. So we're going to make this kind of console log. So you can copy it from here and just paste it here. And instead of stores post, it's going to be store post. Sorry, it's actually going to be store patch like this. So this tells us, okay, this is the individual store, the patch method. So when you see this in your terminal, you know this is where the error is coming from. It's going to help you. So when you see the individual store, you know, okay, I have to look inside the store ID folder. And when you see the stores, you know, okay, I have to look in the stores folder route. Great. And now let's actually go ahead and return this new next response from next server. You can import that at the top. Let's write internal error. And let's give it a status of 500 like this. Great. And now in here, we have to check if we are authenticated to update this store. So const get the user ID from auth, which you can import from clerk. If there is no user ID, in that case, you can return new next response. We're going to write unauthenticated. And I'm going to give it a status of 401 like this. Perfect. Now let's extract the body from our request. So const body is equal to await request, actually rec.json like this. And let's destructure the name from the body like this. Perfect. So we solved the case if we don't have the user ID. Now let's solve if we don't have a name. So if user decided somehow bypassed our front-end validation using Zod and passed in an empty name, we're going to return new next response. Name is required and give it a status of 400 like this. Great. And lastly, we're going to check if there is no params that store ID. So if store ID was not passed, in that case, return new next response. Store ID is required and give it a status of 400 as well. Great. And now let's go ahead and find and update our store. So const store is equal to await prisma db.update many. And before we continue, let's import our prisma db. So import prisma db from @/lib prisma db right here, and go ahead and open this update many right here. But it's not prisma.db.update many, it's actually .store. My apologies. And inside, first, let's find where. So where ID is equal to params that store ID, and where user ID is equal to user ID. And we have to pass in the data, which we are going to update. In our case, that is just going to be the name like this. And then all we have to do is return new next response. Actually, we don't have to initiate it with new because we are going to use .json method. So next response .json store like that. Perfect. And now that we have this, we are ready to create our delete method as well. So let's go ahead and we can just copy this entire thing. So I'm going to copy this entire patch function and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to rename this to delete like this. I'm going to go in my error first, and I'm just going to remove this store patch to store delete like this. Perfect. So in our case, for the delete function, it's actually not going to have a body. So inside your delete function, you can remove the body and you can remove the destructuring of the body. And you can also remove this check for the body as well. And this store is actually not going to work with update many. Instead, it's going to be delete many like this, meaning that we don't have the data object right here. Perfect. And yeah, you can still send it back in JSON. So why am I using delete many and why am I not using delete? Well, you can see we have an error here because user ID is not unique. So we have to use delete many for this prompt to work. Perfect. And that's it. We now have our delete function and we now have our patch function. One more thing I want to mention to you is that when you are adding this request and this params, don't accidentally remove this request because it's not used. there are no errors being thrown here, but this will not work. That's because the parameters is only available in the second argument of this delete function, not in the first one. So even though we don't use the request, we still need to add it here. If you want to, you can add an underscore like this to tell you that it's unused, but it's kind of a convention to do something like that, but you don't have to. And same thing goes if you're using the request. You can't accidentally switch places with it, so it has to be the second argument. Perfect. So we have both of this ready right now. So we can go back in our settings form now. So I'm going to go in my dashboard, routes, settings, components, settings form like this. And I'm going to modify this on submit to do something else. So I'm going to open a try and catch block. Let's get the error first. And what I'm going to do is toast, which you can import from react-hot-toast. So I'm going to immediately move this to the top right here. And I'm going to call toast.error. Something went wrong. Like this. Perfect. And I'm also going to add a finally here. The finally is going to reset the loading to false. So in try, I'm going to add set loading to true. Like this. After that, I'm going to call await axios.patch. And of course, we have to import Axios. So let's go ahead and add that. Import Axios from Axios. Like that. And now we have the Axios patch, and we're going to point open backticks. So /API/stores. And now we have to pass in the store ID. So in order to get that, we have to get our params. So go ahead and add const params is equal to use params from next/navigation like this. Make sure you've added this so you can see my import right here. And I'm just going to move it to the top with the global imports. Okay, so I have that. And I'm also going to need a router. So const router is equal to use router also from next/navigation. So make sure you import that from next/navigation and not next/router. That's an incorrect way of doing it. Great. Now that I have that, I can open an object here and write params.storeID. And I can pass in the data like that. So I'm going to go to /API/stores/storeID, which is the exact route that we defined. /API/stores/storeID, and we are going to target this patch function right here. So let's go back in settings form here right now. After this has been complete, we're going to call router.refresh. This is going to kind of resynchronize this server component right here, which fetches our store and is going to call it again. So that way we're going to get new initial data, which is going to be the data we just updated. And after that, I'm going to fire toast.success store updated, just like this. Perfect. Let's go ahead and try this. I'm going to refresh everything and I'm going to change this name from test store to test update and click save changes. And there we go. Store has been updated and you can see how my navigation bar now shows test update. And if I refresh entirely, you can see that that is now the default value here. Perfect. Now what we have to do is we have to create a model, which is going to fire when I click on this delete button right here. So let's go into our components folder. I'm going to close everything. In components, in models, create a new file, alert-model.tsx, like this. Let's mark this as use client. And let's go ahead and write export const alert model like this. Perfect. And now let's write the interface. So interface alert model props. It's going to take is open, which is a boolean. It's going to take on close, which is going to be an empty void. It's going to take on confirm, which is going to be an empty void as well, and loading, which is a boolean like this. And then you can assign these props right here. So react.fc alert model props like that, and destructure all of those. So it is open, on close, on confirm, and loading. Great. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and add some other things here. So const is mounted, set is mounted, is going to be equal to use state. False, I imported use state from React right here. So you might be familiar with this. We already did this in providers, in model provider. But since our alert model is not gonna work the same way our store model is, meaning that I will not add it here, that means that it's not going to be protected by this isMount trick for hydration. So I have to do that manually again inside of here. So use effect, also import it from React. Go ahead and open that. Make sure to add the dependency array, and I'm gonna add set is mounted to true like that. And in here, I'm just going to check if we are not mounted, return null like that. Otherwise, we can go ahead and return the actual model component. So return model, which you can import from /UI model, but you already know that I'm going to replace this to components. Great. So now we have the model, and inside, let's just assign some props to it first. So title is going to be "Are you sure?" like that, and description is going to be "This action cannot be undone." IsOpen is going to be controlled by IsOpen prop, and onClose is going to be controlled by onClose like that. And inside, I'm going to open a div with a class name of padding top 6 space -x -2 flex items -center justify -end, and I'm also going to add w-full, which ensures that this div fills the entire width of the model body. And inside, I'm gonna add a button, which you can import from .UI button, but of course, I'm going to replace that with add/component. This button is going to say cancel. It's going to be disabled if we are loading, which is a prop, and variant, whoops, is going to be outline like that. And on click is going to be triggering the close functionality. The other button is going to be continue. And this button is also going to be disabled if we are loading. Variant for this one is going to be destructive. Okay, let me just see. How do you spell destructive? Like this, okay. And on click, we're going to call on confirm. Great, so now we have that model and it is ready to be used. So let's go back in our settings form now. So go into the app folder, inside dashboard, store ID, routes, settings, components, settings form. And inside of this fragment, we're going to add the alert model like this from add/components/models alert model like that. So I added it right here, alert model. Great. Now that I have that, I can use the fields inside. So IsOpen is going to be controlled by open like that. OnClose is going to trigger the set open to false. So I already have this right here in this state. Great, and now on confirm is going to be empty function for now, and loading is going to be loading like this. So let's go ahead and let's see what happens now. So once I click this delete button, you can see that I have a prompt, are you sure? This action cannot be undone. Perfect, that's exactly what I want. What we have to do now is connect this continue button to actually delete the button, to delete the store. And we do have an API route for that in the store ID because we just created it right here. So let's go ahead, let's go into our settings form and let's create our onDelete function. So const onDelete is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. Let's go ahead and open a try and catch block. So I'm gonna catch the error here. I'm gonna write toast that error. And I'm going to write, make sure you removed all products and categories first. That is because we're going to, it's not going to be possible to delete the store if you have active categories and products and everything inside. It's going to be a safety mechanism. We did not manually do this. So if you look at my delete function, I don't check for that anywhere. But the way we are going to create our relations in the schema Prisma file is going to control how the relations will be able to get deleted. Right now, we have no relations in this store yet, so we won't ever get that error. But later on, we're going to add relations to this store, such as products and billboards and categories. If you want to, you can add a special onDelete cascade to that relation. So it's going to enable you to delete the store and it's going to delete all the products and categories and everything along with it. But for safety features, I'm going to do something a bit different in this tutorial, and I'm going to explain that again. But I just wanted to explain why am I throwing this error right here? How do I know that's going to happen? Great. And now in the finally, right here, let's add set loading to be false and set open to be false again. So we close the model after this. Great. Now in the try, let's add the set loading to be true. And let's call await axios.delete. Go ahead and open backticks /API/stores/ open special object parameters store ID like this. And then router.refresh. So we do the same thing as when we update something, and then router.push. We're just going to push to the /route because our /route is the root right here. And once we get to the slash, we get in this layout. And in here, we're going to check if there is any other existing store. So after we delete this store, what's going to do is going to default to this new store. And if we then delete the new store, it's going to default to the page inside root, which triggers the store model. So it's going to ask us, hey, you need to create your first store. All right, so now that we have that, all we have to do is write toast.success store deleted like this. Perfect. Let's go ahead and now use this on delete instead of this empty arrow function here. So I'm going to expand this a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and try and delete this test update. So I'm going to click continue. And there we go, store has been deleted, and you can see I'm redirected back to root, and now I'm in the new store right here, and there is no deleted store. So let's go ahead and delete this store as well and see what happens. I'm gonna get redirected back, and you can see I cannot close this window because I need to have at least one store. So I'm gonna call this existing store, and I'm going to create it. And that's it. We finished our settings, and now we can update this store to, let's say, choose store and save the changes. It's immediately reflected right here, and I can also try and delete it. One more thing I want to add is just in this navbar, currently we have no way of going back to the dashboard, so we can only select settings. So I just want to quickly add that. For that, we have to go in our main nav component. So go ahead, go into components, main nav, and like you added this route, go ahead and copy it just above it. And the route is going to be just /store ID. The active is going to be just /store ID. And the label will be overview, or you can name it home or dashboard. Practically, it doesn't matter. But I just want you to be able to redirect to this right here. And one last thing we have to add to this settings page is a little alert right here at the bottom, which is going to show the environment key, which is going to be very useful later on when we connect to the front end. So go ahead and go in ShadCN UI and find the alert component. And here we have the CLI to install this. So I'm going to copy this for npm. I'm going to go in my terminal right here. And this is the command. So npx shadcn-ui at latest add alert. Press enter and confirm that you want to install it, and that's it. That's going to add this component. You can go ahead and run dev again. I'm going to refresh my page so everything is up to date. I'm going to close everything, and I'm going to go in my components, in my UI, and I'm going to create another component which is going to use this alert. It's going to be called API alert. So API-alert.tsx like this. Great. So let's go ahead and create an interface for this. So interface API alert props like this. We need the title, which is a string. We need the description, which is a string, and we need a variant, which is a type of public or a type of admin, because we are going to also reuse this API alert for all of those routes which will be shown in the products tab, in the categories tab, a bunch of other stuff. So I just quickly want to show you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this component right here. This is what we are building right now. So we can give it a title, we can give it a description, and we can copy that. And you can see how here I use it in the settings for the environment variable, but in the products, for example, I use it for API routes. So that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so now that we have that, we can continue developing this. After we have the API alert props, let's go ahead and write a text map. So const text map is going to be a record the first argument is going to be API alert props. We're going to pick a variant from it like this. The second argument is going to be string like that. So go ahead and open that object, and we're going to write public to be public, admin to be admin like that. And we're going to do a very simple same thing for the variant map. So you can go ahead and copy this and paste it and rename this variant map. And in this case, the public is going to map to secondary and the admin is going to map to destructive. Like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and continue developing our component. So export const AP alert is a React functional component which takes in the AP alert props like that. Let's go ahead and destructure the props. So title, description, and variant, which by default is public like that. And let's go ahead and return this like this. And I'm going to go ahead and write return alert from ./alert, but I'm going to remap it to /components/UI alert like this. And then inside, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a server icon from Lucid React, and I'm going to move that to the top like this. It's a self-closing tab. I'm going to give it a class name of h-4w-4. And while we are doing this, we can already go ahead in our app, dashboard, routes, settings, components, settings form. And what I want to do is just below this form, I'm going to add a separator. Again, we already have that imported, and I'm going to add API alert like this. And I'm going to give it a title of test and a description of test description. So I just want you to see what we're building here so you can see the render. Great. Let's go back in API alert and let's continue developing this. So we have the server icon now, and now let's give it the alert title, which is also something you can import from add/components/UI alert. Great. And inside I'm going to render the title like this. Now you can see how test has appeared here. Let's go ahead and let's give this a class name of flex items-center and gap-x-2 like that. And inside of this alert title, I'm going to give it a badge. So for that, we have to go and find the badge in shadcn UI, and I'm going to use this command for npm to add it to our components. Let's go ahead and run npx shadcn-ui at latest add badge and press enter. Confirm, and that's it. You can run the project again, and if you shut it down, just remember to refresh. And now we can go ahead and add the badge right here from ./badge, and I'm just going to remap it to components/UI like this. Great. Inside, I'm going to render this, the text map. So go ahead and write text map, and I'm going to pass in the variant. So that's why I created this map, because the only variants available are going to be public and admin, because our routes will be available either to public like get routes, or they will be admin routes for patch and delete and post. So that's why I wanted to do this cool little map to show you how you can create safe objects with TypeScript using existing props. Great. And alongside this badge displaying the text inside, I'm also going to go ahead and give it a variant. And this variant is going to be the variant map passing in the variant. Like this. There we go. And let's just quickly see why this is not working. Yes, that's because in this variant map, I defined that the second thing can be any string. That's not true. So the badge variant only takes secondary, destructive, default, and outline. So let's go ahead and remove this. And instead, I'm going to write badge props, which I can import from add components UI badge like this. And I'm going to pick the variant from here. There we go. So I'm going to expand a little bit so you can see how my variant map now looks. So it's a record. The first string right here is either public or admin, and the second can be something in the choice of badge props variant like that. And now the error here is gone. Perfect. And now we are finished with the alert title. Let's go ahead and add alert description. I imported the alert description from add/components UI alert. Inside, I'm going to go ahead and add a code element, which is a native HTML element. And inside, I'm going to write description like this. So now let's go ahead and let's actually add some class names for this code. So class name inside, it's going to be relative rounded bg dash muted. px is going to be 0.3 rem, like this. py is going to be 0.2 rem, like that. Font is going to be mono, so it's a bit robotic. Text is going to be small, and font is going to be semi-bold, like this. Great. So I'm going to expand this one more time so you can see the entire code. So relative, rounded, bg muted, px, py, font mono, text sm, and font semi-bold. Perfect. Now let's add a class name to this alert description. I'm going to give it a margin top 4, flex, items dash center, and justify dash between, like this. And just below this code, I'm going to add a button. You can import that from ./button, but I'm going to change it to components/UI, like this. Great. So now that I have the button inside, I'm going to go ahead and add a copy icon from Lucid React right here, along with the server icon. And it's a self-closing tag, and I'm going to give it a class name of h-4 and w-4. Great. Let's give this button a variant of outline, size small or icon, depending on what you want to use, and on click, we're going to go ahead and for now give it an empty function like this. So you can see how we have this icon right here. So let's go ahead and actually create this on click function. What we're going to do is we're going to add a copy function. So const on copy is going to be accepting a description, which is a type of string like this. And inside, what I'm going to do is call navigator.clipboard.write text description like this. And I'm going to call toast from React hot toast, and I'm going to move that to the top right here. So toast.success is going to be API route copied to the clipboard, like that. And then we can use this on copy like this and paste it here. And I'm going to refresh, and you can see right now in my description, I've passed in the test description. Oh, my apologies. This is going to be an arrow function like this, which is then just going to pass in the description. Or actually, we don't have to do that. So you can do this. Yeah, this works. But technically, you can do on copy, and you can just use the description from here. So no need for this. You can just use the description. It's going to be the same thing. My apologies. Great. So now that you have that, you can see that in my settings form, I'm just going to pass this a variant public like this. So the error goes away. So let's see. In my settings form, I added this API alert to the bottom. I give it a title of test and a description of test description. And apparently, when I click on copy, it's going to copy that to my clipboard. So let's see if that is true. So I'm going to click copy. It says API route copy to the clipboard. And if I paste, there we go. You can see that I pasted test description. So whatever I passed in the description prop was copied to my clipboard. Great. And now let's go ahead and actually write a proper title. So the title here, I want to help the user by showing them what environment variable should be named for this store when they connect to their frontend. So I'm going to write next underscore public underscore API underscore URL. Now, you don't have to name it exactly like this. Next public is important. But what I'm trying to say is whatever you put here won't matter for this project. So I'm just helping you to create a good dashboard so it connects well to any other frontend. So that's why I'm kind of doing this. This component won't improve the functionality of this project, but it is a cool feature to have, and we are building a very complex dashboard, so we are packing it with a lot of features such as stuff like this. Great. And before I fill my description, I want to go ahead and add another hook here. So let's go ahead. I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go into my hooks, and I'm going to create a new file, use-origin.tsx. So I'm going to create a hook where I can safely access the window object in Next13. So that's a little bit tricky because you know that a lot of stuff in Next13 is server-side rendering, and on the server, the window object does not exist. That's only available in the browser. So let's go ahead and write export const use origin. It's going to be an arrow function, and let's write const mounted set mounted use state is going to be false, and let's just import use state from React. So I'm going to do that at the top. So import use state from React like that, and let's also immediately add use effect. Perfect. Now that we have that, let's actually get our origin. So we're going to do a long line, which is going to do kind of fallbacks for the origin. So const origin is equal to type of window is not undefined. So if window is not undefined, and if we have a window.location.origin, in that case, we are going to use window.location.origin because it's available. Otherwise, we're going to use an empty string. So it's a long line, but what we're doing is we're checking if the window is available. If it is, we are checking if window.location exists. If that's true, we are using window.location.origin. Otherwise, we are passing an empty string. Perfect. And now that we have this, let's go ahead and write use effect set mounted to true. So this is the hydration trick that I already did a few times. If we are mounted, just return empty. Otherwise, return origin like this. Perfect. Now you can go back in the app folder, dashboard, routes, settings, components, settings form right here. And you can go ahead and modify the description now. So I'm going to open curly brackets and I'm going to add backticks. I'm going to use the origin. So I actually forgot to use the hook and we are using the window object, but I'm going to fix that later. And I'm going to write /API/ and I'm going to use params.storeID like this. And you can see how that generated the correct URL to access my store. So later on, when we get to our front-end store, we are going to just copy this. We're going to paste it in our code, and our entire store will be connected to this API, which is later going to be even more advanced than just a couple of routes. Great, so that's it. The reason I wanted you to create this in the settings, I know it doesn't kind of make sense. So I just told you, okay, we're gonna create settings and some routes, and all of a sudden we're building this component. That's because every single form that we're gonna create from now on is gonna have this component, and we just saved ourselves a lot of time because now it's finished and we can just reuse it throughout the project. Perfect. And one last thing I want to do is I want to go in the alert API alert, which we just created, and I just want to mark it as use client. So the reason it's working right now is because the only place we are using the API alert component is in the settings form, which is a client component. But if we were to add it in a server component without explicitly mentioning use client at the top, it would have broken the app. So this way we just ensured that does not happen. Good job, great job. You did a lot of useful things and a lot of things we can reuse in the future forms to speed up this process. So I made a mistake in my settings form right here. So I used origin right here, but what I forgot was to actually use the hook, use origin. You might have noticed that. So why is this working? Well, because this is referring to window.origin or window.location.origin, but you don't have to type those because they are global. But this can cause hydration errors regardless of the fact that it's working. So I just want to ensure that we are doing this the proper way. So I'm going to write const origin is equal to use origin like this, and you can import use origin from hooks use origin like that, and then you're going to use that origin. And now that you can see how when I refresh for a second, there is nothing in the origin. So this ensures that during that split second in the server side rendering, we're not going to get a hydration error. Great. So what we'll focus on building now is the second entity in our database, which is going to be the billboards. So let's go ahead, let's close everything here, and I'm gonna go in my schema Prisma. So I'm gonna go in Prisma, schema.prisma right here. And one thing I want to mention, if you're not seeing these colors, so my generator client is blue, my strings are yellow, and my variables are white, my brackets are red or pink. If you're not seeing this, it means you don't have the extension for Prisma. So just go in your extensions, type Prisma, and install the first package right here. So I just wanted to give you that little tip. Great, so we have to create a model for our billboards. Let's go ahead and do that. So model billboard is going to have an ID, which is a type of a string ID, and default is going to be UUID like this. Next, it's going to have a relation to the store. So billboards can only exist inside a specific store. So let's go ahead and write store ID. That's going to be a type of a string. And we're also going to have store. And that is going to be the store object, the store model, and it's going to have a relation, which is going to be called store to billboard, like that. It's going to have fields. So I'm just going to expand my code so you can see everything that I'm writing. So fields are going to be store ID, and references are going to be ID, like that. And now we have an error because we have defined the relation here, but we have not defined it in the store model right here. So just below this user ID, go ahead and add billboards like this, and add a billboard like this, and add an array at the end. And add a relation here as well, and call it store to billboard as well. Great, now the error is gone, but we still have a warning, which we're gonna fix with an index decorator later. Great, so we have that now. So let me explain just a little bit here. So we have added a store property to this billboard. Actually, we have added the store ID property, and we defined a relation here. So that relation is a connected relation to this store. It's named the same, and it's targeting the field store ID, and it's referring to the ID in the store. So that's what this references and fields mean. Great. Besides this, billboard is also going to have a label, which is also a type of string, and it's going to have image URL, so a single image, which is also going to be a string. And it's also going to have created at, which is a date time, and default of that is going to be now, and it's going to have updated at, which is also date time, and that is a type of at updated at, like this. Actually, we did not execute this, my apologies. So the same as this and the same as this. Perfect. And now let's just fix this warning. So you can Google how to fix this. I found this solution, so store ID, and that resolves that error. Great, so what do we do now that we added a new billboard? Because right now, if you try, let's go ahead, let's go into this layout right here, or let's go somewhere where we have Prisma. I think that's root right here. So we have Prisma here. Let's just try and write const billboard to be await prisma.db.billboard, and what happens? Billboard doesn't exist on property Prisma. That is because we have not run npx prisma generate on this billboard right here. So let's go ahead and let's go in our terminal. I'm going to shut down the application, and I highly suggest you do the same every time you make changes to the Prisma. So what we have to do first is npx prisma generate. And now you can see that if I go in my layout, there we go. It's no longer an error, and it auto-completes to the billboard. Perfect. So you can now remove that. We don't need it. So no changes needed to the root. Great. So go back in schema.prisma right here. And the next thing we have to do is we have to push this to the planet scale. So go ahead and run npx prisma db push. And let's see what happens now. So after a couple of seconds, there we go. Your database is now in sync with your schema Prisma. Perfect. And now you can npm run dev again and just refresh your page to confirm everything is working as it should. Great. Now that we have that working, what we are going to focus on is creating the navigation for the billboard. So let's go into let's go into components, main nav right here, and you can just go ahead and copy this. Actually, maybe better copy the settings, and just above the settings, add this and replace these routes with billboard like that. Billboards like this. So it's multiple, and the label is going to be billboards as well. And there we go. Now we have the billboards. And if I click here, I'm going to get a 404 because this page does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's actually build this page. So I'm going to go in the app folder, dashboard, store ID, routes, and the same way I did with settings, I'm going to create a new folder called billboards like that. And inside I'm going to create a new page.tsx like this. I'm going to call it billboards page. I'm going to return a div which says billboards like that. And once I refresh, there we go. Now it's fixed. It says billboards. So this is my structure. Inside the grouped dashboard folder, inside the store ID, inside the grouped routes, I have a billboard folder in the same level as my settings. And inside I have a page.tsx. Perfect. So what I want to do now is I'm just going to style this a little bit. So class name is going to be flex-call like this. Inside, I'm going to add another class name like this. This is going to be flex-1 space-y-4 p-8 and pt-6 like this. Great. And inside, I'm going to add another component called billboard client like this. And I'm going to go ahead and create a components folder inside of this billboards folder, components. And I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, client.tsx. And this is, you guessed it, going to be a client component where we are going to load all of our billboards. For now, we have no billboards, so we won't be building that whole component with no data. But we are going to prepare a couple of stuff inside. So let's go ahead and mark this as use client. And let's just write export const billboard client like that. And for now, we can just return a fragment like this. Let's go ahead and create a div here. Class name of flex items dash center justify dash between. And just say billboard client like that. And then you can go back in your page.tsx file and import this from your components. So import destruct billboard client from /components client like that. And there we go. Now it says billboard client right here. Perfect. And in this client, I just want to add a heading, which is a component we already have. So heading, you can import that from add/components UI heading like this. Let's go ahead and give it a title of billboards. And I'm going to add hard-coded 0 for now. This is, of course, later going to be, it's going to be dynamic. And description is going to be manage billboards for your store like this. Great. And now just below this heading, I'm going to add a button element, which you can add from add/components UI button. And we're going to add a plus icon inside. I'm going to give this a class name of margin right 2 h-4 and w-4 like this, and it's gonna say add new like this. There we go. For now, that's all we're gonna do in this billboard client component, and we can already prepare the separator. So go ahead and add the separator from add/components UI separator like this. Great. So this is ready now. What we're going to add here later is a big data table. But for now, we have nothing to iterate over. So really no need to build the whole component if there is no data for us to look at. So instead, we are first going to focus on creating the form to create new billboards. So I'm going to go ahead and add a router to this client. So const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. And let's also get the params. So const params is equal to use params from next/navigation like this. Perfect. And now that we have those, and I'm just going to move them to the top, I'm going to go ahead and add an onClick function to this button right here, which is going to say router.push. I'm going to open backticks and I'm going to slash params.store ID / billboards / new like this. So once I click, you can see I go to 404 because we have not created this /new route. But the trick is this route right here /billboards /new won't be hard coded to new. In fact, we're going to create a new folder inside of this billboards folder. We're going to create a new folder called billboard ID like this. So go ahead inside and create a new page.tsx, and I'm just gonna go and quickly write billboard page like this, so a single billboard, and inside I'm just gonna say this is a form for billboards like that. And once I refresh here, there we go. Now it works. So yes, I can write /new or /123 and this is still going to work. So you can see how we are going to use this. Here I purposely redirect to /new, and you're going to see why in a reason. in a minute. So inside this page.tsx right here, what I'm going to do is first I'm going to mark this as an asynchronous function right here, and I'm going to go ahead and extract the params from here because it's a server component. So this is how I can get them. And let's also give here a type. So billboard ID is a type of string. How do I know that in my params I'm going to get a billboard ID? Because I have that in this folder right here. Perfect. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to fetch an existing billboard using the ID in our URL. So const billboard is going to be await prisma.db, which you can import from /lib prisma.db .billboard.find unique, where ID is equal to params.billboard ID, like this. Perfect. And we actually don't care if this billboard exists or not. So let's see. I'm going to write existing billboard is going to be billboard.label, like this. And there we go. It says nothing. And that's correct because in my URL, I am at /new. And we are going to use this. We're going to use the fact whether billboard is found or not in the database to know whether to display a new form or an edit form. So this is how we are going to decide whether the user wants to edit an existing billboard or create a new billboard. So that's why we redirect to /new, because that is technically mapped to this billboard ID. And then this ID is it's searching for this technically, which obviously is not going to be found. Meaning that, yes, we are going to use that fact that nothing was found to turn on a specific form, which is going to trigger the creation of a new billboard rather than updating an existing one. But in other cases, if the billboard ID in the URL is correct, we're just going to use that as initial data like we did in the settings, and then we're going to trigger an option to update rather than to create a new one. Great. So let's go ahead and modify this a little bit. So I'm gonna go, I'm gonna create a div here again with the class name of flex-call. I'm gonna open a new div with the class name of flex-1 space-y-4 p-8 and pt-6, like this. Great. And what I'm going to actually do now is I'm going to copy the settings form. So let's go into settings, let's go into components, settings form, and go back into your billboard ID right here, create a new folder called components, and just paste it here. And we are going to rename this to billboard form, like that. Great. So let's go ahead, and while we are in this billboard form, let's just rename all the instances of setting form. So I have the setting form props, I have the setting form values, I have the setting form props again, setting form values again, and setting form values again here. And I'm going to rename this to billboard form, like this. So now you can see that all of my instances are in billboard form. Perfect. And now I can go in my page.tsx in my billboard ID, and I can add that billboard form right here. And I can import it from /components billboard form, because we are referring to this components right here. And we have an error here because it expects initial data, but we have not passed it. So let's go ahead and say initial data is equal to billboard. And we are still going to get an error because remember, we copied this from server settings. So our store settings. So our store settings is expecting store to be initial data, but that is not going to be the case here. So let's change the billboard form props to for initial data instead of store. It's going to take a billboard, or is going to take null, because there is a chance that the billboard was not found. And let's also just import the billboard in place of store from prisma/client, like this. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's see what happens here. So I still have an error here. So let me just check why that is happening. I assume it's because initial date is not the proper name, it's initial data, like this. There we go. So now the error has gone away. Perfect. But of course, we have some other errors now. So let me just go ahead and I just want to reorder a couple of things. So I'm going to move this form schema above my interface. I just feel better with it that way. Great. And I want to move this right here at the bottom. Great, like that. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and first let's remove, let's fix this default values first. Great. So we have the initial data, right? But we have an error because there's a possibility that it's null, as I defined right here. So in order to fix this, I'm going to add a type pipe right here, and I'm going to manually add the label to be empty, and I'm going to add image URL to be empty as well. But we still have the errors because we're using Zod, and our Zod has some different fields defined right here. So let's go ahead and fix that. Instead of the name, it's going to be label, because that's what we just named in our schema Prisma right here. In Prisma schema, you can see that we have a label, not a name. Great, so we have the label and we also have the image URL. Like this. So add z.string for that too. Also a min1, like that. And there we go. Now our errors for the default values officially went away. Great. Now, obviously, we're going to have to modify our onSubmit and our onDelete as well. You can see that the API is still pointing at the stores, but we're going to do that when we get to that. So for now, change this settings. So we're going to go and modify this title so it actually looks the way it should. And we're not going to hard code it here. Instead, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go just above our form right here and create const title. Is going to check if there is initial data. If it is, it's going to say edit billboard. Otherwise, it's going to say create billboard. And you can copy this. And now we're going to use the description. So if there is initial data, instead of edit billboard, we're actually going to write edit the billboard. Otherwise, it's going to be add a new billboard. Now, we're also going to have a toast message. In that case, we're going to say billboard updated. Otherwise, we're going to write billboard created, like that. And I like to use a dot in my messages. And last, we have the action. So if there is initial data, in that case, we're going to say save changes. Otherwise, we're going to say create, like this. So let's go into our heading right now. Where is it? Right here. And let's change this settings title to title, like this. Great. Now it says create billboard right here. And for description, let's change this to description right here. Perfect. And now let's go ahead. Let's find our button where it says save changes, and let's change this to action, like this. Great. And now it's changed to create. Perfect. And for now, we can remove this API alert because we are going to do something different here. Perfect. Now we have to add the proper fields for this entity, because it doesn't have the name field. Instead, it has a label field. So let's go ahead and change this by adding the label, like this. So label, and there we go. The error went away, and rename the form label as well. And instead of store name, here we're going to write billboard label, like this. There we go. So now it says label, billboard label, create a new billboard, and create a billboard. And you can see how it's very similar to settings, but we access it through here. Perfect. And one thing that looks weird is that we have a delete button in a form to create a new billboard. So let's go ahead and let's add some checks which are going to hide that. So go ahead and find this button, and we're just going to wrap it inside a conditional, which is going to check if there is initial data. In that case, and that case only, you're going to render this button like this. There we go. So now it's gone. So only after we successfully create a billboard with a label are we going to be able to actually show that delete button. Perfect. So before we actually do anything that is able to create the button, and before we modify all of these messages right here and all of this wrong API routes for now, what we are going to do is we have to create another component. We have to create a component for image upload. In order to do that, we first have to set up our Cloudinary account. So go into Google or use my link in the description and find the Cloudinary website. And from here, go ahead and either click sign up for free or log in. So I'm just going to do that real quick. Great. And after you've successfully logged in, you're going to be seeing something similar to this. Perhaps you will see this dashboard screen. And this is where I want you to stay. I want you to stay on this screen, which has your cloud name right here. So you can easily copy that because we're going to need it now. So what we need besides the Cloudinary is the next-Cloudinary npm package. So you can also use the link in the description or Google next-Cloudinary. And go ahead and select installation right here. And we're going to use npm install next-Cloudinary. So let's go ahead and I'm going to open my terminal and shut down my application. And I'm going to write npm install next-Cloudinary. And I'm going to press enter. Wait a couple of seconds for this to install. And then we're going to go on to step 2 right here, which is configuration. Great. So I'm going to go ahead and run my project again. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to find my .environment file right here. And I'm going to copy the next public Cloudinary name. So you can just go ahead and copy this. And I'm going to paste it at the bottom here. So there we go, next public Cloudinary name. And we have to replace this, your cloud name, with our dashboard cloud name right here. So just click copy here and paste that in here. Perfect. And now we are ready to create our image upload component. So let's go ahead and let's do that. I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go into my components, into my UI, and I'm going to create a new file called image-upload.tsx. Great. So let's go ahead and write const image upload like this. And I'm just going to quickly return image upload like that. Perfect. And now let's slowly modify this to actually connect to Cloudinary and for us to be able to upload images. So I'm going to write use client at the top right here. And let's go ahead and create an interface. So interface image upload props disabled is going to be an optional Boolean. On change is going to take a value, which is a string, and is going to return it. On remove, same thing, string and void. So this is going to be both a component to upload an image and a component to display those uploaded images. And we're going to have a value, which is an array of strings, so it can display multiple images at once. Great, so we have this image upload right now, and let's assign this. So react.fc image upload props like that, and let's extract all of those. So disabled, on change, on remove, and value like this. Perfect. And now let's do the good old trick for mounting. So if you want to, you can go into your providers, model provider, and just copy this is mount, set is mounted, use effect, and is mounted, and paste it here. And just add the use state and use effect from React. So to do that, you can just import use state and use effect from React like this. And there we go. And this just ensures that we have no problem with hydration regarding this component. Great. And let's export default image upload so we don't forget to do that later. Great. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's write our on upload function. So const on upload is going to take the result, which is a type of any, because Cloudinary doesn't have the typings. And we're going to call on change. And the result is going to be result.info.secure _ URL like this. So result.info.secure _ URL. The way I found this out, the way I know this is not really from the documentation, but I console log the result that I got after my image has been uploaded using this next Cloudinary component. And I figured out, okay, it's this exact thing that I need. Perfect. So now that we have this, oh yeah, and we also, let's just move this right here. So I don't want to break this before that. Great. So make sure your is mounted is below on upload like that. And now let's go ahead and let's actually create this widget. So inside of this div, create a new div with a class name mb-4 flex items-center and gap-4. So we are preparing our positioning for the images. So now I'm gonna go ahead and iterate over the value. So our value is an array of strings, meaning it's an array of image URLs. So I'm gonna write .map URL like this, and I'm gonna go ahead and show you how to render, how to continue. So go ahead and write a div like this, and let's give it a key, which is going to be the URL like this. And before I continue, I'm just going to show you what we are going to build so you're not confused. So we are going to be building this component right here, right? We'll be able to click upload image and we'll be able to select a billboard and we'll be able to preview it right here. So that's what we are building right now. This value.map is going to be an iteration of these images. So that's what we are going to add here in a form. Great. So I'm going to close this and continue working here. Great. So we gave this a key. Now let's go ahead and give this a class name of relative w-200 pixels in square brackets like that. h-200 pixels in square brackets as well, rounded -md and overflow -hidden like that. And I'm going to expand this so you can see better. Great. Now inside, I'm going to open another div with the class name of z-10 absolute top-2 and right-2. So this is going to be a container for our delete button of individual images. I'm going to add that button from /button, and as you already know, I'm going to replace that with component/UI like this, and I'm going to separate the imports. Perfect. And I'm going to add the trash icon from Lucid React, and I'm going to move that to the top. It's a self-closing tag, and let's go ahead and give it the class name of h-4 and w-4. The type is going to be button, and on click, what we are going to do is we're going to call on remove this specific URL, that we are iterating over. So this specific URL, we're going to trigger this on remove, which is going to be a prop. Perfect. And let's also give it a variant of destructive and a size of icon like this. Perfect. So now we have that, and just below this div, we can go ahead and add a next image like that. Make sure you imported the next image like this. Perfect. And now that we have that inside, I'm going to add a fill property, a class name of object-cover. And I'm also going to add an alt, which is image, and source is going to be URL like this. Perfect. And now just outside of that, but still inside of this main div, we're going to add the CLD upload widget like this. So let's go ahead. And first, let's import this from next-cloudinary like that. And let's go ahead and let's write on upload here to be on upload, which is what a function we defined right here. And now we have to give it an upload preset. So go ahead and write upload preset right here. Now, what do you write here? Well, what you have to do is go into your Cloudinary and go and find the settings right here. Well, I cannot zoom in that far, but if you can see the settings right here in the lower left corner, go ahead and click in the settings in the Cloudinary here, wait for this to load, and you click on upload under product environment settings right here. And you're going to go ahead, you can see in my upload presets here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I have a lot of things here. You're probably, if this is your first time using Cloudinary, you're not going to have this. You're probably just going to have the ML default. What you have to do is click add upload preset right here. So go ahead and press add upload preset and make sure the signing mode is unsigned. This is very, very important. So I'm gonna zoom in. See, signing mode needs to be unsigned. And this is your preset name. So you can copy that already and click save at the top. And you can see I have the newest preset right here, and mode is unsigned and it's red. That's what we need. Perfect. And now I'm gonna go back in my code and I'm gonna paste that upload preset right here. There we go. That's exactly what I need. And now inside, we're going to open this render that CLD upload widget is expecting. So open an object like that. Go ahead and open the props and destructure the open immediately like that. And go ahead and return a function. And let's write const on click. It's going to be an arrow function, which is just going to call open like this. And now we're going to go ahead and return a button like that, which is going to hold image plus icon, which you can import from Lucid React. So image plus like this. Great. Now that we have the image plus icon, it is a self-closing tab. And let's give it a class name of h-4, w-4, and mr -2 like this. Perfect. And let's go ahead and just give this a type of button, disabled to be disabled like that. Variant is going to be secondary. On click is going to be on click. So this is going to be a button which is going to actually open the Cloudinary widget. And this was to iterate over uploaded images right here. Perfect. That's it. That's all we need for the image upload. So now we can go back in our upload form. So let's go and find our upload form. I'm going to close everything. I'm going in the app folder, in dashboard, store ID, routes, billboards, billboard ID, components, billboard form right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this form field right here. So it's a self-closing tag. So be careful how you copy it. And I'm going to go outside of this div with grids right here. And I'm going to paste it here. So just make sure you indent it properly like this. There we go. I'm going to save. And now you can see if I refresh right here. Yeah, so make sure you refresh your application if you shut it down. There, now I have two labels here, and I'm gonna replace this one with image URL. And the label here is going to be background image, like this. There we go. And instead of having an input here, I'm gonna have my new component image upload, which you can import from add/components UI image upload like I did right here. Great. And now that we have that, we can go ahead and add it some values. So it has an error now because we have not passed in any values. So let's go ahead and add those. So value is going to be field.value question mark. In that case, we're going to pass it inside an array because yes, billboard only takes one image, but our image upload expects an array of those. So we're going to mock it. We're going to create an empty array, and inside I'm going to put field.value. Otherwise, if the current billboard has no image, we're just going to pass in the empty array like this. Great. And now you can see it looks much better. And I think in my image upload component, I forgot to add some text to this button. So let's quickly go back inside image upload. Let's find this button which says image plus, and just below that add upload an image. There we go. Now it looks better. And now we can go back into the billboard form and add the necessary fields to this. So besides the value, it's also going to have disabled, which is going to be mapped to loading like that. It's going to have onChange, which is going to accept the URL, and it's going to call field.onChange on that URL. And we're also going to have on remove, and that is going to call field.onChange and just remove, well, it's going to completely remove the URL. Perfect. So I think we are ready to try this now. Let's go ahead and let's click upload image. I'm going to click browse. I'm going to select a billboard, and there we go. It's uploading my assets. And what happened? Well, this is actually a good sign. This is working as intended, but the problem is we are using next image in this image upload component. You can see it right here. And whenever we use that, if we are using foreign hosts and sources such as Cloudinary, we have to add this host name to our next config. So you can either copy it from here, so rest.cloudinary.com, or you can just watch what I do. So I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go in my next.config.js, and I'm going to modify this to write images, domains, and open an array, and just paste rest.cloudinary.com inside. So I'm going to zoom in so you can see nice. Go open an images object, domains array, rest.cloudinary.com. Or you can also just click here, so see more info, and it's going to take you to some other ways you can build this. You can also use the remote patterns if you want to, but you can see that this is saying that this is the older version, but for me, it's still working the domains way. If it's not working for you, if you're watching this into the future, perhaps it's completely deprecated, but I've been using this in every project. It's much simpler for me. You can go ahead and add it in this way. Great. So now I'm just going to go back to my project, and what I recommend you do after you modified next.config.js, go ahead and shut down your application and run it again, because technically the hot reload works with next.config.js, but in my opinion, it always causes very slow development. Great. Now let's try again. So I'm gonna go ahead and upload my billboard and let's see what happens. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna click done and there we go. My image is right here. And if I click remove, there we go. It's gone. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. And now what we have to do is obviously we have to modify all of the routes inside of the billboard form. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So I'm going to go in my app folder, inside my dashboard, store ID, routes, billboards, billboard ID, components, billboard form. And let's go ahead and let's actually modify these routes. So first let's do the on submit. So the route is not going to be /API/stores. And I know we don't have the API route yet, but I want to prepare it either way. So instead of /API/stores, it's going to be /API/ open a special object. Actually, we can use this. So /API/params.storeID, and then we're going to go /billboards like this. But we have to modify this just a little bit. So I'm going to expand this like that. So instead of .patch, it's going to be .post. So on submit, we're going to set await axios.post /API/params.storeID/billboards like this. But I'm going to wrap this in an if clause. So if we have initial data, in that case, that means that I don't want to post, but I want to edit the current billboard. So you can see how we have to create some modifications. So go ahead and copy this and paste it here. And then this is going to be our block for updating. So leave the bottom one as it is, but change the second one to patch like this. And then the route has to be updated as well. Instead of /billboards, it's going to go to / that specific params.billboard.id like that. Perfect. So that's what we're going to do. If initial data exists, in that case, we're going to patch the /API/this store /billboards of that store /that specific billboard ID. Otherwise, we're going to go to /API, same thing, but just /billboards because we are creating a new one. Perfect. And now, instead of changing it manually here, because it can either be updated or created, I'm just going to pass in the toast message, which is a component we defined right here above. So if we have initial data, in that case, we're going to trigger billboard updated. Otherwise, I'm going to say billboard created. Perfect. The something went wrong can stay the same. And now let's do the same thing for the on delete function right here. So instead of running /API/stores, it's going to be /API/params.storeID /billboards /params.billboard.id like this. Perfect. And after saying store deleted, we're just going to say billboard deleted like that. And for this error message, well, billboards will not be able to be deleted if they have an active category. So let's just give a more informative message here. Make sure you removed just all categories using this billboard like that. So it's a descriptive message to why something could go wrong. Perfect. I think that is pretty much everything we need before we start actually developing our API routes for this. So I'm going to refresh this, and now we're going to go ahead and we're going to create the API routes. So let's go ahead and let's go in our API folder right here. And inside, I'm going to create a new folder. This folder is going to be called Store ID. Because this might make sense if you look back in my dashboard, routes, billboard form, you can see that when I update it, I'm going immediately to the store ID. So that's why I created a new API route, which goes immediately to the store ID like this. And then inside, I'm going to create a new folder, which is going to go to billboards like that. And let's create a route inside. So route.ts inside. And first we have to create our post route, which is going to be able to create a new billboard under the store. So for that, we can actually go in our stores route.ts, and I'm going to just copy this entire thing right here. So then I can go back into billboards route.ts and I can paste it here. And now we're going to change what's not needed for us. So first things first, what I want to modify is that I'm not getting the name from the body. Instead, I'm getting the label and the image URL like that. So let's modify it first. If there is no label, in that case, I'm going to write label is required. And then I'm going to copy this and paste it and do the same thing for image URL. So I'm just going to write image URL is required. And I'm just going to expand so you can see more of the code. And I'm not creating a store, I'm creating a billboard like that. So await prismadb.billboard.create like that. And I'm not passing in the name, I'm passing in the label, and I'm passing in the image URL like this. And I'm also not passing in the user ID like that. But I am passing a store ID. So go ahead and write store ID, params.store ID. Whoops. Let's just see. Oh yes, we have to add the params to this post method. My apologies. So go ahead and add the params here. And let's add the typing. So params is an object which has store ID, which is a type of string inside. Now, how do we have this store ID? Well, because of our API structure, it goes /API/store ID/billboards. So that's how I always have the store ID. And in this store ID API, we're going to add routes for products and categories and everything else. So always in our params, we'll have access to store ID. So we can always check that we are doing things in a correct store. Perfect. So for that, we also have to do a couple of more changes. So first, let's finish this. So label, image URL, and store ID, and params.store ID like this. Perfect. Now, let's go ahead and just check if by chance there is no store ID. So if there is no params.store ID, in that case, you can just go ahead and copy this and paste it here and just say store ID is required like that. Perfect. And in the next response.json, we are going to return, of course, the billboard and change this to billboards post like this. So you have a better knowledge of your errors in the terminal. Perfect. And now I just want to go ahead and add another check to this. So what I want to do is I want to confirm that this store ID actually exists for this user. So I'm going to add const store by user ID is equal to await prismadb.store.find first, where ID is params.store ID, so it's the ID of the store, and user ID is the current user ID. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to find the store that is passed in this store ID, because this user can now technically steal someone else's store ID and create a billboard in their store, even if they are authenticated. All we check for now is that they are authorized right here. Let's instead of unauthorized, let's actually write unauthenticated here. It's a proper message. So if there is no user ID, that means the user is not authenticated. So what we have to do here is check if there is no store by user ID. So if the user, if the store ID the user is requesting in combination with their user ID is not available, that means that the user is trying to update someone else's store, which is not something we want to allow. So in that case, I'm going to return new next response unauthorized with a status of 403 like that. So unauthenticated means that the user is not even logged in, but unauthorized means that user is logged in but does not have the permission to modify what they are trying to modify. So that's the check that we are doing right here. Perfect. So we have the billboard, we are creating the billboard with the label and image URL, and we have the store ID. Perfect. And while we are here, I just want to reuse this. So I'm going to copy this entire thing again, and I'm going to add another route to get all of our billboards. So go ahead and rename this to get. You can leave the store ID right here. We are actually not going to need the body, the user, nothing. So you can remove all of these checks, just leave this store ID like that. And we're not gonna need to do this check either. And instead here, we're gonna write billboards. So we're gonna get all billboards, find many like that. And all we're gonna do is write where store ID is equal to params store ID like this. Perfect. And we are going to send all of those billboards, and I'm going to change this error to get. There we go. So we're going to use this on the front end. We're going to go /API/this store ID /billboards in a get route, and that is going to load all billboards that are available in that store. Perfect. So that's exactly what we want. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's actually create the routes for a specific billboard. So inside my billboards folder in the API, I'm going to create a new folder, billboard ID, like this. So similar to store ID. And you can actually go into store ID right here and copy everything inside, because we are going to need both patch and delete functions here. And we're also going to add a get function inside, but that's going to be for later. So go inside billboard ID and create a new route.ts inside and paste everything just like that. And now let's go ahead and modify this a little bit. So instead of having store ID in our params, we still have it, but the only thing we're going to need is the billboard ID. So we use the same thing. We just replace this with billboard ID like that. Perfect. And what I'm going to do now right here, besides having billboard ID, I also actually need the store ID. So store ID is a string and a billboard ID is a string as well. Great. So we have the user ID, we have the body, and the same thing. So we have the label and image URL like this. So let's change this to label. Label is required. Let's copy and paste this for the image URL like that. So image URL is required, and instead of params store ID, we're going to check for billboard ID like this, which is going to say billboard ID is required. Perfect. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to try and fetch the current store. So const store, you can actually go in your billboard route.ts to copy that to speed up the process. So go in your basically find this store by user ID. So just go ahead and you can copy the error as well like this. Go into billboard ID route.ts and just paste that here, and it's going to do the very same thing. Perfect. And now what we have to do is, instead of updating the store, we're going to write billboard here. So billboard prismadb.billboard update many ID params.billboard ID like that. And the data we are going to pass, it doesn't need the user ID. And the data we are going to pass is label and image URL, because those are the only things we can update, and just pass in that billboard right here and change this to billboard patch. Great. So we just modified this patch to work with billboards, and we have the store ID and billboard ID in the params because of our API structure, which has store ID and billboard ID. We are checking for the label and image URL the same way we did inside the post function right here. And we're also checking if the user is trying to do something in someone else's store. So we add this layer of protection by checking if the user is unauthorized by chance. And now let's modify the delete function in the very same way. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a billboard ID here as well. So go ahead and add billboard ID string. So the same thing we did here. So in our params, in the delete function, we have the store ID and billboard ID. And what we're going to check first is if we are unauthenticated. Then we're going to check if there is no billboard ID, and we are going to write billboard ID is required. Let me just check if I checked that. Yeah, I moved that. Great. We're going to check that. And then we're just going to check for the very same thing here. So I'm going to write store by user ID, and I'm just going to copy this thing, and I'm going to paste it in here like that. Perfect. And then instead of deleting the store, we are going to delete the billboards. So prismadb.billboard.delete money, and the ID is going to be store.billboard.id, like that. Perfect. And we are going to return that deleted billboard, and I'm going to change this error to billboard, like that. Perfect. So now we successfully finished this, but I want to add just one more route here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy this delete function right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add to the top another function called get, like this. So I copy the delete function because it's very similar. So I need, instead of store ID, all I need is a billboard ID in this case. So we don't need that in our parameters. And also we don't need to be authenticated to get the single billboard. And we don't need this store ID, and we don't need this check. So all I need is a billboard. And instead of delete many, I need find unique, like this, where ID is params billboard.id, and the error is going to be billboard get, like this. There we go. So we have finished the entire API. We have the individual get, the individual patch, and the individual delete right here. Perfect. So I'm just going to collapse this so you can see better. So we have 3 routes right here. Perfect. And I'm going to remove unneeded space here. Great. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go ahead and try and create this. So apparently it should all work now because we have the post right here. So let's go ahead and let's find our form. So billboard form right here. Let's check if the APIs are correct. So for post, we have /API/params store ID billboards data. Let's go ahead and see if that is correct. So I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to go ahead and upload an image here. For example, this one. And I'm going to write test billboard, like that. And I'm going to immediately open my network console so I can see if something will go wrong. I'm going to just a second, preserve log. Okay. And I'm going to click create. And let's see if we have an error. So apparently it says billboard has been created. So let's see. I have a request payload here. How about the response? And there we go. See, I have a new billboard with my store ID, with my label, with my image URL. Perfect. So this is working. And now I'm going to copy this ID from the response, and I'm going to try and replace that in place of /new. And there we go. Now it says edit a billboard. You can see I'm refreshing and it's loading the exact image that I want with a test billboard. So I'm going to modify the label now and save changes and see if the update works. It says billboard updated. So I'm going to refresh again, and there we go. That works as well. Perfect. So what I want to do is that after we save our changes, I think we should redirect to /billboards, right? So we can actually see all of the billboards in our table. So I'm going to do that real quick. So let's go back in our submit function here. And after this success message, actually before it, we're going to write router.push. I'm going to open backticks /params.store ID /billboards, like that. Great. So now I'm going to refresh this, and I'm going to go ahead and write test billboard 3. I'm going to save changes, and there we go. I'm back on my billboards page, and this is where we're going to add the table, which is going to actually load all of our billboards. Now let's continue and let's actually create the data table to load our billboards. So first thing I want to actually do is I just want to go in my billboard form. So I already have that opened, and I just want to see if there is something unused here. For example, we have this API alert, so we can remove that. And we also have this origin. We can remove that hook as well, and that import. I just want to clean up my components because we're not going to need any of those in this form we have right here. Second of all, I can see that my billboard is not active right here in the navigation bar when I'm here. So let's quickly go to the main nav component. So inside components, main nav, and let's see. Yes, so I'm missing the multiple, so billboards instead of billboard. And there we go. Now it's active. Perfect. I'm going to close everything and I'm going to go inside app, dashboard, routes, billboards, and page.tsx. So this is where we just added the billboard client. And what I want to do now is I want to use Prisma to fetch all existing billboards. And we have already created some. If you haven't, go ahead and use the form to create one. So what I'm going to write is const billboards right here, and I'm going to use await. So in order to use await, I need to make this asynchronous, like that, and then I can add Prisma DB from add/lib Prisma DB. I'm going to separate these components, and I'm going to say Prisma DB.billboard.find many, like this. But of course, I can't just find all of the billboards. I want to find billboards specific for this active store. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and add params in this server component. So I'm going to destructure params from the props, and I'm going to give it a type. So params has a store ID, which is a type of string, like that. And then I can go ahead and add an object here and write where store ID is equal to params store ID, like that. And I'm also going to order by newest. So I'm going to write created at descending, like that. Perfect. So now I have my billboards, and what I can do is I can pass them as data to the billboard client. So I'm going to write data billboards, like this. And now I'm going to go inside my billboard client, and I'm just going to write an interface here. So interface billboard client props. The data is going to be billboard from @prisma/client, and I'm going to move that to the top because it's a global import, and it's going to be an array like that. So I'm just going to go ahead and add react.fc billboard client props, and I'm going to destructure the data. And then I can change this hard-coded billboards into a dynamic text. So I'm going to use backticks like this, and I'm going to replace this 0 with data.length, like this. And there we go. It says billboards 1. So if I go ahead and create a new billboard, for example, I'm going to go ahead and try that now. So I'm going to click done and test and create, and let's see if that is going to change the number. It does, billboards 2. Perfect. So that works now. And what we have to do now is we have to add a data table. Now let's go ahead and go into ShadCN UI. So let's talk about data tables for a second. So I fully agree with what ShadCN says here. Every data table or data grid I've created has been unique. They all behave differently, have specific sorting and filtering requirements, and work with different data sources. It doesn't make sense to combine all of these variations into a single component. If we do that, we'll lose the flexibility that headless UI provides. So instead of a data table component, I thought it would be more helpful to provide a guide on how to build your own. And I fully agree with this. Don't worry, we still have a table component if that's what you're looking at. Yes, this exists and you can add that like that, and we are going to add that, but we're talking about data table. So this is a completely unique kind of table. Like, who knows what we want to filter? Who knows if we want to have this checkbox? Who knows if we want to sort, have these columns or actions or pagination? So all of this is very custom, right? So that's why instead of having a single component here, we have the instructions on how to build our own data tables. So please go onto this website, because I'm going to copy some code from these steps right here. We are not going to write everything ourselves because it doesn't make sense. We would not be using ShadCN library the way it's supposed to be used. So go ahead and find the data table right here in the sidebar. And let's start with the installation. So I'm going to copy this right here, and I'm going to install that package first. So I'm going to go into the terminal. I'm going to shut down and npx shadcn-ui at latest add table like this. And just confirm that you want that, and there we go. And the second thing we need is a dependency. So the underlying library behind this data table that ShadCN uses is 10stack. So let's go ahead and copy that as well, and we're going to install this npm package. So npm install at 10stack/react-table. So go ahead and press enter on that as well, and just wait a couple of seconds for this to install. And after this is done, you can go ahead and npm run dev again and just refresh your page and make sure it's working. So what we're going to do right now is we're actually going to, well, you can kind of see here, we're going to create a similar data structure like this. We're going to have columns and we're going to have the page. So in our case, the client is going to be the page, the columns is going to be something we're going to create, and data table is going to be reusable. So we're not going to put it inside of this components. We're going to put it inside of our global components because we're going to reuse it a couple of times. Great. So first thing we have to do is create this columns right here. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down to this column definitions right here and copy this. And inside of your billboard ID, sorry, my apologies, inside of billboards folder, inside components where you have the client.tsx, which is right here like this, go ahead and create a new file called columns.tsx like that and paste the entire thing. If for any reason you cannot find this column definitions, if, I don't know, the documentation has been updated, and if you are really having trouble with this, you can pause the screen and copy, or you can visit my GitHub and copy the columns, copy the cell actions which we're going to create, and copy the data table. Because I'm not going to write it all out, I am going to use ShatCNUI, otherwise what's the point of even using the library if I'm not going to use it the way it was intended. Great, so we can save this for now. Obviously, we are going to modify it according to our needs. So I want to remove these comments here, and I want to rename this from payment to billboard column like that. And then we also have to change that in the column definition right here. So it's going to have an ID, but it's also going to have a label, which is a type of string, and it's going to have created at, which is going to be a string as well. So I know you might be wondering, well, in our Prisma, it's not a string, it's a date. Don't worry, we're going to format before we pass into the data table. And then we have to modify this accessor key and headers according to these types right here. So the accessor key needs to match either ID, label, or created at. So I'm going to add label here. I'm going to add the header to be label, and I'm going to add created at right here to be the accessor key, and the header for that is going to be date like this. And we're not going to have the third one. So you might be wondering, well, why do I need an ID for? Well, that's because we will add the third one, and it's going to be our actions from which we will be able to copy this ID. So that's why we need it, but we're not going to do that right this moment. For now, this is fine. So now let's go ahead and let's go back in our page.tsx right here, and instead of sending the billboards to the billboard client, what I'm going to do is I'm going to format them. So const formatted billboards are going to be a type of billboard column from /component columns like that, and it's going to be an array. So go ahead and run billboards.map item and immediately return an object like this. We're going to have an ID of item.id. We're going to have a label of item.label, and we're going to have created at, but we have to turn it into a string. So in order to do that, I'm going to install a package called date-fns. So go ahead, go into your terminal, and just write npm install date-fns like this, and press enter. And just wait a couple of seconds for it to install, and npm run dev again, and refresh your page. So you can see my styles have been lost because I shut down the application. Great, and now that I have the date-fns, I can go ahead, go to the top of my imports and add import format from date-fns like this. And then I can use this format right here. So I'm going to write format like that, item.created at, which is a date, and I'm going to write 4 m's do, comma, and then 4 y's like this. So this specific format. Perfect. And then instead of sending the data, which is pure billboards, I'm going to send in formatted billboards like that. So we have to go inside of our billboard client to modify our props. Instead of accepting the billboard, we're going to accept the billboard column, which you can get from /columns like that. And then you can remove this billboard right here. So now what we have to do is inside of this billboard client right here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to add a data table here. So before we do that, we actually have to create one. So the way we're going to do this is you're going to find the step 3, render the table. So right here we did this, oh, my apologies, no. So we just did the number 1 column definitions. So now go to step 2, the data table component. So there it is. This is the data table component which we are going to use. So go ahead and copy this. And we're going to put that inside of our components UI. So inside of here, create a new file, data-table.tsx, like this. And go ahead and paste all of that inside. Again, if you cannot find this, if Shadcn UI documentation changed, then this is no longer available for any reason, even though I highly doubt that will ever happen. Perhaps it's only going to be improved in the future. You can go in my GitHub, go ahead and find my components UI data table right here. And then you will have all of this inside. Perfect. And now that we have that data table, we can go back into our app folder, dashboard, routes, inside store ID, billboards, and find the client component right here, the billboard client, which has this title right here. And just after the separator, we're going to add the data table, which you can get from add/components UI data table like this. So you can see how I imported it in a destructing way. Great. And what I'm going to pass here now is the columns like that. So I'm going to pass the columns, which I can import from /columns right here. So that is the thing we created right here with the label created at and the date. Great. And we have the data. So I'm also going to pass in the data like here, data. And there we go. That's it. You see how easy that was? But of course, now what's happening is that this data table is not as advanced as we'd expect. First thing I want is the search option. Second thing I want is the pagination. And the third thing I want is the individual actions for these items. So now we're going to go ahead and do that. So let's go and look at Shadcn together and see what we have to do. So we are at step 2, data table component. We just copied that thing, pasted it in our data table, and we just added it to our billboard client. So now let's go all the way down. So after the data table, we have rendered the table in our own way. We don't have to follow it specifically. We're not going to do any cell formatting now. We are going to do row actions, but we're going to skip that for now. I'm going to show you that later. First thing, let's try and add pagination together. So find the pagination right here, and we're going to follow this together. Let's go in our data table right here, and let's see what we have to add. So we have to add get pagination row model inside of our input here. So that looks easy enough. So get pagination row model like this. Great. And after that, I have to add that to use React table. So let me find where that is. All right, it's right here inside this function data table. So after this get core row model, I'm going to add get pagination row model like that. It's going to be equal to this import which I just added right here, and I'm going to execute it like this. Perfect. All right, let's see if that changed anything. Looks like everything's the same. So let's continue and let's see what else we have to do. So we just updated the functionality, but I think now is what we're going to do, which is called controls. Great. So let's see what we have to do here. It says that we are go back into the data table. So let's go here. I'm back in my data table, and I'm going to add an import of my button at the top. Okay, I've added the button. Let's see what else I have to do. So I can see that first I have to wrap my entire data table inside a div. You can see that if it has a div at the beginning, it obviously means that it's wrapping the entire thing. So let's do that first. So let's find this rounded MD border, because that's the same thing that's named here. And I'm going to call div here, and I'm going to wrap the entire element inside of that. There we go, until the error is gone. And I'm going to indent it like this. Great. And now that I have that, it looks like this is supposed to go at the end of the entire table. Okay, let's go ahead and try that. So I'm going to go all the way down right here, and let's see what this says. So it tells me to find the end of the table. That's right here. And then it says the end of this div. So we found the end of the table. We found the end of the div. So obviously this is the place where we have to add this stuff. So if you want to, you can just copy this entire thing right here. I'm going to paste it like this. So let's see what was added. We have a div with the class name flex, items-center, justify and space-x, and padding on top and bottom of 4. And we have 2 buttons, one which says previous and one which says next. The previous one calls table.previous page and the next one table.next page. So pretty logical. If you can't copy this, I'm giving you some chance now to pause the video and write this yourself. I think this is simple enough so we don't have to copy it even. Great, and looks like that is it. So let me check if something has changed. There we go. I now have my previous and next. And if you add more than 10 billboards, these are going to get automatically activated. Great. Now let's go back and let's see what else we can do. So we can do sorting, but I decided not to do that for my case. So let's go ahead and find the filtering. Great. Let's see how we can add a filter so that we can search through our labels, for example. It tells me to go all the way to the top and to add a column filters state from React Tansec table. So I found my column def right here, and I'm gonna add the columns filter state like this. Great. After that, it also tells me to add the get filtered row model. So I'm gonna add that after get core row model, and I'm gonna add a comma like this. Great. After that, it tells me to import the button. To import the input. So I'm gonna add that the place where I imported my button. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, so he has a different component here, but I have my own. That's completely fine. Great. Okay. Now let's see. So I'm gonna go inside my data table right here, and let's see. So now things are a little bit different. It seems like he has the sorting here, and his React table has a lot of more options than mine does. But that's completely fine. That's because I missed a couple of steps before, because I don't need everything. But it's clearly highlighted what I have to add. So let's go ahead and let's add this. So on the top of my data table here, just above my use React table, I'm going to add this filter right here. And let's go ahead and I can modify this. I don't have to do it the exact same way he does. Instead, I can add the use state from React. So let's go ahead and do that. Import use state from React and save. Okay, so this is what I added. I added a column filters and a set column filters in a use state, column filter state, and the default value is an empty array. Okay, let's see what else I have to do. I have to add on column filters change to call the set column filters, which is this function right here. So I'm gonna add that just after the get pagination row model. I'm gonna add it here like that. And it also tells me to add the get filtered row model. So I'm gonna copy that as well and add it after that. Great. And now it also tells me to add the column filters to the state, but I don't have the state. Well, no problem. We're gonna add it ourselves. State, and you can see inside of the state, he has the sorting, but I'm gonna add the column filters right here because we don't have sorting. Great. And last thing we have to do is we have to add a input inside just above our table. So our table begins here with the rounded MD and border. So I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm going to copy this right here and I'm going to paste it here like this. And I'm just going to expand a little bit. If you didn't copy, go ahead and write this div yourself. So we have a div with the class name of flex, items-center, and padding top and bottom of 4. We have an input which says filter emails, and then it searches for emails and searches through those values. All right, let's see how that looks like. Wow, great. One problem here is that it says filter emails, and if I try and search, nothing is going on. So let's see how we can fix that. Obviously, we don't have emails in our form. So let's go ahead and see what we have to modify here. So I'm going to go ahead and modify this filter emails and this key email to be dynamic so we can pass it in our client, because we're going to reuse the data table many times and not always will we be searching by email or by name. Sometimes it's going to be label, sometimes it's going to be name. So let's go ahead and do that. So in my table props, alongside columns and data, I'm going to add a search key like this. And I'm also going to add a type for this. So I'm going to write search key to be a type of string like this. Great. And now I have this search key right here, and I'm going to, instead of writing filter emails, I'm going to write just search. So at least that can stay the same in every component that I use a data table. And then I'm going to replace these instances of email with the search key like this. Great. So let's go ahead and let's see if that changed anything. So right now, I still think it won't work. That's because we have not passed the search key. So let's go ahead and let's go into our data table right here. Sorry, in our client component here, and let's add the search key to be label, for example. And let's see if that's going to change anything. So there we go. Now I can write billboard and I can search for my billboard. But if I do test, both of them are visible. If I type 3, only this one is visible. Perfect. So that's how you're supposed to work with ChatCN UI, right? You can see how great of a documentation this is. Now, and you can continue and add visibility and add some row selection, you know, play around and do whatever you want with this. Again, if you had troubles with this or just don't want to follow this, you can just go ahead and copy the entire data table from my components UI data table right here. Great. And now you actually see the power of ChatCN UI. So this is how you're supposed to build your own components. You can see that nowhere in this example was there an example for the search key thing. But we added that because we need that for our project, because that's the way we want to reuse our data table, and that's completely fine. Like, there is no wrong or right way of doing this. Sure, there might be some preferred way, but I think this is completely fine for our project. We added a search key label. Maybe we can rename it to filter key because this is called filters. I don't know, but I think this is just fine enough. Great. And now what I want to add is the cell row action, right? So I want to have a third action right here, sorry, a third row right here, which is going to have quick actions to edit these items and to delete them. So let's go ahead and do that now. So you're going to go back in your components where you have the client and the column, and you're going to add a new file called cell-action.tsx like this. Go ahead and write export const cell action like that, and just return, well, nothing for now. Great. And what I'm going to do now, well, you can return just action, something like this. And now what I want you to do is I want you to go back into your columns right here, and you're going to add a third option here called ID actions like that. And you're going to have a cell, which is going to be an arrow function like this, and it's going to return the cell action from /cell action, which we just created. And now you can see how I dynamically render this text action through a cell arrow function. So we are obviously going to turn this into a button. But before we do that, I want to give some attributes to our cell action so we can pass in some props. So let's go ahead and do that now. So first thing I want to do is I already want to prepare this cell action to be a client component. And then I'm going to write an interface cell action props data billboard column. And you can import that from /columns like that. Perfect. And then you can go ahead and write react.fc cell action props like that and extract the data inside. Perfect. And then go back into columns, and what you're going to do now is you're going to extract the row from this arrow function right here, and you're going to pass in the data as row.original. So this is not related to ChatCN UI. This is the TanStack React table. So this is how we can access the original object that this cell is working with. And that object is this. It has an ID, label, and created that. Perfect. So let's go back in our cell action. And what we are going to do now is we are going to create a drop down so that we can actually see the options and actions for this billboards. So in order to do that, we have to add this drop down menu component right here. So let's go ahead and add that. So npx ChatCN-UI add latest add drop down menu. So I'm going to go in my terminal right here. I will shut down the app and I'm going to add this command right here. So npx chatcn-ui at latest add drop down menu, and press enter and just confirm with yes. And now it's installing the drop down menu, and after that is done, we can go ahead and rerun our project. So npm run dev, and I'm going to expand this screen right here, and I'm going to refresh. Perfect. And now we can start developing this. So instead of rendering a div, I'm going to render a drop-down menu from add/components/UI drop-down menu like this, and I'm going to separate those. Perfect. Now inside of the drop-down menu, I'm going to add the drop-down menu trigger from add/components/UI like this, and I'm already going to start collapsing it so you can see everything that I'm importing. We're going to add the prop as a child to this inside, and inside I'm going to add a button from add/components/UI button, and I'm going to move it along with the drop-down menus. Inside, I'm going to add a span, which is going to say open menu, but I'm going to give this span a class name of SR only. This means it's only going to be visible in the server side. So this is going to ensure that it's not going to be visible on the client. Also, I just said that it's only going to be visible on the server. No, it's going to be visible with screen readers. My apologies, I accidentally said server. Great, so it's kind of an accessibility feature. Great, and after that, we're going to add the more horizontal from Lucid React. So just go ahead and add that to the top. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of h-4 and w-4 like this. And now let's add some properties to this button. So variant is going to be ghost, and class name is going to be h-8w-8 and p-0 like this. And there we go. You can see how now we have the nice little button right here. What we have to do now is we have to give it some options. So just outside the drop-down menu trigger, go ahead and add drop-down menu content like this, and import that from the drop-down menu right here. Great. And go ahead and give it an align and like this. Great. And now I'm going to add the drop-down menu label from add/components drop-down menu. I added that right here, and we can just say actions like this. There we go. You can see now when I click, I get the label actions. And below that label, I'm going to go ahead and actually add my first drop-down menu item. So drop-down menu item, again, from add/components drop-down menu. Make sure you did not accidentally import something from Radix. And inside of that, I'm going to add an edit from Lucid React. So just go ahead and import that icon right here. It's self-closing tag, and let's give the class name of mr-2, h-4 and w-4, and I'm just gonna say update like this. So let's see what happens. There we go. I have my update action right here. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and copy this drop-down menu item. So this one is going to be, let's say, copy. So again, from Lucid React, and we're gonna say copy ID. There we go. So now we have the copy ID icon here. And let's copy this one more time. And this one is going to be trash from Lucid React as well. And we're going to say delete like this. There we go. So we have the copy, ID, update, and delete. And what we have to do now is we have to add, well, the actions for all of these things to happen. I think the simplest one to do is the onCopy. So let's go ahead and let's write our onCopy. If you remember, we already did that in one component. So we can go ahead and find that. It's inside Components UI API alert right here. So just go ahead and copy this onCopy right here and go back into the cell action component. And you can paste that here, but this one is going to be a little bit different. So what I'm going to write is the ID, which is a type of string inside of his parentheses, and that's what we're going to write to the clipboard. And we have to import the toast from React hot toast. So import toast from react.host toast like that. Great, and now I have this on copy right here. So what I can do now is add an on click to this drop down menu item, which encapsulates the copy icon and the copy ID text, and write on click. Open an arrow function and write on copy, and I'm going to use my prop data. So I'm going to say data.id like this, and let's see if that worked. So copy ID, it says API route copy the clipboard because I did not change it here. So let's just modify this to billboard ID copy the clipboard like this. So when I click now, there we go, billboard ID copy the clipboard, and if I paste, you can see my ID is right here. Perfect, that's what we want. The reason search is not working for this is because we targeted it to label, so don't be surprised, we can only do the label thing here. Great, now let's go ahead and let's add our update. I think that's the second simplest thing we can do, because all we have to do is we have to redirect to this exact form, the same form we click for new, but instead of /new, we have to actually pass in the ID. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find this drop-down menu item, and before I do anything, I'm just going to add the router. So const router is equal use router from next/navigation, and I imported that right here, and I'm going to move it to the top. Great. Now I'm going to use this router here, and inside the edit, I'm going to add on click right here, an arrow function, and I'm going to paste the router. So router.push. I'm going to open the backticks / and we also need the params. I forgot about that. So let's go ahead and add that. Const params is equal to use params from next/navigation. Make sure you have it. Great. And now I'm just going to add params that store ID like this /billboards. And what I have to do then is go another / let me just expand this. So another / open a special object data.id like this. Perfect. Let's see if that works now. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to refresh, and let's see, we have this test. Let's go ahead. If I click update, will this work? It does. It redirects me to that exact thing. So I'm just going to call this updated and click save changes right here. And there we go. Now it's updated. And if I search, you can see it says updated. And if I search test, only this one is available. Perfect. And last thing we have to enable is the delete. So for that, we can actually go in our billboard ID inside our components inside the billboard form. And what I want you to do is I want you to copy this on delete function right here, because it's exactly the same as we need it. Great, and go back into your cell action now and just add that right here. So on delete right here. And let's go ahead and let's add these states that we obviously need. So const loading, set loading, use state from React. So I imported a use state from React right here, and I'm going to move it to the top. Let's see what else do we need. We need set open because we are also going to have the confirmation model. So const open, set open is equal to use state like this. We need Axios. So let's go ahead and import Axios. Let's see what else we need. So set loading. Okay, let's give the default value to false and default value to false like that. The API route is correct. The error is correct, and the toast.success is correct as well. And what we have to do now is we have to wrap this entire drop-down menu in a fragment so we can safely add the alert model here. So let's go ahead and encapsulate this entire thing in a fragment like this. And let's go ahead and let's add the alert model. So alert model from add/components model alert model. So this is where I imported that. So import alert model from add/components models alert model. Perfect. And now inside, I'm just going to fill that with the necessary props. So the is open is going to be controlled by open. The on close is going to be an arrow function which calls set open to be false. And on confirm is going to be on delete. And loading is going to be loading like this. Perfect. Let's see if that works now. So now this is a very cool thing because I can trigger the, oh, I cannot. So let's see what I have to do first. Yes, I did not add any action to the drop-down menu item which holds the delete. So all we have to do here is open the model. So on click, arrow function, set open to true, like this. Let's try now. So now I'm gonna click delete, and there we go. It acts as we are sure. I'm gonna click continue, and there we go. The billboard has been deleted, and let's see what happened. Okay, so we got to redirect all the way back to our store. Let's see if that is exactly what we want. Well, no, it's not what we want. In fact, we don't need any kind of redirect in this one. I just want to confirm that. Let's see. Yes, we don't need any redirect here. So let me try this again. So I'm just going to refresh. Oh, it looks like it was not deleted. So let's see what's going on with that. Oh, what happened? The reason it was not deleted is because right here I'm using params.billboard.id when in fact I should be using data.id like this, because this is the cell action. It's not inside the billboard ID. This is inside this client where we load all of the billboards, not individual one. My mistake. So the onDelete function inside the cell action is pretty much the same as the one in the billboard form, but the one in the billboard form uses the params to get the ID, and it also redirects. But in fact, I don't think this one has to redirect to slash. It can redirect to a different route. So what I want you to do is I want you to go back into the billboard form right here. So I'm inside, find the onDelete and modify this router.push to be a little bit different. So instead of going to slash, I'm going to open backticks and I'm going to write params.storeid/billboards like this. Perfect. So now let's try both of those things. If I delete through my dashboard, I think it should just go away. There we go. But if I click update in this one and try to delete through here, it should redirect me back here. There we go. That's exactly what I want. And we successfully finished our billboards. Let's go ahead and play around and add a new one. So I'm going to upload an image here like this. And I'm going to click done and I'm going to click create right here. Let's see if everything works. There we go. This is it. That's all we need. And I just want to remove this line right here from my form. So I'm back in my billboard form. I'm going to go all the way down and I'm just going to remove the separator. And let's see if we need that either way. We do need it. Okay, this is good enough for now. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna do a similar thing that we did in the settings. So we're gonna add this API alert, but we are gonna create a reusable way because we're going to add many routes available for the billboards, and then we're gonna reuse that for all other entities in the project. So let's go, and I'm going to close everything here. I'm gonna go in my components, and inside UI, I'm going to create a new file called api-list.tsx, like this. And let's go export const API list, like this, and let's just return a div API list, like this. And let's immediately mark this as used client. And now I'm going to go back in my app folder, dashboard, routes, billboard, components, client, and just below this data table right here, I'm gonna go ahead and add a new heading. So heading, we already have that imported. I'm gonna give it a title of API and a description of API calls for billboards. So let's see how that looks. Looks great. And below that, I'm gonna add another separator. We already have that imported. And inside, I'm going to add the API list component from add/components UI API list, which we just created. So let's just import that at the top. Import. Whoops. API list from add/components/UI API list. Not API alert, but API list. And now it just renders the API list. So let's go back inside. And let's actually develop this component. So first, let's create an interface for it. Interface API list props like this. We need the entity name, which is a string, and the entity ID name, which is also a string. And let's just go ahead and add that. So react.fc API list props like that. And let's extract the entity name and entity ID name like that. Great. Now let's add the params. So const params from use params from next navigation, and const router use router from next navigation as well. And sorry, not router, my apologies, we do not need the router, we need the origin. So const origin, from that hook we created, use origin, from add hooks, use origin, like that. And now we can use those two to create our base URL. So const base URL is going to be equal backticks, origin, like that, /API /params dot store ID, like this. Perfect. And what I'm going to do here is, instead of the div, I'm going to do a fragment, and I'm going to add the API alert. We can import API alert from our components. So go ahead and add API alert from ./API alert, but I'm going to modify that to the decorator, and I'm going to give this a title of get, and I'm going to give it a variant of public, like this. I'm just going to collapse because we're going to have a lot of these options like this. And I'm going to have the description to be dynamic. So it's going to be base URL /entity name, like this. So now we have /undefined. That's because in my client, where I added the API list, I did not add the entity name for this. So let's go ahead and say entity name to be billboards and entity ID name to be billboard ID, like this. And there we go. Now you can see it generated the get route for this billboards right here. So let's go ahead and duplicate this API alert for other routes. I'm going to duplicate it again. This one is going to be get again, but this one is going to be for an individual entity name. So I'm going to add another slash here, and be careful now. I'm going to add this curly brackets, but without the $sign. So I literally want these brackets to show inside. And then I'm going to do this special object with the brackets inside and write entity ID name like this. So you can see how now I show you how to get the individual billboard using this curly brackets billboard ID, because I don't know what you want to put here, but I want to show you that that's what you have to put if you want to see the individual billboard. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's duplicate this again. And this route is going to be our post route. And the variant for this is actually going to be admin, because only admins will be able to post new routes through the API. So the description for that is not going to have this entity name. It's going to be the same as the get all billboards. Great. So now I'm going to copy this one with the entity ID name again, and I'm going to paste it below. I'm just going to fix the formatting a little bit. This one is going to be patch, and it's also going to be admin, and you can see how that looks. So the same as this get, it looks the same, but it is a patch route. And I'm going to copy one more time. The last one is going to be delete, and it's the same. Perfect. So that's exactly what we want. And you can see how cool this is, because we are no longer going to write this anywhere. In fact, all we have to do is add this to our client, and we're going to reuse this API list for products and for categories, and you can see how it's going to generate these routes right here. So I want to play around and I want to test something. So let's see if this copying thing is working. Well, we already confirmed that it is. I'm going to click copy here, and I'm going to go in a new tab and paste it, and let's see if that's going to work. So there we go. You can see I have an array of items right here, but I'm just going to quickly install an extension so you can see this a bit better. There we go. So I just installed this extension. So what I did was I copied this billboards right here and I pasted it. And you can see how I have an array of my billboards. And now I can go ahead and copy this individual ID and go to slash, and I'm going to get not an array, but only that single ID. So you can see how useful this is going to be for our front end, because if you just want to load all of your billboards in one place for any reason, just click copy and paste it in your front end. Want to get individual ID? Just click copy. Want to play around in Postman or maybe create some forms? Just go ahead and copy these ones, but I give you an alert that this is admin, so you are going to have to add authentication cookies or JWT, whatever is the way Clerk works. Perfect. One more thing that I want to do is, if you go ahead and try running this in incognito mode, I'm pretty sure it's not going to work. So I'm just going to pause the video for a second and prepare that to demonstrate something. So when I copy these billboards right here and paste it in my Chrome, it's working. But what if I am not authenticated? That's what I'm interested in, because our front end is not going to have to be authenticated to load our billboards and our categories and our products. So I have prepared here Insomnia, which is kind of like a Postman to test routes. So let's try and send here. Look at this. I get 401 unauthorized. This is not good, because I want my public route to actually be public. But right now, I can only use the localhost in the browser that I'm authenticated in right here. So this is obviously not good. There is something we have to do before we can do that. And for that, we have to go in our middleware. So go ahead and find the middleware.ts right here. Go ahead and extend it and write public routes like this, open an array, /API /path asterisk like this. There we go. And now let's see if anything has changed. There we go. Now I have 200 because my API routes are now not authorized. So what does that mean? Does that mean that every single route is now available to public? Well, remember, when we built our routes, every place where we want to create something or patch or delete, we manually use Clerk using user ID, and in some places we go even further and we actually confirm the not only the authentication but also the authorization. So you don't have to worry. The only routes which are going to be public are the get routes, which is exactly what you need for this project. So that's how we ensured that now our public routes are actually public, and we can test with this one as well. So I'm just going to copy this individual ID and see if I add that to the end of these billboards right here and click send. There we go. That works as well. Perfect. You finished an extremely important part of the tutorial. If anything here is not working, it's quite important that you try to resolve it before you go any further, because the way I'm going to develop the next entity, which is the category, I'm just going to copy everything from the billboards, because it doesn't make sense to manually write everything again. Like, we can reuse a lot of this logic right here. So please ensure that your update is working, that your delete is working, that your copy is working, that your form is working, that your image upload is working, all of those things, because we are just gonna reuse that. Great, great job so far. What we are going to add next is the category entity. So to begin, we have to head into our Prisma. So let's go ahead and let's go into schema.prisma right here. And what we're going to build is the category model. So let's go ahead and write model category right here. And let's give it an ID, which is a string. And give it a decorator of ID and a default value of UUID like that. After that, let's give it a store ID, which is a string. And let's give it a store like this. And we also have to define the relation. So go ahead and write that relation store to category like this, fields, store ID. I'm going to expand my code here. So we have store ID and we have references ID as well. And now we have an error because we have this relation here, but we don't have it in the store. So the same thing that happened with the billboard. So let's go ahead and write categories, category, and let's add a relation store to category like this. And then we can go back and you can see the error is gone, but we do have a warning and you already know how you're going to fix it with this index right here. But for now, let's continue developing. So besides that, it's also going to have a billboard ID like this, which is going to be a string. And it's also going to have a billboard relation. So go ahead and write billboard model at relation. And it's going to have well, we're not going to define it. Instead, we're going to write fields, billboard ID like that, and references ID like this. And now we have an error again because we don't have an equal relation in the billboard. So let's go ahead just below image URL and add categories, category model, and give it an array like this. Great. And now that that is done, let's give this a name, which is a string, and let's give it created at, which is date, time, default is now, and updated at, which is date, time, and use the decorator updated at, like this. And now let's go ahead and add at index, open an array, store ID, and at index, open an array, billboard ID like this. Perfect. And now that that is done, what we have to do is we have to regenerate our Prisma and push it to the database. So let's go and shut down your application and run npx prisma generate. There we go. And now run npx prisma db push and press enter. And wait a couple of seconds and let's see if everything will be successful. It is. And now you can go ahead and npm run dev again and just refresh your page. Great. So we successfully added the categories now. We connected it to the store with a store to category relation, and we connected it to the billboard like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's add the navigation for our categories. For that, we have to go back in our main navigation right here. And after billboards, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to change these URLs to categories like that. And the label is going to be categories as well. And if I click here, now I'm going to get a 404 because it does not exist. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to reuse the entire billboard client and form, everything, because it's going to be pretty similar. The only thing that's going to be different is the search key in the data table. We're going to have some different options and we're going to have a relation with the billboard in the form. So let's go ahead and let's go into our app folder, into dashboard right here, into store ID, inside routes. You can go ahead and copy the billboards and paste it into routes. And now you'll have billboards, billboards copy, and settings. Rename these billboards to categories like this. And now if you click on categories, you're going to get, well, the same view as billboards, but it's not going to be a 404 error. So now we are slowly going to go through these categories right here. And modify what needs to be modified. So let's first go into page.tsx and let's rename this page to categories page. So categories page like this, and let's go all the way down and fix the default export. Great. Next thing that I want to change is instead of loading these billboards, I want to load categories. So instead of billboards, it's going to be categories like this, and await prisma.db dot category instead of billboard. And instead of using formatted billboards, we're going to use formatted categories like this. And instead of using billboards.map, it's going to be these categories right here. And we're going to pass them to the data right here. And now we have some more errors. So let's go ahead and resolve those. So the ID can stay the same, but label is going to be name. So name is going to be mapped to item.name. And we're also going to have a billboard label, which is going to be item.billboard.label. Whoops, my IntelliSense auto-completed to billboard ID. That's not what I want. I want .billboard.label. And now I have an error that billboard doesn't exist on the categories object. And that is true unless I add include and populate the billboard. So billboard true. So I'm going to populate the relation that category has with the billboard, because when we create our category, we're going to select which billboard we want to use. And that way I'm going to have that object inside, and you can see how the error went away. Great. And now let's just add a comma here. So created ad can stay the same. And you can see here we have an error because billboard column expects some different data from what is said right here. So let's go ahead and let's resolve those columns. I'm going to go ahead in my components, inside the categories, of course, and this still says billboard ID. Don't worry, we're going to rename that later. For now, just go into columns, and instead of billboard column, name it category column, like this. And instead of ID, instead of label, it's going to have name, and it's also going to have billboard label like this. So now let's go ahead and change the accessor key to name and the header to name. Let's change this accessor key to billboard and this header to billboard like that. And we're going to add a cell here, which is going to extract the row in this parameter. And we're going to return row.original.billboard label like this. Great. And we're also going to have the created at. So you can just add this, name it created at, and header is date like this. And now that we renamed the category column, we have to go back into page.tsx inside of our categories. And we have to rename this to category column as well. And there we go. Now the errors went away. So now let's go ahead and let's actually change our client component here. So go inside this client.tsx right here, and first replace this invalid import. So it's no longer billboard column, it is now category column like this. And it's no longer called billboard client, so go ahead and replace all instances of that. In my case, it's this tree. It's going to be category client like this. And now that we renamed this, we have to go back in our page.tsx and replace this import of billboard client and this usage of billboard client here with category client like this. And now the errors are gone. Let's go back in our client.tsx to see what else we have to change. So instead of saying billboards, we wanted to say categories like this. Great, now it says categories. And instead of manage billboards, it's going to be manage categories. Great. Now the add new button is not going to redirect to store ID/billboards, but /categories like this. Great. And now the API calls for billboards are not going to be for billboards, but for categories. And same thing for entity name is going to be categories. And entity ID name is going to be category ID. So you might be thinking, why did I copy all of these files and why just not create a completely smart component, custom component, so I can just pass in the keys and they are magically going to rename all of this for me? Well, if you want to, at the end of the project, you can experiment and create that. But my concern is that this individual entities like category and product and filters and the end and billboards are just similar, but also different. And in my opinion, it's just not worth it to try and create a super smart component which is going to be able to handle all types of entities we have in our project. Sometimes I like to repeat myself because honestly, I think it's less confusing than having a huge component which can handle absolutely everything. If you think it's better, feel free to do that. But I highly suggest you follow the tutorial to the end and then go ahead and try and experiment, try and reuse as many things as you want if you don't like repeating yourself. I personally think it's fine, but of course it's your code and you can do whatever you want. I'm not right. This is just the way I like to do things. Great, so we have that now. And what we have to change in this data table here is the search key. So we won't be using the label, instead we'll be using the name because we don't have the label in the categories. If you remember in my schema.prisma, we only have the name and that's what we're going to use to search using the data table in the client component. Great, and you can see, okay, we have the routes here. None of these routes are working, of course, because we have not created the API for this at all. So now let's go ahead and let's actually create this a form. So inside billboard ID, I'm going to rename this to be category ID, like that. And I'm going to go inside page.tsx. And let's see what we have to change here. So inside this page, let's rename the page to category page, like that. Instead of having billboard ID, we're going to have category ID. Instead of using prismadb.billboard, we're going to use prismadb.category. And instead of the constant being billboard, it's going to be category. And that's what we're going to pass to the initial data. And of course, this is going to throw a couple of errors. And what I want to do now is I want to go inside this billboard form and I want to modify that. So go inside components, and what we are going to do is we're going to rename the billboard form to be category form, like that. So let's immediately go back to page.tsx and fix this. So just save this like this, and you can already rename this to category form if you want, but I'm going to first do that inside the actual category form component. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to find all instances of billboard form. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. And I think that's it. So I'm going to replace all of those with category form, like that. So I replaced the category form values, category form props here. I named the component category form here. Again, category form values here and here. And that's it. And now I can go back to page.tsx and I'm going to rename it here as well. So category form, like that. And now we have the error because the initial data in my category form is still a billboard. So let's go ahead and let's change that to category. And you can import that from Prisma client, and then you can remove the billboard from here. Perfect. And now what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to modify our form schema. So it's no longer going to take label. Instead, it's going to take a name and it's going to take a billboard ID, like this. So I'm going to save that now. And let's actually go ahead and let's try and click add new here to see if that works. Okay, so it redirects us to /categories/new, but it still says create a billboard. Don't worry, we're going to change that now. So let's do that. We have these dynamic titles, descriptions, toast messages, and actions. So I'm going to replace all instances of billboard to category, and then I'm going to do the same here. There we go. Now it's all about a category. Perfect. And now that I've changed this form schema, I also have to change the default values. So it's going to be name and it's going to be billboard ID, like this. Great. So now that I have that, let's go ahead and let's modify our inputs. In this form, we are not going to need the image upload. So we can entirely remove this form field for the image URL, like this. So we can just leave the grid and be left with the label component. When we remove this, let's go all the way to the top and let's actually remove the image upload component. So it was right here. Go ahead and remove it. We don't need it here. Instead of label, we are going to target name and we're going to change the label to name. And right here, I'm going to change this text to category name, like this. There we go. This looks much, much better. What we have to do now is we have to add a new field here, which is going to be a select field, which is going to, well, provide us with the options of existing billboards that we can attach to the category. So for that, let's go ahead in our Chatcn UI. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit and go ahead and find the select component. Go ahead and install it using npx chatcn-ui at latest add select. So I'm going to copy that from npm. I'm going to go into my terminal right here. Whoops, I pressed on something wrong. So terminal, I will shut down the app and I'm going to add the select component and I'm going to confirm that. After it's been installed, I'm going to rerun my project and refresh my page. So let's just wait a second for this to install and npm run dev. There we go. And now I can refresh this page. And let me just find a way to close the model. There we go. Okay. And now what I am going to do, I'm going to copy this form field right here and paste it just below the name, like that. And I'm going to change this to billboard ID, like that. I'm going to change this to be billboard. So now I have the billboard label here, and this form field will control the billboard ID value in my form values. So what I have to do is I have to use the select component instead of the input component right here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to remove everything inside here, and I'm going to write select from @components UI select. So make sure you imported that right here. All right. And inside, let's give it a disabled prop of loading. Let's give it an on value change to be field.onChange. Let's give it a value of field.value. And let's give it a default value of field.value as well. So I'm going to collapse all of this so you can see it without me needing to expand my screen so no information gets lost for you. Great. Now that I have that, what I want to do is I want to open form control inside. We already have that imported. And inside of that, I'm going to add the select trigger from @components UI select. So make sure you've added that right here. And in here, I'm going to give it a default value again of field.value. I'm going to give it a placeholder of select a billboard. And that is going to be it. Oh, my apologies. No, I made a mistake. So you can just go ahead and remove this. So these are not the props for the select trigger. Instead, these are the props for select value. So add a new select value option here from @components UI select. And this is where we're going to add those fields. So default value is going to be field.value. Placeholder is going to be select a billboard like this. And that's it for our select value. And then just below this form control, but still inside of the select form, I'm going to add the select content, which you can also import from @components UI select like this. So make sure you have the select content, select trigger, and select value, and just confirm there should not be any radix in your project. Great, so now that we have select content, let's go back here. And in here, we have to iterate over our billboards, but that's not something we have right now. So let's go ahead and add that. Let's go back in our page.tsx right here, and let's fetch our billboards. So const billboards await prismadb.billboard.findMany, where store ID is equal to params.store ID. For that, we also have to add it here, store ID string like that. So we are going to load all the billboards created in this store, and we're going to pass it right here. So billboards like that alongside my initial data. And obviously we also have to change the props in the category form. So let's go back in category form before we iterate here, and let's find my props. So here, billboards are going to be a type of billboard from Prisma client, and make sure you put an array at the end. So import it from Prisma client, same place from category, and just add it to the category form props. Great. And now let's go back inside of this select content right here. And what I'm going to do inside is I'm going to run billboards. Of course, I did not actually extract the prop. I only added a type to the category form props, but alongside initial data, I also have to add that prop. My apologies. And now let's go back here and let's run billboards.map individual billboard like that. and let's immediately return a select item from add/components UI select, which is a self-closing, sorry, it's not a self-closing tag. Like this. Inside, we're going to render billboard.label like that. And in here, let's go ahead and give it a key of billboard.id. Let's give it a value of billboard.id as well. There we go. So now you can see how I can select one of my created billboards. So just for test, I'm going to create another one. And I'm going to call this, well, another one like this. And let me just upload a quick image here. So I'm going to try and upload this, for example. Let's just wait a second for this to upload. Okay, it's processing. There we go. And create like that. And that is going to create another billboard. So if I go to categories and I click on add new right here, you can see I have either another one or test. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. And that is pretty much it for our category form. What we have to do now is we have to modify all of this API calls to match the actual API which we are going to create as well. So let's resolve the onSubmit. The edit is going to be to patch/API/params store ID, but instead of categories, it's going to be, sorry, instead of billboards, it's going to be categories. And the same is true for post and for the router push and for the delete. So what we can do is match this, 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 and this, and rename all of those to categories. Like this. There we go. And now, instead of having toast success, so yeah, our onSubmit is now finished. So what we changed was these categories, and these categories. But no, we're not done yet because we have to change the params to category ID as well. My apologies. Once that is finished in onDelete, let's go ahead and change that here as well. So category ID here. And instead of billboard deleted, it's going to be category deleted. And after this, what we are going to say here is make sure you removed all products using this category first. So I just want to give a bit more informative message here. And what we can do now is search billboard just to see how many times we mention billboards to ensure that none of the routes accidentally still point to billboard. So yes, billboard ID is fine, billboard, this is all fine, great. What I wanted to ensure that accidentally no route was left behind. Perfect. And what we are going to do now is I'm going to close everything, and we are actually gonna go ahead and we're gonna do the very same thing we just did with the client. We're gonna do that with the API. So let's go into store ID and copy the billboards and paste it and rename it to categories like this. And first, let's resolve the categories route.ts right here. So let's change what's needed in the body. Instead of label and image URL, we're going to use name and billboard ID. And no, this is not a mistake. Remember, we are sending a billboard ID using this form right here. So if we select test, now our form will submit test billboard ID. If I select another one, we're going to choose the another one ID. Great. So if there is no name in that, and we can just say name is required. If there is no billboard ID, in that case, we can just say that billboard ID is required like that. The store ID can stay the same because we need the store ID. We're going to have this check. This is completely fine. They can stay exactly as it is. And instead of creating a billboard, we're going to create a category, and we're going to use prismadb.category for that. We are not going to use label. We're going to use name, and we're going to pass in billboard ID like this. And we're going to send back the billboard. And I'm just going to rename this. Sorry, we're going to send back the category, and we're going to rename this to categories like this. Perfect. And now let's do the same thing with the get route right here. So this store ID can stay the same. Billboards are going to be renamed to categories. prismadb.category. Go ahead and just push the categories to the JSON and rename these to categories. Perfect. Now let's search through billboard here again to see that it only appears where we want it. So we have the billboard ID in the body, the billboard check. Yes, this is good. That's exactly what we want. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's fix the billboard ID here. So first we have to rename it to category ID like that. And then we can go inside of this route right here. So first we are not going to use the params billboard ID. Instead is going to be category ID like that. So replace that here and replace category ID is required. We are not going to find the billboard, we are going to find the category. So prismadb.category here as well and params.category ID and return the category and just change this to category underscore get as well. Perfect. So we just fixed our get route. Now let's go ahead and resolve our patch route. So yes, we still have the store ID, but we no longer have billboard ID. Instead, it's category ID. Now let's fix this error right here, billboard ID and category ID is required. This is a patch route, meaning that this is how we update our category. Our patch route does not accept label and image URL. That's for billboard. In our case, we need name and billboard ID. So let's change this to name and write name is required and billboard ID and just write billboard ID is required. This authorization step can stay the same. And instead of creating a billboard, instead of updating the billboard, we're going to update the category. So prismadb.category. And instead of ID params.billboard ID, it's going to be category ID. Data is going to be name. And the other option is going to be billboard ID and send back the billboard and change this to category. Like that. Great. And all that's left is to fix the delete route right here, and that won't be too hard. So let me just find it. There we go. We have to change this to category ID again. We have to change this to category ID, rename this to category, like that. This authorization step can stay the same. Instead of billboard deleting, it's going to be category deleting. So prismadb.category and params.category ID like that, and just return the category and change this to category like that. Perfect. Now let's go and search billboard through this just to see that billboard only appears where we want it to appear and it's not accidentally left somewhere else. Perfect. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's try and create our category. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to refresh this, I'm going to name this category test category, and I'm going to choose the, whatever billboard I want. And I will immediately open my network tab just because I want to be aware of what's going on. And I'm going to click create. Let's see if something will go wrong or will it work. Looks like it works exactly as it should. I have the store ID, I have the billboard ID, I have the name. And I got redirected to my categories page, and you can see that my category is right here. Perfect. And let's go ahead and test this route right here. So I'm going to go here and paste. And there we go. I see the test category. So my API routes are working. And what is not working right now is these functions right here. So copy ID is probably working. Yeah, that is exactly the same. But delete and update need to be modified. So let's go ahead and modify that. I'm going to go in my components. I'm going to go into app folder, into dashboard, into routes, categories, components, and let's go inside cell action right here. Rename the billboard column to category column like this. Let's change this to category ID, copy it to clipboard. Let's change this to categories like that. Category deleted, and make sure you removed all products using this category first, like that. And instead of redirecting the edit to billboards, it's going to be categories. So let's just search billboards again, and there we go, no instances of billboards here. So let's see if that is truly it. I'm gonna go ahead and try and update this. Okay, there we go, we're here, test category. I'm gonna change this to test category 2 and select test for the billboard and save my changes. There we go, the billboard is now test and the name is test category 2. Let's check and try to create another one. This is going to be search. I'm going to choose another one and click create. And let's try and search. Search is working. Test is working. Let's gonna try and delete from here. Looks like it's working. And let's try and delete from the form. There we go. Looks like that is working as well. And before we move on, make sure you have at least one category. So I'm gonna add shoes, for example, and I'm just gonna add a random billboard so we can safely continue to the next route. Great job. We're going to continue, and now we're going to add the entity for our colors. So let's go ahead, sorry, not colors, sizes. So that's what we're going to do first. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but that's the order I want to go in. So let's go in our Prisma, schema.prisma right here, and let's create a model for size. So model size is going to have an ID, which is a string. It's a type of ID, and the default value is UUID, like that. It's going to have a store ID, which is a string, and it's going to have a relation to the store the same way we did for billboards and categories. So relation is going to be store to size, like that, with fields which hold the store ID, and references which hold the ID. So nothing you have not seen before. Let's go ahead and resolve this error by going back to the store and adding stores, store array, and relation store to size, like that. And let's just see what went wrong. So yes, I accidentally wrote stores. That's not what I meant. I meant to write sizes and size, and we have store to size, like that. And now let's go back to our size down here, and the error is gone. We do have a warning, but we know how to resolve that. Let's give this a name of string and a value of string as well. Products, my pardon, we are gonna add products, but later when we actually create the product model. So for now, we're not gonna do that. Last, it's gonna have created at, which is a date time. Default is going to be now, like that, and updated at is going to be at update. Sorry, it's going to be date time at updated at, like that. And let's add the index store ID, like that. Great. And now you already know what we have to do. So let's go ahead. Let's shut down the application and run npx prisma generate, like that. And now let's go ahead and let's run npx prisma db push and press enter. And that is going to push everything to planet scale. Let's just wait a couple of seconds, and there we go. We can run the app again. Perfect. So just refresh your application so that everything is working fine. And let's go ahead and we're going to do the same thing we did with the billboards and categories. So let's go ahead inside our app folder, dashboard, store ID, routes, copy the billboards and paste them inside the routes. So now you have billboards, billboards copy, categories and settings, and rename this to sizes, like that. Let's go inside the page DSX right here. And well, before we do anything here, what I want to do is I want to go inside my main navigation, and I just want to copy these categories, rematch this to sizes, like this, and add a label sizes, like that. So after categories, we're gonna have sizes, which for now is loading the billboards. So let's go ahead and resolve that. So right here, I'm in my routes sizes folder in this, which is practically this billboards folder that I just copied. So we're gonna go ahead and resolve that. So first, let's rename it to sizes page. Next, we're not gonna load billboards, we are going to load sizes. So we're gonna use prisma.db.sizes, sorry, .size, like that. And this can stay the same. Instead of formatted billboards, it's going to be formatted sizes. So let's go ahead and pass that here. And instead of using billboards, we're going to use sizes, like that. Instead of having ID, item ID, and label, we're not going to have label. We're going to have the name, which is item.name. And we're also going to have value, which is item.value, like this. So now what we have to resolve is the column. So let's go inside of my components, columns right here, and rename the billboard column to size column like that. And this size column is going to have an ID, it's going to have a name, and it's going to have a value like this. So we can change this accessory key to name, header to name, and you can just copy this and rename this to value and value right here. Great. Now that we resolved that, we can go back into our page right here, and let's fix this import to be size column right here. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and rename this billboard client to our actual size client. So first let's fix this broken import to be size column. And now let's find all instances of billboard client. So I have 3 of them, and call it sizes client like this. Great, and now we can go back into page.tsx, and my apologies, let's not call it, yes, actually everything's okay. All right, and let's just fix this, so sizes client like that, and just paste it right here. There we go. Now let's go back inside of this client right here. So we already fixed this to be size column, that is great. And let's just rename this to sizes right here inside. And once that is done, let's change this to manage sizes for your store. And let's change this to go to /sizes instead of /billboards. The API calls for sizes, entity name is sizes, and entity ID is size ID like this. There we go. Great. So now that we have that, what we can go ahead is, well, let's change the search key to be name. If you want to, you can also make it value. It's going to depend on, well, it's your personal opinion, of course. Now let's go ahead and let's go and modify this billboard ID to be size ID. So inside, choose size ID like this, and go inside page.tsx of that file. So we're going to rename this billboard page to size page like this. And instead of having a billboard ID, we're going to have the size ID. Instead of calling the constant billboard, it's going to be size. And we are going to use prismadb.size like that. And we're going to pass in this size right here. Great. So let's go ahead in the components and rename the billboard form to size form. So we can go back into page and just save the file like this. And now let's go back in the size form. And let's rename all the instances of billboard form like this. The same thing we already did to size form like this. And you can just save the file. And then you can go back to page.tsx and rename this to size form as well. There we go. And of course, the initial data is now not compatible. So let's go back inside size form and change the initial data from billboard to size, which you can import from Prisma client and remove the billboard from it. There we go. Nice. What we have to do now is change the form schema. So instead of having a label and image, it's going to have a name and it's going to have a value like this, meaning that we also have to modify that inside of here. So name and value like that. Perfect. So now let's click add new in this sizes so we can see that we are redirected correctly. There we go, sizes/new. Great. And now let's change the dynamic messages here. So billboards are going to be sizes, so size singular, and it's going to be size, and all of that looks good. Great. Now let's edit the forms before we go to the functions. So instead of, we're not going to have this image upload, so you can remove this entire field and just leave the grid. The first one is going to be name, and it's going to be name like that. And let's see what else. We're going to call this size name like this. And then you can just go ahead and copy this entire form field and rename this value and rename this value as well. And this is going to be size value like that. Perfect. So that's exactly what we need for this. Now let's go ahead and let's resolve our onSubmit. So instead of billboards, it's going to go sizes. Instead of using params.billboardID, it's going to use size ID, because that's what we named our folder. All right, this looks fine. Let's now resolve on delete. So again, instead of billboard, it's going to be sizes, and instead of params.billboard ID, it's going to be size ID like this. Instead of billboard deleted, it's going to be size deleted, and we're gonna write make sure you removed all products using this size first. So that's gonna be a more informative message. And let's search through our code for billboard. So no instances. This looks good. Great. And now let's go ahead and create our API routes. So I'm going to collapse everything right here. I'm going to go into app folder, API, in store ID, and I'm going to copy the billboards and paste it right here and rename it to sizes like that. So let's go and fix the first route inside of here. So instead of label and image URL, we're going to have name and value. If we don't have name, in that case, let's say that name is required. If we don't have value, in that case, of course, value is required. We can leave the authorization part to stay the same, but instead of using billboard, we're going to use size. Instead of the constant being named billboard, is going to be size again, and name is going to be instead of label, and value is going to be instead of image URL. And make sure you return the size, and instead of billboards is going to be sizes host like this. Great. Now let's also resolve the get. So this is fine, but instead of billboards is going to be sizes, instead of prisma.db.billboard is going to be size, and you can just paste that and rename this to sizes as well. Great. And instead of this folder being billboard ID, it's going to be size ID inside. So let's go inside. Let's resolve our get function. So instead of size ID, it's going to have, instead of billboard ID, it's going to have size ID. So let's go ahead and fix that here and write size ID is required. Instead of billboard, it's going to be size. So meaning prisma.db.size. And same thing for the params here, and return the size. And here we're going to write size get. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's resolve our patch function here. So again, instead of billboard ID, it's going to be size ID like that. Instead of the body being a label and image URL, it's going to be name and value. So we can check if we don't have name. In that case, name is required. Same thing for value like this. So value is required. And params.size ID, meaning size ID is required. This can stay the same. Instead of creating a billboard, we're creating a updating a size, meaning size update many size ID, and we're passing the name and value like this, and just return the size and change this to size patch. And last part is the delete. So same thing, it's gonna have size ID, meaning we check for params size ID. Size ID is required. Authorization can stay the same. Instead of deleting a billboard, we are deleting a size. So size.delete money and size ID, and just paste in the size. And you can just rename this to size as well. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and run billboard through here to ensure nothing has been left, and through this one as well, billboard. All right. So this looks like it could work. Let's go ahead. I'm going to prepare my network tab right here. I'm going to create a size called small with value of S and click create. And there we go. Looks like everything is working fine. So now let's go and fix our cell actions. So I'm going to close everything, go into app, dashboard, routes, sizes, components, cell action right here. Instead of using the billboard column, I'll be using the size column. Like that. Instead of billboard ID, it's going to be size ID. For the on delete, instead of billboards, it's going to be sizes, and it's going to say size deleted. And make sure you removed all products using this size first, like this. And for the update, we are not going to redirect to /billboard, but /sizes like that. And I think that should be it. So let's go ahead and try and update this now. So we just notice that the ID is working. I'm going to update the size to M, for example, and update this to medium and click Save Changes. And let's see if that's going to work. So it says size updated. Great. Let's add another one. So this is going to be large, value of L, and click Create. We have two of them. Let's see if we can search medium like that, large. Great. Perfect. Now let's just check the API routes in the browser right here. So I'm going to paste this and there we go. Looks like it's working. Let's test the individual size. Let's see. Oh, we're having some errors. Let's see what that is about. Okay, so the error was I copied an invalid ID, it seems. Oh yeah, I missed a 0. So let me just copy this again. Yes, it's working fine. Yeah, there we go. My apologies. Everything is fine. Great, and that's it. So our sizes is now complete and we can go on and create the colors. So let's continue and let's create our colors now. So this is going to be very simple because it's exactly the same as sizes, except it's going to be, well, obviously named colors, and it's going to have some different different IDs, such color ID instead of size ID. So let's go into Prisma, schema.prisma right here, and we can actually copy the model size and paste it. And we're just going to rename that to model color like this. And instead of stored to size, it's going to be stored to color like that, like this. And let's go back into our store at the top. You can copy this line and just name it colors and use the color model and use store to color like this. And there we go. The error is gone. And this is our new model for color. So it's exactly the same as size. It's going to have a name and a value. Great. So now what I want to do is, obviously, we have to go to terminal and we have to run npx prisma generate. Like this. So go ahead and write this and press enter. And now go ahead and run npx prisma db push and press enter again. And let's see if everything is working. There we go. And now you can run your project again and just refresh the page like this. Great. Now let's go into our main nav in components. And after sizes, go ahead and create the colors. So I'm going to replace these two routes with colors, and the label is going to be colors like this. And if we click, we have a 404 here. Great. So let's go into the app folder, dashboard, routes, and I'm going to copy the sizes this time because it's the most similar to colors. So just rename this to colors like that. Refresh again, and there we go. Now colors load exactly the same what sizes does. So let's go ahead and resolve that. So we can rename the sizes page to colors page like this. Instead of searching for sizes, we're going to search for colors and use prismadb.color like that. Instead of having formatted sizes, it's going to be formatted colors, and instead of sizes, it's going to be colors.map like that. And you can see that this is pretty much the same. We're just going to pass in the formatted colors like that. And now let's just rename the column here. So go into components, columns.ts, and rename the size column to color column like this. So one difference that color is going to have that size doesn't is going to have a special cell here. So go ahead and add cell, go ahead and extract the row and return this arrow function and open a div like this and give it a class name of flex items-center and gap-x-2. And what we're going to do inside is we're going to render the actual value, and we're also going to create a div which is going to display our color, because I think that's really cool. So it's going to be a self-closing tag. Give it a class name of h-6w-6 rounded-full and border like that, and also give it a style of background color to be equal to row.original.value like this. So if you're wondering why am I not using dynamic classes in this one, that is because Tailwind only works with predefined fully written classes. So there is basically it uses just-in-time compiler, which means that if you do dynamic classes, there is a chance that Tailwind is not going to compile that CSS and your styles are not going to work. So it's safer to use style with such dynamic classes. So otherwise we're gonna have to do something like BG, and then inside we'll pass in our dynamic class. But if there's a chance that doesn't work, there are some problems with Tailwind and those kind of specific styling. Great, now that we have this, let's go ahead and let's go back inside page.tsx and let's modify the size column to color column like that. So just go ahead and paste this here. Perfect, and now we have to modify the sizes client. So let's go into this client right here and let's modify this column to be color column like that, and rename the instance of sizes client to color client. And let's actually make it colors client to follow the proper naming. Let's go back into page.tsx and let's import the colors client like that, and let's just paste it here. There we go. And now let's go back into this client right here. And first thing, I want to modify the title. Instead of sizes, is going to say colors and manage colors for your store. The add new is going to go to /colors/new like that, and the API is going to API calls for colors, and entity name is going to be colors, entity ID name is going to be color ID, just like that. Perfect. And now what we have to do is we actually have to create this add new route. So let's go ahead and just rename this size ID to be color ID like that. Let's go ahead and let's go inside. So size page is now going to be color page. It's not going to have size ID, it's going to have color ID. We're not going to search for size, we're going to search for color using Prisma. So prisma.color and params.color ID like that. And we're going to pass in the color like that. Perfect. So now let's go into the components and let's replace the size form to be color form. So we can go back in page and just save this input right here. So make sure you re-import this from color-form. Great. Now inside, let's go ahead and change all instances of size form into color form. So color form like this. Perfect. And the initial data here, it's not going to be size, it's going to be color from Prisma client. So go ahead and assign that right here. Great. And now go back into page.tsx of this individual color ID and change the size form to color form like that. Now let's go in our color form and let's change the schema for the value just a little bit. So yes, it's going to be a string, but it's going to have a minimum of 4 characters and it's going to follow the regex for our specific hex. So we're going to add a slash, we're going to add a caret, a hashtag, and we're going to end the slash. And I'm going to add a specific message here to say a string must be a valid hex code. So we want to confirm that only hex codes can be entered in our form. So let's actually click add new to see what we are working with here. Perfect. And now we have all of these things for the color, but let's just rename instances of text size to color. So color like that and color updated like this. Perfect. So we're going to resolve the onSubmit and onDelete later. For now, let's go ahead and focus on our forms to see what exactly we have to change here. Great. So it's not going to be size name, it's going to be color name here, and that is pretty much it. And now this is going to be a size value, but along this input, we are also going to add a little dot, which is going to show the current color. So let's wrap this input into a div right here, like that, and let's give it a class name of flex items-center and gap-x-4 like that. And below, I'm gonna add a div. It's going to be actually a self-closing div. Let's give it a class name of border p-4 and rounded-full. So you can see how now we have a little color right here, and a style is going to be background color field.value like that. So now if I write a hex code for black, you can see that it's going to become black. If I write a hex code for white, it becomes white. That's exactly what we want. Perfect. And that's it for our form. Now let's go in our onSubmit and let's modify the instances of the text size into colors. So colors right here and colors here. Instead of params size ID, it's going to be color ID. And that is it for the onSubmit. Now let's go into the onDelete. Same thing here. So colors and params.color ID. And for the message of toast success, just color deleted. And here, make sure you removed all products using this color first. There we go. Let's search for size. Okay, this is a size of button. That is fine. And nothing else. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's create the API routes for this. So the good thing is that they are exactly the same as sizes, so we're just gonna have to rename them. Great, so just go ahead and copy these sizes right here and rename them to colors like that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and resolve the first one. So name and value stays exactly the same. Everything stays exactly the same, but size is not going to be size, it's going to be color, and it's going to be prismadb.color.create, and we're going to send the color, and the error message is going to log colors post. Perfect. Now let's resolve the get function. So same thing here, we are not calling the sizes, we are calling the colors, meaning prismadb.color, and send the colors and just fix the error message to colors. That was very fast. Great. And now let's go ahead and rename this size ID to color ID like that. And let's go inside this route, change this parameter to color ID like that, replace it right here, and just write color ID is required. We are not finding a size, we are finding a color. So prismadb.color and params.color ID. And of course, replace size with the new constant and replace this with color_get. Perfect. Now let's resolve the patch. So instead of size ID, again, it's color ID, meaning that we have to replace that here as well, color ID, and color ID is required. The authorization stays the same, but we are not updating size, we are updating the color, meaning prisma.color.update many and params.color ID. And we send the color in the JSON, and let's just rename this the color as well. And the delete is the very same thing. In the parameters, it's color ID instead of the size ID, so check that here as well. And color ID is required, authorization stays the same, and we are not deleting size, we are deleting a color, so prismadb.color.delete many and params.color ID, and of course the response is color. And lastly, color delete. Now let's go ahead and search for size here. No instance is great. No size here. Perfect. Let's go ahead and see if this works. So I'm going to refresh here. I'm going to name my color black, and I'm going to add a hex value for the color black and click create. And let's see, it says color created. Let's see if I can search black. White result returns nothing. Perfect. Now let's resolve all our cell actions. So close everything, go into the app folder, into the dashboard, routes, colors, components, and just select cell action here. Instead of size column, it's going to be color column like that. Perfect. It's going to be color ID, copy to clipboard, on delete. We're going to target colors like that and color deleted, and make sure you removed all colors. Whoops, all products using this color first, and the edit is gonna match colors instead of sizes. Perfect. I think that is it. Let's go ahead, let's try and update this. So color ID is working. The update right here, let's call this black 2, and I don't know, let's modify the values a little bit and click save changes. And there we go, it says it's working. Let's go ahead and try and add new. So I'm gonna add, I don't know, random, whatever hex value we think of. How about something that doesn't look dark? Okay, something like this. Create that. There we go. Let's see if we can delete it from here. We can. Great. Let's see if we can delete from here. Delete. we can do that as well. So I'm gonna return my black right here. There we go. And let's see if I can, if our API is working. So I'm gonna try here. It's working. I'm gonna go ahead and copy the individual ID, and that is working as well. Great job. You finished all filters. All that's left is to create products and orders, connect that to Stripe, and we can start working on the front-end store. Now it's time to create our product entity. Let's go ahead and let's start by going into Prisma to create that model first. So I'm going to collapse everything here. I'm going into my schema.prisma, and the same way I added these models above, I'm going to add a new one called product. So let's go ahead and write model product like this. It's going to have an ID, which is a type of string with a decorator ID and the default of UUID like that. Besides that, it's also going to have a relation to the store. So we have to write store ID, which is a type of string, and a relation with the store like this, add a decorator relation, and it's going to be named store to product like that. Let's go ahead and add some fields inside. So I'm going to add the store ID field and of course the references to the actual ID of the store. And before we move on, of course we have to create the equivalent relation in the store model. So let's go ahead and find the store. Let's go ahead and add products like this. Add the product model, make sure it's an array, and add the relation with store to product like that. And there we go, the errors are now gone, and yes, we have the warning, we're gonna fix that later. But besides the relation to the store, we're also gonna have a relation to category. So go ahead and write category ID, which is a string, and a relation category. So go ahead and write the model category, and relation is going to be category to product like that, with fields, category ID, and references ID like that. So now we have to go to the category and add that very same relation. So let's go ahead and find our category. There we go. And I'm gonna go just below the billboard right here. And I'm gonna add products like this, which is going to be a type of product model, which is an array, and it's going to have a relation called category to product like that. And there we go. Now we connected our category model with our product model right here. Perfect. And besides the store and category, our product is also going to have relations with our filters. But we're going to get to that later. Now let's add some general properties the product is going to have. So it's going to have a name, which is a type of string. It's going to have a price, which is a decimal, like that. It's going to have a boolean is featured, which is going to be a type of boolean, and it's going to have a default value of false. Then it's also going to have a boolean called is archive, which is a boolean with a default value of false as well. We're also going to have this filter relations that I was talking about. So let's go ahead and create the size ID, which is a string, and let's give it a size relation. So we use the size model, add relation decorator like that. And no name for this one. Instead, we're going to do fields, size ID, and references ID like that. And obviously we now have to do the same thing in the size model. So let's find our size model right here. So we have a relation with the store. What we have to do now is add a relation with the products. So after this value right here, I'm just going to add products like that. I'm going to use the product model and add an array. And if we scroll down, you can see the error has gone away. Perfect. Now that we have that, we're also going to have to add the relation with the color. So in our product model, I'm going to add color ID, which is a type of a string, and a relation to the color. So color is going to have a relation, and it's going to have fields, color ID, and references ID. And now we have to add the very same relation like we did here in the size. So you can just copy the products array here and just add it after the value here. And there we go, our errors are gone, but we still have some warnings we have to resolve. Great. Before we wrap this up, we're gonna have to create another relation with this product. Since this is not gonna have a single image like Billboard does, for example. You can see with Billboard we were able to just add image URL and add a string. But our product is going to be able to have multiple images. So we have to create a model for that as well. So let's go ahead and add that first. So just below the model product, before we finish it, we're going to add model image like this. It's going to have an ID, which is a string with a decorator ID and a default value of UUID like that. And it's going to have a product ID, which is a type of a string, and a product like this with a relation decorator. It's going to have fields, product ID, and references ID. And one thing I'm also going to add here is a special rule for what happens with this image model once product has been deleted. Since this is a very specific case where we should be able to delete our product even if we have an existing image model which uses that product. Otherwise, any product we create, we wouldn't be able to delete unless we actually deleted the image from the database. So now what we can do is just on delete cascade like this. So this is going to allow us to delete this product after it's been created and after the relation with the image has been made. So now that we have this, we can go back into our product and we can add a relation to the image. So just after my color right here in the product, I'm gonna go ahead and add images to be the image model and an array like that. And let's just wrap up the product before we just add a couple of more fields to the image model. It's going to have created at, which is the date time type, and a default value of now, and updated at, which is a decorator updated at like this. Of course, it's also a type of date time. There we go. And now let's go back in our image and let's finish this. So in my image, I'm also going to have a URL, which is a type of string, and created at, which is the date time with the value of default of now, and updated at date time with a updated at decorator like this. So let's go ahead and fix this warning by adding at index, open an array, and write product ID. And we're gonna do the same thing here. So we have to fix the store ID, category ID, size ID, and the color ID. So let's go ahead and write at index, store ID. I'm going to duplicate this and add category ID, duplicate it again, add the size ID and color ID. There we go. Now our Prisma has no errors and no warnings. Save the file and go ahead and shut down your application and run npx prisma generate like this. There we go. Now that's added to our node modules, and now let's push that to planet scale. So npx prisma db push like this, and let's see if we have any errors, if maybe we're gonna have to reset the database. No, great, everything is fine. And now feel free to just npm run dev again and refresh your local host. And now that this is ready, we can go ahead and go inside our main navigation. So inside components, inside main nav right here, I'm just going to copy the colors and paste it below that. So just before the settings. And I'm going to rename this routes to products like this, and the label is going to be products as well. Perfect. Now what we have to create is the actual route for the products, because if we click, we get a 404. Let's go ahead and I'm going to copy the existing route that we have. So let's see which one is the closest. I think that we can actually go ahead and use the billboards, because the billboards has a form which uses the image upload, and we're going to have image upload in the product form as well. So I think this one is the closest that we want for our products. So go ahead and copy this. You're going to have billboards, billboards copy, categories, colors, settings, and sizes, and rename the billboards copy to products like that. And after you refresh your page, you should no longer have a 404. Instead, products should lead to the very same page as billboards. And now we're gonna go and slowly change everything we need for it to successfully load the products instead. So first things first, let's rename this page to products page like this. Okay, now that that is done, we are not going to load billboards. Instead, we're going to load products. So we're going to use await prismadb.product, which we just pushed to the database. And instead of having just a where and just an order, I'm also going to add include inside. Make sure you don't misspell include, like this, and we're going to include the category, so write category true. We're going to include the size relation, and we're going to include the color relation. So we're including this so we can access those individual models in a form of an object, and then we can display them in the table. For example, I want to show that my product has the color white, something like that. So that's why we need to, let's call that populate that, even though populate is more of a at least I think more of a MongoDB thing, even though we are using MySQL. I'm not sure what's the proper term. You can correct me in the comments if you know what that is. Great. And instead of calling this formatted billboards, we're going to call it formatted products. But first, let's fix the iteration here. So we are not iterating over billboards. We are iterating over these products right here. And we're not using formatted billboards. We are using formatted products like that, which means we also have to pass that to, for now, this thing called billboard client, which of course we're going to rename to product client. And let's just fix the structure inside of this. So item ID can stay the same. Instead of label, it's going to be name, and we're going to pass in a couple of booleans. So is featured, it's going to be item is featured. The same thing for is archived. It's going to be item that is archived, like that. Now we're going to use the price, and for price, let's go ahead and let's create another util in our code base called formatter. So for now, I'm going to just write item.price inside, and we're going to go ahead and create a formatter now for this, because I want my price to be formatted in a nice way. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to find my lib folder right here, and I'm going to go inside utils like this, and I'm going to write export const formatter to be equal to new intl dot number format. I'm going to pass in n-us like this. I'm going to open an object. I'm going to choose the style of currency, and I'm going to pass the currency to be US dollars like that. Perfect. And now I'm going to go back in my page.tsx right here where I have the formatted products. And I'm going to wrap this in that formatter. So I'm going to write formatter, which I can import from @/libutils like this. So I'm just going to move it right here with Prisma, and that I have this formatter. I'm going to say formatter.format, and I'm going to wrap the item that price. But our item.price is a type of decimal. If you remember in our schema Prisma, that's what we defined the price to be. And that is the way we can turn it into a number is very easy, just to number like this. And there we go, the TypeScript error has now been removed. Now let's get our category. So category is going to be not the entire object, but I'm just going to use item.category.name like that. For the size, the same thing, item.category.name. And for the color, I'm going to use the value so that I have the hex code so I can display the actual color available. So item.color.value. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's just resolve this billboard column. So instead of billboard column, it's obviously going to be product column. So let's go into our components right here inside columns. And let's rename the billboard column to product column like that. ID can stay the same, label is actually name like this, price is a string because we format it into a nice looking string, size is a string, category is a string as well, color is a string, and we also have the is featured, which is a boolean, and is archived, which is a boolean as well. And now it's time to create the actual well, how do we call this? The actual columns matching this type. So accessor key is going to be name, and the header is going to be name like this. Accessor key here, well, we're going to add the created at last, so you can actually go ahead and insert an object inside. Let's add the accessor key here to be is archived. That's the second thing I want to show, and the header is going to be archived like this. So you can play around, you can reorder this how you want. The second after the archived I want it to be is featured and show whether this product is featured or not. Then let's see what else do we want. So I'm just pasting this, so don't be confused. And then I have the price. We're gonna display the price. I'm gonna copy that and paste. And the next one is going to be category, and I'm gonna display the category. So you can see how that is appearing right here, right? And then I'm gonna go ahead and copy this again. The next thing is going to be size, and give it a size header. There we go, now we have the size. And after that, let's go ahead and let's create a color. So I'm gonna write color, and the header is going to be color like this. But our color is going to have a special cell because I want to render a little icon showing what color it is. So I'm going to write cell. I'm going to extract the row like this. I'm going to go ahead and write a div with the class name of flex items dash center gap dash x dash 2 like that. I'm going to render the row dot original dot color like that. And inside I'm gonna add a div, which is going to be a self-closing tag like this. It's gonna have a class name of h-6w-6 rounded-full and border, and a style with the background color of row.original.color like that. Perfect. So you might be wondering, let me just quickly go inside of my colors components column. So you can see here I'm using dot value. So how does that work? Why do I have a value here? Well, that's because that's the way I formatted my colors here. See, I use value as item.value, but in the page for my products right here, the color is still item.color.value, but I mapped it to color because I just want to work with color like that. And then when I have the color in my columns, I also have to use that very same field. So if you perhaps notice the difference and are wondering, hey, why are you doing that? Well, that's the reason why. The created ad can stay the same and the cell actions are going to be fixed later. So just save this file, make sure you rename this to product column, and let's go inside our page.tsx back again, and let's remove this billboard column with product column like this. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's change this billboard client. So first I'm gonna go ahead and go inside the client right here. I'm gonna rename this billboard column to product column like that, and I'm gonna rename the instances of billboard client to product client like that. And then I have to go back in my page.tsx and add product client from the import and actually render that here. So just like we did for our previous entities. Now let's go ahead and let's see everything we have to change inside of this client right here. So instead of billboards, it's going to be products like that, and it's going to say manage products for your store. The router that push for the new one is going to be /products like that, and API calls for products, entity name is products, and entity ID is product ID. There we go. So now we have our products looking like something, and now of course we have to create the actual form. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. So we have to go into our app folder, into the dashboard, store ID, routes, products, and let's rename this billboard ID to product ID like that. And inside page.tsx, it's not going to be called billboard page. Instead, you guessed it, it's going to be called product page like this. And the parameters are not going to be billboard ID, but they're going to be product ID, meaning that we are not going to fetch the billboard, but the product using prismadb.product.findUnique like that. But I'm also going to include something here, because remember, we are having an array of images which are a separate model. So if we want to load the URL of those images and not just an array of IDs, we have to add images true inside this include object right here. And then we can pass this product right here. And of course that gets the error because it's not the type of data that we are expecting. So now what I want to do is I want to rename this billboard form input and this billboard form component into product form. So inside the components, I'm going to rename the billboard form to product-form. I'm going back into page.tsx, and you can see it automatically fixed my import. So if yours hasn't, go ahead and fix it and save the file. And now let's go inside the product form, and I'm gonna go ahead and, as always, change all instances of billboard form. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here, and change that to product form like that. And now we can go back inside page.tsx and fix the import to be product form. And there we go. So the only error is the type error. Let's go inside the product form and resolve that now. So our product form props, it's not going to be a simple product like this because we are populating the images. So what we have to do, obviously, first import this product from Prisma, and you can remove the billboard import like this. And now let's go ahead and we have to extend this product a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and add an @ sign like this. I'm going to open an object and I'm going to write images. And the image is going to be a type of image from Prisma client, and it's going to be a type of array. So I imported image alongside product from the Prisma client. And there we go. That is the proper type now. And now what we have to do is, obviously, we have to resolve the default values here. So the default values are going to be either initial data or this right here. So instead of label, it's going to be name. Instead of image URL, we're going to use images, which are going to be an empty array at the beginning. Price by default is going to be 0. Category ID is going to be empty like this. Let's see what else. Color ID is also going to be empty. Size ID is also going to be empty. Is featured is going to be false by default, and is archived is going to be false by default as well. And now we also have to resolve that very same thing inside Zod. So change the label to be name, change the images. It's not going to be z.string, it's going to be z.object like that. It's going to be URL inside, which takes z.string, and that whole thing is going to be an array. And then let's add the price. So you might be thinking, oh, it's just z.number, but since we're working with the decimal and we have to add z.curse, I actually coerce like this. I'm not even sure how to spell it like this, and make it at least 1 like that. And category ID is going to be z.string dot at least 1. Besides category ID, we're also going to have color ID. Copy that and do the same thing for size ID. And we also have the is featured, which is z.boolean like this .default.false, and it's going to be optional so our schema can work properly. And is archived like is the very same thing. And there we go. Now we should not have any errors here, but we still do. So let me just go ahead and see what's going on with that. So what we have to do is we have to modify this initial data just a little bit. So instead of usually just adding the initial data, I'm also going to do a little, I'm going to add a question mark here like this, and I'm going to open an object inside, and I'm going to spread the initial data inside like this. And let's just quickly replace this pipe with this. So we have a proper question mark and else here. And I'm going to modify the price of the initial data to be parse float string initial data question mark dot price. And there we go. Now our errors are gone. So if we have the initial data, in that case, we reuse the entire initial data, but we have to modify a price a little bit because in Prisma and MySQL, that's a type of decimal, but here it has to be a float. So we have to play around with formatting a little bit. Just make sure you replace this into a proper, I cannot remember what's the name of this sign. I'm sorry. Let's call it double dot. So just make sure you replace the pipe with the double dot right here. Great. Now that we have that, as always, we're going to resolve the onSubmit and onDelete later. And I'm going to click Add New here in the products just to see what I'm seeing. There we go. So let's go ahead and let's now change these titles right here. So instead of edit billboard and create billboard and all of this description is going to mention a product, and the toast message is going to be product created like that. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and we can actually modify our form. So I'm going to go ahead and find our images first. Let's go ahead and resolve that. So instead of background image, it's going to be images like this. The name is also going to be images like this. Now the value is going to be a little bit different. So what we're going to do, instead of having this ternary, we're going to have field value.map. We're going to get the individual image and we're going to just return image.url because we're working with an array of images. So the value has to be an array of strings. That's what image URL expects. If you hover here, see, it expects an array of strings. So that's what we are doing. We are iterating over our current images, which have been loaded, or an empty array if we are using the default values. And we are just passing in the URL string. Now let's see what we have to modify with the onChange right here. So the onChange gets the URL. We're going to call the field onChange like this, and instead what I'm going to do is I want to add this URL to the existing values. So I'm going to spread the existing values using field.value, not values, and I'm going to add an object URL like that. And for the onRemove, I also need the URL here, and I'm going to call the onChange again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to iterate over the field values again, but I'm going to filter it out. So I'm going to spread the field.value.filter. I'm going to get the current image that we are iterating over, and we're going to check if the current.url is not equal to the URL passed from this arrow function right here. And that should resolve our images. Let's just go ahead. I'm going to refresh one more time and let's try and see if this works. So I'm going to go to my desktop. Let's see, I have some shirts right here. So I'm going to add this too. And I'm expecting that 2 of this will be rendered now in this field. Let's check if that is correct. I'm going to click done. There we go. And if I click remove on this one, it should only remove that one. And if I click remove here, it removes all of them. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. So now let's continue and let's change this label field right here to be name field. And it's going to say name like this. And this is going to be product name like that. And there we go. And now that we have that, we have to add select options for our categories. But before that, let's actually go ahead and I'm going to copy this entire form field here. I'm going to paste it like this. So now we're going to have 2 of those, and I'm going to change this pasted one to be price like that. And the form label is going to be price as well. This is going to be, instead of product price, let's write something like 9.99. So we indicate what has to be passed in here. And let's give this input a type of number like that. So we can only work with numbers. Perfect. And now what I want to do is I want to go inside of my category. So go inside categories, category, the components category form. And we're just going to copy and paste this form field, which works with select fields right here. So that's what I want inside. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy this entire form field right here. So let's go ahead and do that. Go back in the product form, and after the price, go ahead and paste this entire thing. And instead of having the billboard ID, first we're going to do the color ID, the category ID. So we're going to choose the category for this product. We have to import the select. So go ahead to the top and you can just add import select from add/components/UI/select, like that. Let's go back down to our select. We also have to import the select trigger, so we can add that. We also need the select value. We need the select, well, actually, let's just basically fix all of the errors. So we have the select content and select item. So I'm gonna add those as well. Select content, select item, like that. Let's see what else we have. Okay, and this is what we have to replace from billboards to categories. But let me just show you everything I've added here. So I've added the select trigger, select value, select content, and select item, like this. Perfect. And now if I save, we're gonna get an error because billboards does not exist, because we won't be working with billboards. Instead, we're going to be working with categories. We don't have categories yet, so the error is going to stay, but I'm going to modify this to category, and I'm going to go ahead and use the category ID here, and I'm not going to use category label, I'm going to use category name, because category does not have a label. Now let's go ahead and fix this right here. So what we have to do is we have to go back in the page that holds this form right here, so the server component where we load our initial product, and I'm going to go ahead and call the categories. So const categories are going to be equal await prismadb.category.find many, like that, and I want to find all categories inside this store ID. So alongside our product ID being in the params, we also have to add the store ID, which is a type of a string, like that, and we have it because all of our routes are inside the store ID. Great, and now we can just write store ID to be params.storeID. There we go. And besides categories, we are also going to need to call all sizes. So let's go ahead and do sizes, like that, and copy and paste this one more time and do the same thing for colors. So prismadb.color, there we go. And now we're going to use these three and pass them to this client component, which is our form. So besides the initial data, we're going to pass in the categories, we're going to pass in the colors, and we're going to pass in the sizes. There we go. And now we have to fix that in our types of the product form. So let's go back in my product form. I'm going to go all the way to the top and find my typings. And after this initial data, I'm going to add categories to be category from Prisma client, and it's an array. I'm going to have colors. So color from Prisma client, it's an array as well, and sizes, so size type from Prisma client, and it's an array. Make sure you've added all of those here, so category, color, image, product, and size from Prisma client. And after you've added these types, we also have to destructure them in the props, so categories, colors, and sizes. There we go. And now you can see that my error is gone right here. And let's just change this. So I'm back here with the name category ID, the select form field, which I copied from the billboard, sorry, from the category. Let's change the form label to be category here. And let's change this to select a category, like that. And let's see if when I select, there we go, my category is shoes. But if I go in my existing categories, and let's go ahead and try and create a new one just to demonstrate. So besides shoes, I'm also going to have glasses, for example. I'm going to choose a random billboard and create this. And now if I go back in my products and create new right here, there we go. I have either glasses or shoes to choose for my product category, which is exactly what we wanted. Great. So now that we have the categories set up, we can just copy this entire form field right here and just paste it below, save, and there we go. Now we have category again. And we're going to change this one to be size ID, and the label is going to be size. This is going to be select a size, like that. And instead of iterating over categories, we are going to iterate over sizes, like that. And let's see if we have to modify this. So we have, instead of category, we're going to call all of this size, like that. So let's see if that works fine. We have medium and we have large. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. And we have to copy it one more time for our colors. So just paste it right here and call this color ID. Give the form label a color value, select a color, like that, and we are iterating over colors. So replace this parameter to color as well. There we go. So now we can choose the color to be black. Perfect. And now that this is done, what we have to do, oh, my apologies, we are not done. So we have two more fields. We have the is featured and is archived. And for that, we have to add a checkbox. So let's go to Chat.cn UI. Let's go ahead and let's find the components. So let me just see where the components, here they are. Okay. And find the checkbox component. So go ahead and add this npx Chat.cn-ui at latest add checkbox. I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to shut down my application, paste this. So npx Chat.cn-ui at latest add checkbox, and press enter and confirm the installation. Wait a couple of seconds and then we can rerun our application again. So let's go ahead and run npm run dev. There we go. Go ahead and refresh your application. And I'm going to pause the video until my site is rendered so you can see clearly what I'm doing in real time. There we go. And okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to go just below this form field, and let's actually go ahead and let's copy one form field so we speed up the process. So I'm going to copy this form field for price because it looks fairly simple. It just has an input, and I'm going to paste it after the size ID form field. Sorry, after the color ID. So the last one, like this. So if I save this right now, you should have the price here. Of course, we're going to change this to something else. So instead of the name price, it's going to be is featured, like that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually remove everything inside and just going to leave the form item. And I'm going to go ahead and give it some class names. So I'm going to write class name to be flex-row items-start space-x-3 space-y-0 rounded-md border np-4, and I'm going to save that, and you can see how now this looks like a little box. So I'll just expand this a little bit so you can see the entire thing. Flex row items start space-x-3 space-y-0 rounded and the border and padding 4 on all sides. And now let's add the form control, which we already have. And now let's add our checkbox, which you can import from add/components UI checkbox, and it is a self-closing tag. So just make sure you've imported that right here. Okay, now that we have the checkbox, let's go ahead and give it a checked value of field.value, which is a boolean, and let's do onChecked change to be field.onChange. Like this. And here's the thing. So there is an error happening here because, well, the types for this are not compatible. And I filed an issue on this in Chat.cn UI library, and I got a response that this is actually an issue with React hook form. So one thing I noticed is that this still works as intended regardless of the fact that it's throwing a type error, meaning that no functionality is affected, at least in my case. So what you can do is add a comment ts-ignore. Actually make sure to add this comment because otherwise you won't be able to deploy with an error. Great, and below this form control, go ahead and add a div here with a class name of space -y-1 and leading -none, like here. Add a form label inside, featured, like that, and a form description right here. And here I'm going to describe what's going to happen once this is checked. So this product will appear on the home page like that. There we go. So now I have a better description on what happens once I click check right here. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and we have to copy this entire form field one more time for our is archived boolean. So change this is featured to is archived. Of course, make sure this is the copied one. So you still need to have the is featured one. Let's go ahead and change the form label here to archived. And we're going to change the description to this product will not appear anywhere in the store. Like that. There we go. So we finished the form for our product, and now we have to change the API routes. So let's go ahead and let's go the onSubmit first. So first things first, we're changing this to billboards to products, and params is using the product ID instead of billboard ID. And the router.push is going to products, not billboards, like that. Now we have to do the same thing for the onDelete. So it's going to be /products and product ID. Same thing for the redirect to /products, like that. So multiple products here. Perfect. And it's going to be product deleted. And if we cannot delete a product, well, we can just write something went wrong, like that. There we go. And now what we have to do is we actually have to create the routes for this. Let's go ahead and let's copy one of the existing API routes now. So I'm going in my app folder, inside API, inside store ID, and let's go ahead and let's copy the billboards, for example, and let's rename that to products, like that. I'm not going to expand this because we're going to be working with code now. So first, as always, let's resolve the global products.route.ts file right here. So first thing, let's change the body. We're not going to need the label and image URL. Instead, we're going to work with name, price, category ID, color ID, size ID, images, is featured, and is archived, like that. So we have to do the changes. We have to do the checks for all of those. So first, let's do the name. If there is no name, in that case, name is required. If there is no price, in that case, of course, price is required. Let's go ahead and copy this. So if there is no category ID, in that case, category ID is required, like that. Same thing is going to be for size, so size ID is required. Whoops, not size, but size ID, like that. And same thing for color ID, so color ID is required, like that. And we're not going to check for is featured and is archived because, well, they can be false, right? If nothing has been sent from them, that means it's false by default. It has a default value in Schema Prisma. Great. And one more thing I want to check, of course, is for the images. So after the name, I'm also going to check for the images. So if there are no images at all, or if we passed in an empty array of images, in that case, so just make sure you put the exclamation point here at the image's length. So if the length is negative, then this is going to work. In that case, return new next response images are required and give it a status of 400, like that. Perfect. And now we can go ahead, go all the way down. So this stays the same. This authorization part stays the same as well. And instead of creating the billboard, we are creating the product with the PrismaDB product.create. And the data we are passing inside is going to be name, is going to be price, is going to be is featured, is archived, is going to have category ID, it's going to have color ID, size ID, store ID. Oh, we already have the store ID right here. So after the store ID, let's go ahead and add the images. But images are a separate model, so we can't just pass in the images. Instead, we're going to write images. We're going to open an object and write create many. We're going to add the data, open an array, and we're going to spread the array of images, which we will send. So images.map, get the current image. The current image type is going to be an object which has an URL of string, and we're just going to return that image. So this way we fix the TypeScript error. And just pass in that in next response and change this to products_post, like that. And now let's go ahead and let's resolve our get function here. So it's going to have the store ID. This is fine, but it's going to work a little bit different. So our get route for products is going to be used heavily on the front end side. So I want to give it filters so that we can only load products for this specific category ID, for that specific color ID, size ID, and stuff like that. And of course the featured flag and the archive flag. So let's go ahead and write const the structure search params from new URL request.url, like that. And then let's get the category ID from search params.get category ID. Make sure you don't misspell that. pipe undefined if it's not inside. Go ahead and copy that and replace this with color ID. Copy that as well and replace it with size ID. And now we're gonna get to the featured, so you can copy it again and just say is featured, search params is featured like that, and you don't need this pipe for that one. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's write products here instead. So prismadb.product.findMany like that. And let's also send back the products. Now we're going to modify this where. So yes, it's going to have the store ID. It's also going to have a category ID if one has been passed. It's going to have the color ID if that's what we want to filter by. Same with size ID. And then for the is featured, we're going to use if is featured has been passed. In that case, we're going to say true, otherwise undefined. So we don't want to write explicitly false. We have to use undefined, so it completely ignores this filter if that's what we want. And is archived is always going to be false. So we never want to load back products which have been archived in our store. And we also have to include all of these relations so it can properly be displayed on the front end. So images are going to be true. Category is going to be true as well. Color is going to be true. Size is going to be true like that. And we are also going to order by created at descending. So we always load the newest ones and change this, of course, to products get. There we go. So we now finished that. And now we have to do the same thing inside billboard ID. So just rename this to product ID and go ahead and go inside. In here first, let's resolve the get function. So instead of billboard ID, it's going to have product ID. If there is no params.product ID, in that case, product ID is required. We are not fetching the billboard, but the product. So await prismadb.product find unique using the product ID. And of course, we have to include the images because again, on the front end, we want to display those URLs. Same for category, so we can display the name of the category. Same for the size and for the color like that. And then we can safely pass in the product and just rename this to product get like that. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's resolve our patch function. So let's go ahead back in our route.ts here, and let's first copy this body object so we don't have to repeat that. So I'm going to replace that in the patch function here. There we go. So now this is what I get from my body. I'm going to remove this inside like that, and I'm going to go here and I'm going to copy everything here. So from name, images, price, category, all the way to color, but without the params.store ID, because you can see we already have that here. So I'll just paste it right here. And there we go. We speed up that process by a lot. We can leave this store ID authorization to be as it is. And all we have to do is we modify this. So the product we are updating is product, of course, not billboard. The where is correct, but the data is different. So we are updating the name, price, category ID, color ID, size ID, images. So whenever we update the images, what we want to do is call delete many like that. All right, and let's see why are we having this error right here. But before we do that, let's do is featured here, and let's do the is archived like that. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and see what's going on with the images. So the issue was that we have to modify this query a little bit. So we are actually not gonna need to have this in a constant. We're gonna do that, but later. First, we're just gonna do a general query to update this specific product using .update like this. So now you can see this error went away. And then we're gonna go ahead and add a constant to this actual product by creating new images. So now we deleted all images and now we're gonna create new ones. So const product is equal await prismadb.product.update like that, where id is equal to params.product id like that. And let's go ahead and pass in the data. So the data is going to be images, and inside we're gonna go ahead and create. So create like this, sorry, create many data, which is an array. We're gonna spread the images map. We're gonna get individual image, which is a type of URL which is a type of object which has the URL type of string inside, and I'm just going to return that image there. There we go. And I think we are missing the product ID from my parameters here. So let me just go ahead inside of this patch function here. Yes, of course. So I forgot in this patch, I still have the billboard ID. So it's going to be product ID inside of here. And then we also have to change this check for billboard ID and say product ID is required. And then we check this with product ID as well. So this is this general update that we are doing, and inside we use this. Perfect. So that is now resolved. And now we can go ahead and just pass in that product right here and change this to product patch like that. Perfect. And one more thing we have to resolve is the delete function. Let's go all the way down. First, let's change this to product ID like that. Change this to product ID as well. Product ID is required. This authorization step can stay the same. We are not deleting the billboard, instead the product. So await prismadb.product.delete many using the product ID like that. And I think that is it. So we just pass in the product here and we replace the billboard with product delete. Let's go ahead and search for billboard inside of this route. Nothing. Let's check here. Nothing. I think this should work as expected. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page right here. I'm already going to prepare my network tab here. Let's go ahead and let's upload some images. So I'm just going to expand this a little bit. There we go. So I'll add this to images. Let's see what happens with that. So, okay, that is uploaded. I'm going to add this white shirt. So white shirt like that. The price is going to be $99. The category is going to be glasses. Size is going to be medium. Color is going to be black and is going to be featured. And I'm going to click create. And it seems like it's working and it has redirected us back. And there we go. White shirt. It is not archived, but it is featured. The price is $99. The category is glasses. Oh, it says the size is glasses as well. So we made a mistake here. So let's see if that is a mistake in our individual product, in our form, or in our, in our table. So I'm just going to go ahead and let's debug this together. So I'm going to go inside the app folder, inside dashboard, routes, inside my products, and I'm going to get this product to see the formatted items first. Yes, so it's a mistake inside of the formatted products. So you can see for the category, I say item.category.name, and for the size, I also say item.category.name. Instead, it has to be size. And now size is medium. Great. So our form is working as expected. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and fix the cell actions right here. So while we are in this folder right here, go inside the cell actions. So this is all inside the product folder. Change the billboard column to product column like that. And let's go ahead and resolve this. So this is going to be product ID is copied to the clipboard. Instead of billboards, it's going to be products. It's going to say product deleted. This is going to yield something went wrong like that. And the edit is going to redirect not to /billboards, but /products like that. And I think that should be it. Let's go ahead and try. So I can copy the ID, that works. Let's click update here. I'm going to change this from white shirt to random shirt like that. I'm going to change the price to $39. I'm going to change the category to shoes, and I'm going to uncheck featured, and I'm going to check archived, and I will click save changes. Let's see if that is going to work. It says product updated. There we go. Random shirt archived, price has been changed, category. There we go. Perfect. So what I want to do is go back here and just unchecked featured and checked, unchecked archived and check featured, so we can safely load this in our store. Perfect. And I think one thing is not working, and that is the search. Yes, I cannot type anything inside. That's because my search key is from the billboards, which is the label. So we have to go back in my client right here when I do the data table. So inside routes, inside products, components, client, change the search key to name. So there we go. I think that should now work. So if I go random random shirt, it works. If I type something else, it doesn't. Perfect. Let's just check the routes right here. So I'm gonna check that here. Let's see if it works. There we go, it works. And let's try and add let's try and only load those items which have this size ID. So I'm gonna copy this size ID and I'm gonna add a question mark size ID equal to that, and I should get the exact same result. Perfect, that's exactly what I want. So our filters are working. Let's confirm that our color ID is working as well. So I'm gonna change this to that specific. Now it's not working because I forgot to change the size ID. It should be color ID. There we go, that works as well. Let's go ahead and check the is featured to be true like this. That is working. Perfect. Let's check explicit false. Okay. Yeah, basically any value that's given is gonna amount like to true. Great. That is exactly what I want. And I'm just going to test, and I'm going to update this to archived and save changes. And then I'm going to refresh again to see if that is working as well. So I'm going to load the products again, and there we go. No products loaded now because this is archived. Perfect. And if I move it back, it should be loaded. So let's get the product is updated. There we go, it's back inside. And let's just check if the individual one is working. So I'm gonna copy the ID for this product. Just make sure you copy the entire one, /. There we go, no array, only that individual product. Our images are all populated, our category is populated so I can see what it is. Same for our size and color. Perfect, you finished the products. Great job. Let's wrap up our entities by creating the last one, which is the order. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go in Prisma, schema.prisma. I'm going to go all the way down and we're going to go ahead and create our order model. So go ahead and write model order like that. It's going to have an ID of string, which is a type of ID, and default value is UUID like that. The second field is going to be the relation with the store. So store ID is going to be a string and store is going to be a store relation. Store to order like that. And you already know how this has to look. So we're going to have to add the fields, which takes in the store ID, and the references, which takes in the ID like that. We're going to add the relation in the store later. For now, let's continue and let's add order items, which is going to be a relation with another model, which we are going to create now, order item like that. And it's going to be an array. And yes, there's an error because right now it doesn't exist. We're going to fix that. Then we have the is paid, which is a Boolean, and default value is going to be false. We're going to have a phone, which is a string with a default value of empty because we are only going to fill this after the order has been paid. Same thing with the address. So address string at default empty like that. We're going to have created at, which is going to be a date time with a default of now, and updated at, which is a date time with at updated at decorator like that. And let's add the index for the store ID like that. Now let's go all the way back to our store. And just after products, let's add the orders like that, which is a type of order model in an array with a relation. Store to order like that. Make sure it matches the one right here. And now we have to create our order item. So let's go ahead and do that. So our order item is going to be an intermediary for a many-to-many relationship between order item and product. So go ahead and write model order item like that. You can copy the ID and just paste it because it's the same. So ID is the ID default UID. It's going to have the individual order ID, which is a string, and the relation order at the relation, fields, order ID, references, ID like that. And there we go. You can see that the error now went away. Besides that, it's also going to have a relation with the product. So give it a product ID, which is a string, and a relation product at relation, fields, product ID, references, ID like that. And let's add the index for order ID and the index for product ID like that. And what we have to do now is we have to add a relation to the product model. So this error right here goes away. So go ahead and find your product here, and just after images, I'm gonna add order items, order item, which is an array. There we go. That is our last model in Prisma. So shut down the application and go ahead and run npx prisma generate like that, and then npx prisma db push. So we've already done this a few times, and just wait a couple of seconds. And that should be it. Go ahead and npm run dev your application again. And I'm just going to collapse this and refresh. What we're going to do now is we're going to create, well, the option to actually look at our orders. But our orders are going to be much simpler because there will be no form to create an order. So it's only going to be a table, and we're not going to have an API for it. So go ahead in the components, in the main navigation right here, and after the products, copy this, paste it, and name it orders like that, and rename these routes to orders like this. So there we go. That's our last route. If we click, of course, we get a 404. So let's go ahead and fix that. So great. Now you can go ahead and do the good old thing we do always in the dashboard, routes. Go ahead and copy the billboards and paste it inside and rename that to orders. And once you refresh this 404, will go away. One cool thing about that is that we don't need this ID folder, so we can completely remove that one. It's not gonna have the add new at all. So let's go in page.tsx and let's replace the billboards page with the orders page like that. Great. And then instead of calling the billboards, we're gonna call the orders using Prisma DB. So orders, the where is fine, sorry, order individual. The where is fine, but we're also going to include order items like that, and inside we are going to include the product like that. So we can use those array of order items because our order can have many items inside which have individual products. So that way we can combine the prices of all of those. Great, so I'm gonna extend this now. And we're going to iterate over orders instead of billboards, and it's going to be formatted orders like that, and that's what we will pass to the client. Now let's go ahead and let's just resolve our orders here. So remove the label, instead give it a phone with item.phone like that, address with item.address. Products is going to be item.order items like that, .map. Order item individual one, and we're going to return order item dot product dot name. So we just created an array now, and then we're going to join that array and turn it into a string and separate each product with a comma and a space like that. So that's going to look really nice in our table. And for the total price, we have to do a similar thing. So I'm going to immediately add my formatter here. So formatter from add/lib/utils, and I'm going to move it to the Prisma right here. Formatter.format like that, and inside I'm going to run the iteration. So item.order_items.reduce. Go ahead and open parentheses and write total, comma item like that. Go ahead and open a function. And just after this function, give it a default value of 0 like that. So that's what we're going to start with. Perfect. And we'll just write return total plus number item.product.price, and just add a comma like this. And there we go. So this is what we did. We've wrapped our array of, well, not an array, sorry. We run a reduce function over all of our order items, and we combined the previous item with the next item, and we combined their total price starting from 0. And we then turned that into, we then formatted that number. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's resolve the billboard column. So I'm gonna go inside my components right here. I'm going to go in the columns, and I'm going to change the billboard column to order column like that. The ID can stay the same, but instead of label, we're going to have a phone. We're also going to have address. We're going to have is paid, which is a Boolean. We're going to have let's see, we're gonna have the total price, which is a string because we format it, and we're gonna have products, which is also a string because we turn the array of products into a string using .join. And now let's just modify this. So this is going to be products like that. You can see how now this says products here. We're also gonna have, so I'm just gonna copy this and paste it. Besides products, it's gonna be phone like that. Besides that, we are gonna have the address. There we go. I'm gonna copy that again. Alongside address, we're gonna have the total price. So total price like that. And we're also gonna have the last one is gonna be actually is paid like this, and the header is gonna be paid. There we go, just like that. And we don't need the last one, so we don't need any actions because we won't be able to do anything with the orders besides actually displaying them, because Stripe is gonna create the orders, not us. Great, so just make sure that this total price, address, phone, products, and is paid match everything inside of this order column, and then meaning match all of this here. So let's go ahead and change this billboard column to order column like that. Perfect. And let's just see what's wrong here. So I think it's because, oh yes, let's go into the order column and let's see if something is missing. So just a second. Yeah, we are missing the is paid, I think. Yeah, it's nowhere here. So just add is paid to be item.isPaid. There we go. And now the error is gone. And now let's just go ahead and let's change the billboard client to, so I'm going to change all instances of billboard client here to be order client like that. Change the billboard column to order column. There we go. And change this. Yeah, we have to go back to page.tsx and just fix the import. So it's order client like that right here and in the import here. Perfect. And now we can go inside of our client here, change the billboard's title to orders and manage orders for your store. And there's not going to be this button, meaning you don't need this. So yeah, I just deleted this button if you didn't see. So this button right here for the billboards, no need for that. And you can also remove this div because there is nothing that needs to encapsulate this heading. Great. And let's see if there's something else we have to remove this. Yeah, so basically we don't need this at all. So no need for this heading, no need for this separator, and no need for the API list at all, meaning no need for router and no need for params. We just need the data and we just need this data table, and we're gonna search by products like that, meaning no need for this button, no need for API list for plus or this. So a very simple components. Perfect. Okay, and we can also remove the sell action because we're not using that anywhere as well. There we go. So that is finished. That has finished the front end for our orders. What's left to do in the dashboard page is the actual dashboard, so this overview tab right here and the API calls for the webhooks and the Stripe. But before we do that, in my sense, it doesn't make any sense to do that because we have no orders and we cannot manually create orders. It can only be done through Stripe, which needs to be connected to the front-end store. So what we're going to do is we're going to start creating the front-end store. Right here, I have the new environment and we're going to go ahead and go into our terminal. So just prepare that, have a new terminal, open new VS Code and open a new tab. And we're going to go ahead and run the command to start a new Next13 project. So run npx create-next-app at latest, and let's name this e-commerce-store --TypeScript --Tailwind and --slint like this. So I'm going to expand so you can see the entire command. So npx create-next-app at latest, give the name of your project. So the last one was called e-commerce admin. This is going to be e-commerce store --TypeScript --Tailwind and --slint, and go ahead and press enter. And let's see the questions which we have to answer. So no for source, yes for app router, no for customization, and just wait for this to install. Great, so this is installed now, and one thing I just want to mention, make sure you are running your admin. So your admin needs to be running at the same time. And your admin is going to be running on the port 3000. So you can see I'm refreshing here and it's right here on port 3000. And this one is going to be running on another port. But before we go there, let's go ahead and open this newly created app. So I'm going to click open here and I'm going to find so this was the e-commerce admin and this is the e-commerce store. This is the new application right here. There we go. And before I start the project, I'm just going to go inside the app folder, inside globals.css, and I'm going to remove absolutely everything from here. And I'm just going to add HTML, body, root, and give it a height of 100%. So that's it for my globals CSS. I'm not going to explain what's here because this is the second time we are opening the Next 13 app. I'm going to remove the page.tsx from here, so we're not going to use it here. Instead, inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new organizational folder called routes, like that. And inside, I'm going to create a page.tsx file, like that. And that file is going to be called homepage, like this, and all I'm going to say is hello store, like that. So very simple structure. Inside my app folder I have the organizational routes folder, which doesn't affect the URL, so this is still the index page. And in the globals.css I've kind of removed all of the stuff except this HTML, and I left the tailwind directives. This warning is fine. That's because it's unknown to CSS, but you can fix this with an extension or some other way. Anyway, it doesn't affect our development. Great, now let's go in our layout.tsx right here, and what I want to do here is I want to add a specific font. So we're not going to use Inter, instead we're going to use Urbanist. So go ahead and use that and replace this with Urbanist, and you don't have to name this Inter now because it doesn't make sense. So let's name this font and just pass font.classname here. Perfect, and change this title to store and change this to be I don't know, store again. Perfect. And now that we have that, you can go ahead and try and run the application. So I just have to update my terminal. So let me just do that. So just go ahead and run npm run dev, and make sure that you have the other app running, so you get the same warning that I have, and that is that port 3000 is in use, using 3001 instead. So now you have two applications running. One is the store right here, you can see with the Urbanist font and our text hello store, which comes from the only route we have, page.tsx right here, and here I have, as you can see, the I'm just going to zoom out here. So here I have the dashboard on 3000, and here I have the store. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's start developing here. So I'm going to go inside of my layout.tsx here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to collapse this children inside the body. And at the bottom, I'm going to add a very simple footer component. And of course, we're going to get an error when we save because that does not exist. So let's go ahead outside of the app folder and create a new folder called components, like that. And now inside of there, we're going to create a new file called footer.tsx. Let's go ahead and write footer like this. And all I'm going to do is write footer like that, and we can save for now, and we can go back in our layout and import that from components. So go ahead and write import footer from add components footer, like that, and I'm just gonna reorder my imports the way I like it. There we go. So nothing has changed yet, but the error has gone away. So we can go back in the footer now, and let's give this a class name of bg-white and border-t, like that. So there we go. This whole place is now going to be a footer because we don't have any content at the top. And let's go ahead and create a div here with a class name of mx-auto py-10, like that. And inside I'm going to create a paragraph with the class name text-center, text-extra small, and text-black, like that. And I'm going to write @copy. So this is gonna create the copyright sign, I don't know, 2023, fake store name, like that, incorporated, all rights reserved, like that. something like this. So fake store name A incorporated, all rights reserved. There we go. And now that you have that, we finished our footer, so we can go ahead and start creating our navigation bar. So I'm going to go back in my layout, and the same way I did with my children here, I'm going to add a nav bar right here. And once I save, of course, I'm going to get an error because navbar does not exist. So let's go in our components and create a new file called navbar.tsx like that. And inside of there, go ahead and quickly create the navbar component with a div and give it a class name of border-b and just say navbar like that. And then you can go back in layout right here, and we can go ahead and import that as well. So import from @/components/navbar like that. There we go. So now we have navbar, we have the children, and we have the footer right here. So let's further develop our navbar. Before we can continue, we actually have to create another component, which is going to be called our container. So let's go ahead and let's go inside the components and create a new folder called UI. And inside, I'm going to create a new file called container.tsx. Go ahead and name it container like that. Create a div with a class name of mx-auto and max-w-7xl. So if we have an extremely large screen, there is a limit to how much our container is going to extend. Let's go ahead and create an interface for container. So container props like that. It's going to have children, which is react.react node like that. And we're going to pass those props here. So react.fc. Container props, and we're going to extract the children. So let's go ahead and let's write children like that. Perfect. And now that we have that, we can go back in our navbar component and we can continue developing. So just below, add the container from -UI container like that. And you already know I'm going to replace that with /components UI container like that. There we go. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a link here. So link from next-link like that. Inside I'm going to add a paragraph which is going to say store like that. And we have an error because we have not passed anything into the link. So let's give it an href of / like that. So that fixes it. And let's give it a class name of margin left -4 flex lg ml-0 and gap-x-2 like that. And now let's just go ahead and give this a class name of font-bold and text, font-bold and text-xl like that. There we go. So now we have a nice store here, and it's a link to the root of the page. Perfect. And just I want to wrap this link inside a div. So I'm going to go ahead and write that. I'm going to write a div here like this. And I'm going to give this a class name of relative px-4 smpx-6 lgpx-8. So different padding depending on the screen size. Flex height is going to be fixed 16 and items are going to be centered. So there we go. You can see how now our navigation bar looks much bigger. Great. So now that we have that, I'm just going to expand a little bit so you can see the entire thing. Let's go ahead. Let's continue developing, and outside of our link, let's go ahead and let's add the main nav component. And this main nav component is going to render our routes. So let's go ahead. And yes, of course, we get the error now. So not inside UI, but inside components, create a new file, main-nav.tsx, like this. Let's go ahead and write main nav like this. Just don't misspell it. So main nav. There we go. And inside, I'm just going to return, let's return a nav like this, and I'm just going to say main nav text. Perfect. So we can go back into the navbar and fix that import now. So I'm going to go here and write import main nav from @/components/main-nav like that. Perfect. Now that we have that, we can go ahead inside the main nav component. And let's go ahead and let's add some props to this. So I'm going to go ahead and write interface main nav props like that. It's going to take some data. And this data, for now, let's go ahead and give it an any. We're going to fix that in a second. And let's go ahead and write react.fc to be main nav props like that, and just extract the data inside. Perfect. So now we're going to use this data, which is going to be an array of our routes. So go ahead and get the path name first. Const path name is equal to use path name. And you can import that from next navigation. So mark this entire component as client and write import use path name. Whoops. Use path name from next/navigation like that, and execute this hook right here. Perfect. And now we're going to use const routes to be data.map. We're going to have the individual route like that. And the href is going to be backticks/category/ special object route.id like that. Perfect. And label is going to be route.name like that. And active is going to be path name is identical to backticks/category/route.id like that. And yes, this is an error, but it's going to go away once we define the props instead of any here. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of this nav right here, and let's give this a class name of mx-6 flex items-center space-x-4 and lg space-x-6 like that. All right, and I just want to fix this error. You can go into the navbar and give this a data of an empty array like this. There we go. So now we don't have that error and we can continue developing. So instead of this text right here, we're going to go and iterate over the routes. So routes.map, take the individual route and immediately return a link from next link. Inside, we're going to render route.label like that and give this a key of route.href and a href of route.href as well. And a class name. So for class name, we're going to need to use our util to merge the classes, and we can actually copy that from our previous project. So I'm going to go in my previous project right here, in my libs, in my utils right here, and I will copy these two things. Great. So we're going to create the same structure, so lib and utils. So go ahead here and go ahead to the root of your folder and create a new folder called lib, and inside create utils.ts and paste this inside. So obviously we need to install this too. Let's go into our terminal right here. I will shut down the app and write npm install clsx and tailwind-merge. So make sure you install clsx and the tailwind-merge and just press enter. Okay, and npm run dev again. And you can refresh just to confirm that it's working. And now we can go back here and we can import that cn from add/libs/utils like this. Perfect. There we go. And now inside of here, what we can do is open the first route. So text-sm, font-medium, transition-colors, hover text-black like that. If route is active, in that case, it's going to be text-black, otherwise text-neutral-500 like that. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's create the actual type for this data. So go and open your sidebar. I'm going to close everything. And at the root of my file, I'm going to create a new file called types.ts. And first, I'm going to define the billboard. So export interface billboard like that. It's going to have an ID of string, and it's going to have a name of string, and it's going to have image URL of string as well. And then we can export our interface for category, which is going to have an ID of string, a name of string, and a billboard of billboard like that. There we go. And now we can go back inside of our components, inside our main nav, and change this to category like this from types, and make sure it's an array like this. And there we go. Now all of our types have gone away. Perfect. And what we can actually go ahead and attempt now is to load our categories. So one thing I want to mention is that I have no affiliation with this fake store name A. So this is just for educational purposes right here. Great. Now let's go ahead And let's go and try and fetch this route. So I'm going to go in my navbar right here, and this is where we are going to fetch this. So in order to do that, we have to do one thing first, and that is we have to create our environment file. And inside of that environment file, we have to create a specific route. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go here and I'm going to create a new file, .environment. And before I do anything inside, please go to git ignore and add that here. So .environment like this, so it's not accidentally committed to your project. Okay, and now inside, which route will I put here? Well, we have to go to our store, click on settings right here, and just copy this. So next public API URL, paste it here, and the value is going to be this. So just copy that and paste it. There we go. That's how easy that was. And now we can go back in our navbar, and we're going to go ahead and create an action which is going to call our categories. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and let's create a new folder called actions like that. And inside, I'm going to go ahead and create a new file called get-categories.tsx. And first, I'm going to import the category from my types like that, and I'm going to write const URL is equal to backticks process.environment dot, so this new environment variable which we just added, so next public API URL, and just paste it here slash categories like that. And then I'm going to write const get categories to be an asynchronous function which is going to return a promise, and inside of that promise, a category. So let's go ahead and write const response is equal to await fetch URL like that, and return response.json like that, and export default get categories like that. There we go. Let's go in our navbar here, and what we have to do is we have to mark this as asynchronous. And I'm going to write const categories to be await get categories from actions get categories like that. And we're going to use these categories to pass that data right here. And there we go. You can see I have my glasses and my shoes. That's because we are fetching the categories from this store. Do you see how amazing that is? So let's go ahead and let's rename these glasses to, I don't know, something else. Dresses, something like that, and save the changes, and you're gonna see what happens once I refresh here. There we go, dresses. So you have to hard refresh. I clicked Command Shift R, or you can just put export const revalidate 0, so it's never cached. There we go. Now it says dresses, and if I remove shoes, for example, delete this entirely. Oh, I have a product using this category, so this is our safety mechanism. Let's see, maybe this one can be deleted. Yes, this one can. And if I refresh here, again, there we go. So just shoes. You can see how cool this is. Great. So now that we have the main nav finished, we're going to go ahead and create the navbar actions. So go ahead and write navbar actions like that and save the file. And of course, we get the error because it does not exist. So I'm going to go inside components and create a new file, navbar-actions.tsx like that. And inside, let's go ahead and mark this as use client like that. And let's write the navbar actions. And I'm just going to return a div, which is going to say hello actions like that. So we can go back inside navbar and import that the same way we did with main nav. So navbar actions from navbar.actions like that. There we go. So now it says hello actions. So let's go inside and let's add some styles here. So I'm going to write class name to be ml-auto flex items-center and gap-x-4 like this. So now it's all the way to this side, exactly what we want. Perfect. And now we have to create our button component. So let's go ahead and let's do that. I'm going to go inside my UI and create a new file, button.tsx like that. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to write const button is going to be forward ref, which you can import from React. And inside, we're going to add the interface. So let's create that. Export interface button props. it's going to extend. So extends react dot button HTML attributes, and inside pass in the HTML button element like that, and just give it an empty object right here. So now we can add the HTML button element with the props, button props like that. Go ahead and open this function. Sorry, it's a ref. So open parentheses and open parentheses again, and then you can open the object. So add the class name, children, disabled, and type the default button and the rest of the props. Great. And after this object, just add a ref like that, and then go ahead and return this. So just write return, and I'm just going to return a button, so native element. And to fix this big red error, what we have to do is add a display name. So button.display name is button like this. So we are creating our own components in this one because I needed more freedom from the ShadCN style for now. In the future, if I know ShadCN better, I'm probably gonna add it in all of my projects. But for now, it was just for the dashboard. But for the store, I needed to look a little bit different. Great, so let's go ahead and let's play around with the styles of this button. So inside, I'm going to render the children. That's the first thing. And let's not forget to immediately add the ref right here. Great. And now let's go inside our navbar actions, and I'm going to add that button so we can actually see what we're doing. So I'm going to add a button here like that. And let's just see. I think I forgot to export the button. Yeah, I most certainly did. So export default button. There we go. And now we can go back here and let's go ahead and import the button from s/components/UI button like that. And one thing I don't like is that it's capitalized right here. So I want to change that. I want to make it lowercase because all of my imports are lowercase. There we go. Okay, so now I have this error right here because I did a renaming. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to try and reload the entire window. Let's see if that resolves it. I think it does. Let's see in the terminal if everything is fine. It is. Okay, good. That resolved it. So I just had to refresh my UI. Perfect. So now that we have that inside of this navbar actions button, what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to add an icon and a text. So the first thing we have to do is install Lucid React. So let's go here. I'm going to shut down the app and write npm install lucid-react like this and npm run dev. Okay, and now that I installed that, I'm just going to refresh my window again, and I'm going to refresh this here, and I'm going to add the shopping bag from Lucid React right here. So it's an icon, it's a self-closing tag. Let's go ahead and give this a size of 20 and a color of white like that, so nothing we can see yet. And let's also go ahead and give this button a class name of flex items dash center rounded dash full bg dash black and px dash 4 py dash 2 like that. Okay, and now let's go finally back in our button component here and let's apply those things. So let's go ahead to the class name prop. It's going to be cn from libutils. So I'm just going to reorder those like that. Okay, and I'm going to open cn like this, and I'm gonna open backticks just so I can write in multiple lines. So you don't have to use backticks if you don't want to. It's gonna be w auto. It's gonna be rounded full like that. bg is going to be black. Border is going to be transparent like that. px is going to be 5. py is going to be 3. So you can see how we are slowly. This is starting to look like something. Okay, disabled is going to be cursor dash not dash allowed. Disabled opacity dash 50. Text dash white. Font dash semi-bold. Hover opacity dash 75 and transition like that. And I'm also gonna pass in the class name like this. There we go. So what this does is it enables me to overwrite any of these classes here the way I did in navbar actions. You can see that I added some of the custom classes. So I changed the padding, I changed the roundedness and stuff like that. Great. So we can go back inside of our navbar actions now. And what I'm going to write besides the shopping bag is going to be a span. And this span is going to be for now 0, but it's going to render the amount of items I have in my cart. So give it an ML of 2, text-sm, font-medium, and text-white like that. Perfect. Okay, and now that that is finished, let's go ahead and let's just quickly add the mount fix for this navbar actions, because our cart, we're going to use our cart here, and our cart is going to use local storage to preserve the amount of items someone has in a cart. So that can cause problems with hydration. So I'm going to do a little prevention for future uses. So const is mounted, set is mounted from use state, from React, give it a default value of false like that. And let's write use effect from React like this. And set is mounted is going to be true. If it's not mounted, in that case, return null like that. Perfect. So that is it for now for this part. That finishes our navigation bar. And what we're going to do now is we're going to start working on loading the individual big billboard and some products. So let's go inside of our page.tsx in the app folder right here. Okay. And what we're going to do here is going to replace this, and I'm going to write container, which we can import from as/components UI container, which we created. Let's add a div with the class name of space-y-10 and pb-10 like this. And we are now going to go ahead and create our billboard component. So go ahead and write billboard like that. And let's go ahead and let's add that. So inside of my components, I'm going to create a new file, billboard.tsx like this. Let's go inside. And first things first, I need the billboard type. So import billboard from types like that. And let's create the interface billboard props. So data is going to be billboard. So I'm just going to rename this. So billboard as billboard type like that. And then I can pass in the data for billboard type. And then I can name my component billboard. There we go. Great. So let's go ahead and assign this props. So react.fc billboard props like that. Data like this. And let's create a div here with the class name of p-4 sm p-6 lgp-8 rounded-xl overflow-hidden like that. And inside I'm going to create a div with a style to be background image. Go ahead and open backticks, write URL, and inside open a special object, data image URL like that. And besides this style, we're also going to have a class name. So give this a class name of rounded-xl relative aspect-square like this. And the aspect is going to be a special aspect 2.4/1. So this is the custom value I found that looks good. And overflow-hidden and bg-cover like that. Perfect. So we have those class names now. Now inside of that div, you're going to open another div with a class name h-full, w-full, flex-column, justify-center, items-center, text-center, and gap-y-8 like that. And inside what we are going to do is we're gonna render another div with a class name of font-bold, text-3xl, sm text-5xl, lg text-6xl, sm max-width of xl, and max-wxs on other devices like that. So I'm just gonna expand this entire thing so you can see that nicely. Okay. And inside I'm going to render the data dot label like that. Perfect. So now I have that. Okay, so the property label doesn't exist on the type billboard. Let's see what that is about. It should exist. Billboard type. Let's go in our types. Let's see. Oh, so I put name instead. Sorry, label in the billboard interface. Great. Now go back in your billboard. Where is it? Okay, and now the error is gone. There we go. So just make sure you have all of these classes here: surrounded, XL, relative aspect square, special aspect for medium, overflow, BG cover. Here we have some special alignment for the text, and here we have the styles for the text, depending on the viewport, so it looks nice on all devices. Great. Now let's go back to page.tsx, and what we have to do is we have to add the data right here. So we're gonna do this the same way we did with the navigation bar. First, let's add the revalidation. So export const revalidate is going to be 0, so it's not cached accidentally. And now let's go ahead and create a function to fetch the individual billboard that we want here. So I'm going to go in my actions. I'm going to copy get categories and paste it. And I'm going to call this get dash billboard. So the individual billboard right here. And what we're going to do inside is we're going to get the billboard type like this, and I'm going to change this to /billboards, and it's going to be called get billboard like that. It's going to take the ID, which is a type of string. It's going to return a promise with a type of billboard, but not an array. It's going to be a single billboard, and this can be modified a little bit. So we're going to open backticks here, wrap this in a special object /ID like that. So we're going to go to /billboards/ID. That's where we are going to go. Great. So we have that now. So we can go back inside our page.tsx here, and let's go ahead and let's mark this as asynchronous like this, so we can get the billboard. Const billboard is going to be await get billboard. And what ID do I put here? Well, whatever I have in my billboards. So let's see what I have here. In my billboards, I have another one and test. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the ID of this one and see what happens. I'm going to paste that here. I'm going to refresh and let's see if that works. So billboard is not defined. I forgot to import that. So let's go ahead and write import billboard from @/components/billboard like that. And let's pass in the data of billboard. I forgot to do both of those. There we go. It says another one and I have my background. So if I rename this to something else, let's say I don't know, explore the special collection, and save the changes right here and then update this. There we go. Now it says explore the special collection. Perfect. So now that we've done with this, we can go ahead and add some featured products to this page. So to add our products, we first have to add the types for that. So I'm going to close everything here and I'm going to go inside types.ts here, and let's go ahead and export interface product like that. It's going to have an ID of string, a category of category, like that. It's going to have a name, which is a string, price, which is also a string, is featured, which is Boolean, like that. Size, which is going to be a type of size, which we don't have yet. So just leave the error, and same for color, like that. And images, which is going to be an array of image, which we also don't have. So let's go ahead and create those. So export interface image is going to be have an ID of string and URL of string. And let's see what else. So export interface size is going to have an ID of string, name of string, and value of a string, like that. And that is going to be the exact same for color, like that. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's actually first create the route, which is going to fetch our products. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go in my actions, and we can copy the categories. So just copy the categories like this and rename it to get dash products like that. And inside, let's go ahead and let's first import the product from our types, and we need to install a package called query string. So I'm going to go in my terminal here. I will shut down the app and write npm install query dash string. So make sure you run this command, npm install query dash string, and press enter. and then go ahead and npm run dev again and just refresh the localhost 3001. Great, and now let's import qs from query-string, and if you want you can separate those imports. Perfect. So now instead of using the slash categories, we're going to use slash products like that and change this to product. There we go, and name the function get products like that. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and generate our URL. So const URL is going to be qs.stringify URL, because we're going to have some filters here. So before we do that, we have to create an interface that's going to accept those filters. So interface query is going to be category ID, which is an optional string, color ID, which is an optional string as well, and size ID, which is an optional string as well, and is featured, which is a boolean like that. And then we can add the query in here. So query is a type of query like that. Perfect. Now write the URL to be the URL like that, and query is going to be color ID, query.color ID like that, size ID, query.size ID, category ID, query.category ID. Just make sure both of these are the same. Great. And is featured is going to be query.isFeatured like that. There we go. And the rest can stay the same. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's go inside of our page.tsx again. So app routes page.tsx here, and the same way we fetched our billboard. So const products is going to be await get products from actions get products like that, and it expects a query. So I'm going to go ahead and give it an is featured true. So on this page, this is the landing page. This is where we're going to load our featured products. So let's see if we have any. So in my database right here, in my admin, I do have a random shirt. So that's what should be rendered here. Perfect. So what we can go ahead and do now is a div here with a class name of flex-call gap-y-8 px-4 smpx-6 and lgpx-8 like that. And in here I'm going to create a new component product list like that with the title of featured products like that, and items are going to be products which we just fetched from right here. So if we save, of course we're going to get an error. So let's go inside of our components and create a new file, product-list.tsx. So you can see I'm kind of inconsistent with what I put inside of my UI. For example, billboard can be inside the UI folder. So practically it's a matter of what you're going to reuse versus what is only going to be used once. You can pick and choose how you want to do that. Just, make sure you import it from the same place so you don't get errors. Great. So product list, let's go ahead and develop that now. So I'm going to write the quick shorthand product list inside. Great. Let's create the interface. So interface is going to be product list props like that. Title is going to be string, and items is going to be product from our types, and it's going to be an array of those. Great. So we can now assign those props. So react.fc product list props like that with title and items. Perfect. And now inside, go ahead and open a div with a class name of space-y-4, give it an h3, which renders the title like that. And let's save for now and go back inside and import this. So import product list from add/components product-list. There we go. And we should render the featured products right here. Perfect. Now let's go back into the product list and let's give this some styles. So class name is going to be font-bold text-3xl like that. There we go. Now it looks much better. And let's go ahead. And first what I want to do is I want to create a no results component, which we're going to reuse every time our results are empty. So let's go ahead and let's put that inside UI because we're going to reuse it. So no-results.tsx, no results like that. Go ahead and let's return a div with the class name of flex items-center, justify-center, h-full, w-full, text-neutral-500. Great. And inside, we're going to say no results found. There we go. Now go back in the product list, and what we're going to do is we're going to check if the length of the items is 0. So for that, let's go ahead and let's pretend. So instead of sending products here, send an empty array like that and go back in the product list. And we're going to render if items.length is equal to 0. In that case, render the no results like that. And that should say no results found. Perfect. And I'm just going to change this to /components like that. There we go. And now we can go back and change this to products, and it should go away because we actually have some products. It's right here. It's the random shirt. Perfect. So in my product list right here, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to create a grid, which is going to render our products. So grid-call/1 on small devices is going to be grid-call/2. On medium is going to be grid-calls-3, and on large is going to be grid-calls-4, and I'm going to give a gap of 4 to all of those grids. So grid calls 1 on extremely small devices, on small is going to be 2, on medium 3, and on large is going to be 4. Great. Now let's go ahead and iterate over this item. So item.map like this, an item like that, and let's go ahead for now. Let's just return a div, which is going to say item.name like that. And let's see what is my mistake here. I think I'm definitely missing something. I'm just not sure what. Okay, yeah. And let's give this a key of item.id. There we go. So it says random shirt right here. So it's loading this product right here. So now we have to create a card, which is actually going to render this. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. So I'm going to go inside of my UI and I'm going to create a new file, product-card.tsx like that. Let's go ahead and write product card like that. And let's give this a div product card for now. And let's mark it as use client. So use client like this. Perfect. And I'm going to go back inside of here, and instead of rendering this, I'm going to go ahead and render the product card. So I'm going to say product card from @UI product card. So we can change that components if you want to, you don't have to. Great. And let's go ahead and give this a key of item.id, and data is going to be item like that. Perfect. So back in the product card, and let's create the interface. So interface product card is going to take data, which is a type of product, from types like that. Let's assign that. So react.fc product card like that. And let's extract the data inside. So data like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's actually make this look like something. So the first div is going to have a class name of bg-white group cursor-pointer like that. It's going to be rounded-xl border padding-3 and space-y-4. Great. So you can see how it's already starting to look like something. Great. I'm just going to expand a little bit so you can see how this is responsive, right? You can see how it changes the aspect ratio when we get on mobile. Perfect. Great. So now that we are here inside, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create my images and actions. So open a div inside and give it a class name of aspect-square rounded-xl bg-gray-100 and relative like this. Great. You can see how now there's a space for my image inside, and I'm going to go ahead and render the image. So import the image from next/image. I'm going to move it and separate it right here. It's going to be a self-closing tag. Let's give it an alt of image like that, and let's give it a source of data (images) dot first one .url like this. And what we get is that we are missing the width. So to fix that, just add fill like this. And now we have the invalid source prop. So we have to add the host name, which is the same thing we had to do here. So you can copy it from here. Find your next config.js. Oops, sorry. And just copy the images here. So go ahead and go back in here, next config.js, and just paste that inside. And I recommend that you shut down your application and restart it. So npm run dev again, and restart your entire application so you don't run into any problems. And I'm gonna go back in my product card right here. Okay, there we go. So I have my image right here. So now let's go ahead and let's add some class names. So class name for this image is going to be aspect-square, object-cover, and rounded-MD, like that. There we go. So now it looks better. Perfect. And what I want to do now is I want to create a space for our icons to show when we hover on individual product. So go ahead and create a div with a class name, opacity, opacity-0 by default, but when we hover, it's going to be opacity 100. So what does this mean? So by default, this element is going to be hidden, but once we do group hover, it's going to be visible. So what's group hover? Well, group hover means when we hover on this and on this parent right here. So when I hover anywhere here, I'm going to show the three icons here. Sorry, the two icons, the quick preview and add to cart icon. Great. So let's go ahead and inside, let's just create another div, class name, flex, gap-x-6 and justify-center, like that. Perfect. And now inside I have to create a new component called icon button, like that. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go inside of my UI and create a new file, icon-button.tsx, like this. And this is going to be, well, a simpler one. So let's go ahead and write the shorthand icon button, like that. And it's going to render a button. Let's go ahead and give it an on click, which is going to be on click. We're going to add that. Let's go ahead and give it a class name, which is going to use the libs, so cn, like that. The default class is going to be rounded-full flex items-center justify-center bg-white border shadow-md. We're going to have a padding of 2. On hover, we're going to scale to 110 and transition, like that. So let me just collapse these classes just a bit. Actually, yeah, I can't collapse them, but I can do this. There we go. Okay, so now you can see everything. So rounded, full, flex, items, center, justify, center, bg, white border, shadow, md, padding 2, hover, scale, and transition. Perfect. And I'm also going to pass in the class name, which is the prop we're also going to have. And inside, I'm going to have an icon. So let's go ahead and add those props now. So interface icon button props, like this, is going to have an on click, which is optional. It's going to be a mouse event handler, which you can import from React, and inside HTML button element, like that, or undefined, like that. Then the icon is going to be react.react element, like that, and class name is going to be an optional string, like that. So let's go ahead and assign that react.fc icon button props, like that, and let's extract on click icon and class name, and all of our errors are going to go away. Perfect. So now let's go back in our product card so we can use those. So in this first icon button, let's go ahead and import that. So import icon button from add/components/UI/icon-button, like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and give this an on click of empty, like that. And icon is going to be expand from Lucid React. So make sure you import that as well. Great. So expand, and we're going to give it a size of 20, like that, and a class name of text-gray-600, like that. So let's see how that looks. Looks like I'm not seeing anything yet. So let me just go ahead and debug why this is happening. It's happening because I did not finish styling this. So opacity is 0, on group opacity is 100, but I did not position it. So give it a transition class, an absolute class, w-full, px6, like that, and bottom-5, like that. Perfect. So you can see my entire class here. And as you can see now, when I hover, I have this icon popping up. Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this icon now, like this. I'm going to copy that. And this one is going to be shopping cart. like that. And now I have two icons, one for add to cart and one which is going to is going to expand this into a larger view. Perfect. So now that we have this, what we have to do is we have to create our description. So I'm going to go ahead and add a comment for description here. And let's go ahead and create a div inside. Let's give it a class name. Whoops, no class name first. So it's just going to be a structural div, which is going to hold a paragraph, which is going to say data.name. So you can see how now it says random shirt, and give this a class name of font-semi-bold text-lg like that. And inside another one, which is going to render the data.category.name like that with the class name of text-sm text-gray-500. There we go. So now it says random shirt and the category shoes right here. Perfect. Now that I have that outside of this div, go ahead and we're going to write the price in here. So div with the class name, flex items dash center and justify dash between like that. And inside I'm going to add a new component called currency. We don't have it yet, but let's go ahead and give it a value of data $price like this. Of course, if we save, we are going to get an error. So let's go ahead and inside of our UI, create a new file, currency.tsx. So currency like this, and inside I'm going to give a div with a class name of font-semi-bold, and I'm going to run the formatter. So before I do that, I have to create the formatter first. So we already did that in our the dashboard. So go ahead in your libs here in utils, and you can just copy this formatter right here and paste it here. There we go. So now you can use that formatter inside formatter.format number value, and we're gonna get the value from our props right here. So let's go ahead and define that interface currency props value will either be a string or a number like that, and assign those props. So react.fc currency props. There we go. So we have that now, and now we can import this currency the same way we did with the icon button. So currency and currency like that. There we go. And now you can see the price here. But what this can cause is hydration errors. So I'm going to go inside the currency right here. I'm going to mark this as use client. And I'm going to create the good old is mounted trick. So is mounted, set is mounted is going to be equal to use state from React. Default value is going to be false like that. Use effect from React as well. Don't forget the dependency array here. Set is mounted to true like that. And if it's not mounted, in that case, return null. Perfect. And now that we have that, you can see for a split second, the price is not loaded, and then it loads. Great. So that's exactly what I wanted with the product card right here. And we officially finished that. Of course, we'll have to go back later to create some activity here when we click on the expand, when we click on the shopping cart, etc. Nevertheless, we also finished our product list, if I'm not mistaken. So let me just go here to confirm that, yes, we have finished our product list. And now what we can do is, well, we can go ahead and add another product just for fun. So I'm going to go here and add a new product just so we can have a better look of our store. So I'm going to go here. I don't know. Let me choose a suit. So I'm going to choose suits like this. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to wait for this to upload. And then I'm going to click done. I'm going to name this navy suit like that. It's going to be $199. I'm going to choose some completely random stuff here and click create like that. I'm going to refresh here. And there we go. The navy suit now appears here. Perfect. Yeah, one thing that just looks weird is that this looks very close to my footer. So let's go back in my page.tsx, and you can see here I have this div which wraps the billboard, and we close it right here. So let's not do that. Let's instead close it and then wrap both of these things inside my home page right here. And there we go. Now the space looks much better. Great. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to implement the individual page view. So let's create the individual product page. In order to do that, first let's go back in our product card, and we have to add a redirect when the user clicks on this to get redirected to the individual product page. So I'm going to go ahead and write a constant handle click, which is going to be an arrow function, and it's going to call the router. So we need a router. Const router is equal use router from next / navigation like that, and router.push. Go ahead and point into /products /data $.id like that. Perfect. And let's add that to this onClick right here to the main app. Great. And now when I click on something, you can see I'm going to be redirected to A404. So let's go ahead and let's resolve that. Again, make sure you have your dashboard running so you can see it's right here on localhost 3000 and this is on 3001. In the app folder, in the routes, I'm going to create a new folder. It's going to be called products. Like that. My apologies, not products, but product. So product, and inside create a new file, product ID, like that. And inside a new page.tsx, let's go ahead and let's call this product page, return a div individual product, like that. And now if you refresh, so we're still getting the error. Let's see why. So product ID. Let's go back in components, UI, product card. So yeah, I redirected to /products. Instead, it's just individual product. And just go back to the home page and click now. And there we go. Now it says individual product. So in the handle click in the product card component, make sure that you redirect to /product data ID and make sure that your folder in routes is product, not products. And inside you have a product ID, and inside of that you have a page.tsx like that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and create an interface. So interface product page props is going to have params which have the product ID, which is going to be a string. Let's go ahead and assign that. So React FC product page props, and go ahead and extract the params. Perfect. Now that we have the params, we can go ahead and let's first fetch the suggested products for this individual product. So we're going to use the same category. So I'm going to go ahead right here and I'm going to write const suggested products is going to be equal to await, which means that this has to be async like that. And we're going to call get products from actions get products. And inside add the category ID and use params, product $.category $.id. But I just realized that I made a mistake because I don't have the product. So go ahead and write const product and just make it an empty object for now. And what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and create a function to fetch the individual product. So let's go ahead and let's go in our actions, copy the get products. Sorry, you can copy the get billboard. So copy get billboard and rename it to get-product like that. And instead of /billboards, it's going to be /products. There we go. And rename this to get products. Perfect. And change the return type to one individual product like that. And everything else can stay the same. And now that you have that, go back to page and replace this empty object with await get product. And let's see why we're not getting that. So get product right here. Yeah, I renamed it. So instead of get products, it's individual get product. My apologies. So get product is the constant name and that's what we export. Let's go ahead and try again. Get product. So not get products, but get individual product. So we have both get products and get product. But for this one, we need the get product first, and we're going to use the params.storeID. .product ID. So we get the product that the user actually clicked on, and then using the category that product has, we're going to load all the other products. Perfect. So let's go ahead and give this a class name of bg- white. Let's go ahead and add a container from add components UI container. And inside, create a div with the class name px-4, py-10, smpx-6, and large px-8. So different padding depending on the viewport. Inside, create a div with the class name lg grid, lg grid-calls-2, lg items-start, and lg gap-x-8, like that. And inside of that, we're gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna leave a comment gallery, and for now, create a div gallery like that. And in here, create a new div, the class name empty-10 px-4 small empty-16 small px-0 px-0 and large empty-0, like that. And inside, I'm gonna leave a comment and write info. And for now, just go ahead and write info. So that's going to be the product gallery, and this is going to be the color, the product info, like this. And if you extract, you can see how it's side by side, but on small devices, it's going to be one below each other. Great. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit so it's side by side. Great. Whoops. And now, let me just, okay. What I want to do now is I want to find a way to render the suggested products, because we already have the components we need for that. So we can do that first. So go outside of this div right here, write an HR, give it a class name of my10, like that, and render the product list from add/components product list. Give it a title of related items and items suggested products, like that. And there we go. You can see how now all of these are in the same category as, well, we only have these two, right? So it's a bit hard to see. But when I click on the navy suit, you can see that it shows all the items in that same category, which is the shoes. But if I add another category, let's say I do that now. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to add a new category called, I don't know, glasses, like this, with a billboard of test, and click create. And I'm going to go ahead to my products, and I'm going to change that random shirt is going to have a different category. So it's going to have glasses. I'm going to click save changes here. So now I have two products. Each of them has a different category, and I'm just going to refresh again. Okay, and we're still getting the same thing. Let's see. Why is that happening? Okay, so when I click here, okay, it's still the same thing. Let's go ahead and let me figure out why exactly is this happening. Well, I think I found the reason why it's happening. Let's go in our get products right here. You can see that I generated this URL constant, but I never use it. I only use this URL, which loads all products. Let's go ahead and try loading just this. So inside get products, I'm using this constant qs-stringify URL where I actually add the parameters. And there we go. Now it's a different result. So now if I click on navy suit, you can see it only loads the items, which right now is only the navy suit right here. Perfect. So great, that is done. Now let's go ahead and let's create our gallery component. So inside of here, I'm going to replace this comment and this div with the actual gallery component. Right now, nothing should be visible because there's no way for us, because we don't have the component. Okay, and I'm already going to go ahead and pass in the images. So I'm going to write product.images like that. And now let's go inside of our components and create a new folder called gallery, because it's going to be consisted of multiple items. Inside, create a new file, index.tsx, and go ahead and write the gallery like that, and just return a div gallery like that. Go back into page and feel free to import that component. So import gallery from add/components gallery like that. And then it still just says gallery. Great. Now go back into components, gallery index.tsx, and we have to install a package headless UI. So we're going to use headless UI instead of Radix, just so we practice a bit with different technologies. npm install add headless UI /react. So make sure you have this package and you click install like that. And once it's done, I'm going to rerun my application. Okay. Now that I have that, I'm going to mark this as use client like that. And I'm going to import tab from @headless UI React like that. I'm going to import image from next image, and I'm going to import image as image type from @types like that. Perfect. And now let's write the interface. So interface gallery props is going to have an images, which is an image array, image type array like that. Let's go ahead and assign that. So react.fc is going to have a gallery props like that, images. Great. And now we can start working. So instead of a div, we're going to render tab.group like that. We're going to give it a property as div and a class name of flex-call-reverse. Okay. Now inside, I'm going to give it a class name of mx-auto empty-6 hidden w-full max-w-2xl sm block and lg is going to be max-w-none like that. Great. And inside I'm going to add a tab.list like that. Let's go ahead and give this, it's a capital list, so list with a capital L like that. And let's give this a class name of grid-calls-4 and gap-6 like that. And inside I'm going to go ahead and run the images.map, which holds the individual image like that. And we're going to return another component, gallery tab, which we have to create. So give it a key of image.id and an image of image like that. If we save, obviously, we're going to get an error. Let's go ahead and let's resolve this. So in the gallery, create a new file, gallery-tab.tsx, gallery tab like that. I'm just going to quickly return a div inside. So div, gallery tab. Let's go back inside the gallery index and just import that. Well, we can import it here because it's right here, like that. Okay, and let's continue developing inside the gallery tab right here. So first, let's grab our image. So import image from next image like that. Let's import the tab from headless UI React. Let's import cn from @libs utils. And let's import image from types, but let's remap it to as image type like that. Perfect. Now let's create the interface gallery tab props. It's going to take an image, which is a type of image type. Image type like this. Make sure you fix this typo right here and go ahead and assign these props. So react.fc gallery tab props and add that image right here. Perfect. Now, instead of having a div inside, we're going to have the individual tab like that. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of relative flex aspect -square cursor pointer items center justify center rounded -md and bg white. Okay, and inside we're going to go ahead and open a render function like this. So open parentheses and immediately the structure is selected like that, and go ahead and return this like that. Return a div, like this. Inside, open a span like that, and give this a class name of absolute h-full w-full aspect -square inset -0 overflow -hidden and rounded -md. And inside we're going to go ahead and render the image component, which we imported from next image. Give it a fill property. Source is going to be image.url like that. Alt is going to be empty, and class name is going to be object-cover object-center like that. Great. And below that, outside of this span, create another span component, which is also going to be a self-closing component, and we're going to use this to create the border around the single tab. So go ahead and write class name cn, like that, absolute, inset dash 0, rounded dash md, ring dash 2, ring dash offset dash 2, like that, comma, selected, ring dash black, otherwise ring dash transparent. Great. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's see. Okay, so this looks like that now. I'm going to continue developing before I debug this. So let's go ahead now and let's go back in our gallery in the index right here. And let's see where we added the gallery actually. So inside this page, gallery product.images. Okay, so we have the images obviously. Okay, let's just continue developing from here. So outside of this div right here, which holds the tab list, go ahead and create tab.panels like that, and give this a class name of aspect-square w-full like that. And inside you're gonna go ahead and iterate over images again. So images that map a single image like that, tab.panel like that. It's gonna have a key of image.id and a div inside with a class name. The class name is going to be aspect-square relative h-full w-full sm rounded -lg overflow -hidden like that. And inside we're going to render the image component like that. Let's give it a fill property. Source is going to be image.url and alt is going to be image like this, and class name is going to be object-cover object-center like that. All right, so we have the big gallery now, but something's going on with the gallery tab right here. It's not rendering properly. You can see how it's responsive, but let's see why my gallery tab is not working. So first things first, let's check if everything is okay here. So the MX auto is correct, MT6 is correct, hidden, yes, we want it to be hidden, but on small it should be block, correct. This seems correct. Class name grid calls for gap 6. Okay, let's go inside the gallery tab to see what's going on there. So we have the relative, flex, aspect. Oh, it should be aspect square like this. There we go. So my aspect was mistyped. There we go. And now I can click on this one and it focuses on this one. Perfect. So we finished our gallery. Great. And we're going to reuse this gallery for the model as well. Now let's go ahead and do this info on the side. So let's go ahead and let's go back in our individual page right here where we have the info, and I'm going to replace the comment and this with the info component, and I'm going to go ahead and pass the data here. So data is going to be product like that. Let's go inside of our components and create a new file, info.tsx like that. So sfc info like that. And let's go ahead and build these components. So first I want to give it the props, interface info props, data is going to be product from types like that. Let's go ahead and assign this. So react.fc info props like that, and just destructure the data like that. Perfect. And now I'm just going to go ahead and render a div inside like that. Let's go back to the individual page, and just like we did with gallery, now let's do with the info and just from info like that. Great. Now let's continue developing. So let's give it a heading right here, which is going to render data.name. So there we go. Now it says navy suit right here. And let's give this a class name of text-3xl, font-bold, text-gray-900, and that should be it. And just font-bold was my typo. Apologies. All right. And now below that, create a div with a class name of mt3, so we separated from the title, flex items-end, and justify between like that. Okay, so that was just some positioning. Now inside, open a paragraph with the class name of text-2xl, text-gray-900, and go ahead and render the currency from dot/UI currency, but I'm going to change it to components like this, and give this a value of data dot price. There we go. So now it says the price nicely, perfect. And outside of this div, go ahead and create an HR element and give it a class name of my4. So from both top and bottom, it's going to be a little bit separated. Perfect. And go ahead and create a div here with the class name of flex items dash center gap dash x dash 4, like that. And it's going to have an h3 element inside, and it's going to say size like this. Let's give this h3 element some props, some classes. So font dash semi bold and text dash black, like that. And let's give it a div which is going to render data dot size dot value, like that. Or you can change it to name regarding what you prefer. So whatever you think is better for user experience here. Great. Now outside of this div right here, you can go ahead and actually copy this. So I'm going to copy and paste like that, and we're going to change the size to be color, like this. But instead of just rendering this, we're actually going to render a nice little circle, which is going to show the actual color. So go ahead and write class name h-6w-6 rounded dash full border dash gray dash 600, and give it a style of background color is going to be data dot color dot value. So this one needs to be value. Great. And now let's check if I go ahead and change my navy suit color. I'm going to create a color here, and I'm going to add a new color, and I'm going to call this, I don't know, something else. And let's just enter a random color here and create that. And I'm going to go in my product now here. I'm going to go into my navy suit. I'm going to update it, and I will change that to that new color and save the changes. Okay, and now if I refresh here, let's see, there we go. So after I have to refresh a couple of times, and then it works. Perfect. So let's just go ahead and wrap both of these items, this one that shows the size and this one that shows the color, into another div. So I'm going to open a div here and encapsulate both of those like that. So we can indent them and give this div a class name of flex dash call gap dash y dash 6, like this. There we go. Okay, that looks better. And I have a typo here, so font dash semi bold here and semi bold here. There we go. Now the size is darkened like that. Perfect. Now I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go just outside this div, create a new div with the class name of mt10 flex items dash center and gap dash x dash 3, like that. And I'm gonna add a button component. So go ahead and import that from ./UI button or from /components, like this. And let's go ahead and just add to cart like this. And let's add a shopping cart from Lucid React. So make sure you import the shopping cart from Lucid React. And while I'm here, I'm also going to mark this as use client, like that. And let's give some class names to this button. So class name right here is going to be flex items dash center and gap dash x dash 2, like that. There we go. Now it looks better. Perfect. And let's see how this looks when I collapse. There we go. So it's completely responsive. Beautiful. What we're going to do now is we're going to create the individual category screen. Let's continue and let's create the individual category page. So right now, if I click on glasses or shoes, I get a 404. So let's go ahead and resolve that. I'm going to close everything, and inside of my app folder, inside the routes, I'm going to create a new folder called category. And inside of there, I'm going to create a new folder, category ID, like that. Great. And inside of there, I'm going to create the page.tsx. Let's go ahead and call this category page, like that, and create a div category, like that. So now if I click on glasses, let's see, that works. The reason that works is because in main nav, you can see that the href is /category ID. So don't have a typo here. Make sure this category matches the folder name right here. Great. Now let's go ahead and add the props for this. So interface category page props is going to have params of category ID, which is a string, like that. And it's going to have search params because we'll be able to filter by color ID and by size ID. Great. And let's also add the export const revalidate. So we don't have any cache here. Great. Now let's go ahead and assign these props. So react.fc category page props like that. And let's extract the params and search params. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and fetch the products by these filters and the category. So const products are equal to await get products. And before we do that, we have to add a sync to this function. And then let's import get products. So multiple get products from actions get products. And inside, I'm going to go ahead and pass the category ID, which is from params.category ID. I'm going to pass in the color ID, which is from from search params.color ID, and size ID from search params.size ID. Great. Now let's go ahead and create our actions to get the sizes and colors and the individual category. So let's go ahead and first do the sizes. So I'm going to go ahead in my actions. I'm going to copy the categories and paste them and rename them get-sizes like this. Rename the component get sizes, the function, and instead of /categories, it's going to be /sizes like that, and change this type to size. There we go. And then you can copy and paste that and rename that to get-colors. There we go. And rename the function to get colors and the type to color like that. Oh, my apologies. So the type to color and this to /colors like that. So same as sizes, but here we match the colors. And let's go ahead and let's create the one to fetch the individual category. So copy the get product right here and rename it get-category. Great. And rename this function to get category, and it's going to be /categories. The type is going to be category, and this can stay the same. Perfect. Now we can go back into our page right here, and let's go ahead and let's add the sizes. So const sizes is going to be await get sizes like that. Const colors is going to be await get colors. Make sure you import that. So I forgot to import get sizes. So let me just do that. Get sizes from actions get sizes, and const category await get category params.category ID like that. And make sure you import get category from actions get category. So these are the imports that I have. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and start developing this right here. So class name bg-white, and let's add the container here. So import that from components UI container like this. And inside of the container, we're going to render our billboard. And remember, each category has a billboard attached. So we're going to pass in the data category billboard like this. So let's go ahead. All right, so we have an issue here, and let me just wait a second to resolve it. So the issue is that we are not including the billboard in the individual get category. So go back into your dashboard, go ahead and find the API folder, go inside the categories, inside category ID, inside route TS like this, and find your get function. And alongside where add include billboard true like this. And now if I refresh here, I think that should resolve the issue. There we go. So now it says test because the category that I'm in, which is glasses, if I go into that category right here, uses the test billboard. Perfect. And so that is working correctly. So let me just change that billboard to be explore the glasses collection. So it looks just a little bit better. So I'm going to save here and I'm going to refresh, and there we go. Explore the glasses collection. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's continue developing this. So we added the billboard. Now let's go ahead and write a div here. The class name px-4 sm px-6 and lg px-8 and pb-24. So we leave some space on the bottom. Inside, let's add a class name lg grid, lg grid-calls-5 and lg gap-x-8 like this. So I'm going to add a comment, add mobile filters. We're going to do that later. For now, we're going to develop the filters on the desktop. So let's go ahead and write a div here. Give this a class name of hidden LG block. So while you're developing this, make sure that you are in desktop view. Don't collapse this too much, otherwise you're not going to be able to see what you're developing right now. Inside of this div, you're going to go ahead and add a new filter component. It doesn't exist yet, so we're going to get an error if we save the file. And go ahead and give this a value key of size ID and name sizes, and data is going to be sizes like that. If I save, of course, I'm going to get the error. So let's go ahead and develop this component. So right here in this folder category ID, you're going to go ahead and create a new folder called components. So just go inside and create a new folder, components, like this, and inside create a filter.tsx like that. And now go ahead and mark this as use client and just write sfc filter like that, div filter like that, and go back into this page right here. And let's go ahead and import this right here. So import filter from /components/filter like that. So the error in our screen goes away. Great. Let's continue developing the filter now. So I'm going to write the interface filter props. We're going to have data, which can be either size or color, and it's going to be an array. It's going to have a name, which is a string, and a value key, which is a string as well. Let's go ahead and assign these props. So react.fc filter props like that, and extract those. So data, name, and value key like that. Perfect. Now that we have those, let's go ahead and add the search params. So const search params in a client component is added using use search params from next. Use search params using next navigation like that. We can go ahead and separate these imports if you want to. And after that, we're going to add the router. So const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. Perfect. Now let's get the currently selected value. Const selected value is going to be search params.get value key like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create our onClick function. Const onClick is going to accept an ID, which is a type of string like that. First, let's get the current query. If any query is available in the URL. So const current is equal to QS. So we have to import QS from query-string like that. Let's go ahead and write qs.parse search params.toString like that. Great. Now const query is going to be equal to current. We're going to add the value key and we're going to pass in the ID. So when the user clicks on any of the filters which we're going to render here, we're going to look what is in the current URL and we're going to add the new filter to that URL. Great. Now if current value key, so if the current value key is equal to ID, in that case, that means that the user clicked on the filter that is currently active, meaning that the user wants to remove that filter. So query value key is going to be null like this. Great. And now let's create the new URL. So const URL is qs.stringify URL like that. URL is going to be window.location.href like this, and the new query. And I'm going to add the second argument here, skip null, true, like that. Perfect. And all that's left is router.push URL like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's actually develop the filters. So class name is going to be mb-8. Let's go ahead and create h3 here. Give this a class name of text-lg and font-semi-bold. And we are going to render the name inside, so you can see how it says sizes right here. Perfect. Now we're going to add an HR element and give this a class name of my-4 like that. Give it a div here, the class name of flex-wrap and gap-2. And inside, we're going to iterate over the data, which is either an array of colors or filters. So take the individual filter right here, and let's go ahead and immediately return a div. Let's give it a key of filter.id, and let's give the class name of flex items-center like that. And inside of here, I'm going to render the button component. So you can import button from add/components UI button right here. And inside, I'm going to render filter.name like this. So you can see that I have options of medium and large right here for the sizes. Let's go ahead and give this button a dynamic class name. So class name, go ahead and use the cn library from @libutils, which I've added right here, and go ahead and open parentheses. So the default are going to be rounded -md, text-small, text-gray-800, P-2 BG-white. And we're also gonna have border and border-gray-300 like this. Perfect. And the second argument inside of here is going to be if selected value is identical to filter.id. So if the current value is selected, in that case, it's going to be bg-black and text-white like this. Perfect. So you can see both of these are unselected now, but we're going to add an onClick right here. So let's go add onClick to this button, which is going to trigger the onClick and send the filter.id. There we go. So I'm going to refresh now. I'm going to click medium and let's see if anything happens. Looks like something's wrong, but let's just try again in case. Okay, looks like something wrong. I'm going to go ahead and debug. So I found our issue. The issue is in the button component. So let's go ahead inside the button component right here, and we forgot to use the rest of the props here. So after the ref, go ahead and just spread the props inside. Let's try now. When I click medium right here, there we go. Medium is selected, and you can see that there is an appended URL. Size ID is in my URL. If I click again, it should get removed. There we go. If I click large, a new size URL. If I click medium, a different size URL. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. So now let's go back into our page.tsx when we added this filter. Let's go ahead and copy and paste this filter, and we're going to call this color ID, and we're going to call this colors right here, and we're going to pass in the colors. So now we should have the colors as well. So black and this random value that I've added called DAD. Great, and both of these are appended and the size ID, and if we remove, so my URL is constantly changing. Perfect. Great, what we have to do now is we have to render the products dependent on these filters right here. So I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna find the end of this div, which holds these filters right here, and I'm gonna add a new div with the class name of empty-6 lg call-span-4 and lg empty-0, and inside what I'm going to do is run products dot length is equal to 0. In that case, I'm going to render no results. So go ahead and import that component, no results right here, and you can move it alongside this component. So that will be if I choose a weird combination. There we go. So there is no combination of large and black, so that's why it's no results. But if I remove one filter, you can see this goes away, and now what's going to show is our product. So go ahead and write a div here, give it a class name of grid dash calls-1 sm grid dash calls-2 md grid dash calls-3 and gap-4 like that. And inside what we're going to do is products.map item. Go ahead and return the product card. So just import product card at the top of your file right here, and in here I'm gonna go ahead and give this a key of item.id, and I'm gonna give it a data of item like this. And let's go ahead, and there we go, we have a random shirt. If I remove this filter right here, well, only this shirt is still available, but if I click on shoes, for example, I think we should see the other product. There we go, and I can go ahead and try and play with this sizes right here, and there we go, I can remove it. So this is only available in medium. So you can go ahead and check what you have in your categories, in your products, create many products and create many sizes, and you're gonna have a much better experience with this. Great, so we finished that, and let's go ahead and create the mobile filters now. So let's go ahead, and I'm gonna find where I left my comment right here for mobile filters, and I'm gonna add the mobile filters component, which of course doesn't exist yet, and I'm gonna give it so name it mobile filters. I'm gonna give it sizes and colors like that, and if I save, I'm going to get an error. So let's go ahead and let's go inside components and create a new file, mobile-filters.tsx like this. And let's go ahead and let's fix this quickly. So use client like that, mobile filters, and create a div mobile filters like that. You can go back in the page right here, and let's import those mobile filters the same way we did with filters. So mobile filters and mobile-filters like this, and the error should now go away. Great. Now let's go ahead. You can see it's taking space now, but we're gonna fix that. Go back inside the mobile filters, and let's go ahead and create the interface. So interface, mobile filters, props. We're gonna take in the sizes, which is an array of the type size, and colors, which is an array of the type, color, like this. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and assign this prop. So react.fc mobile filter props, and let's destruct those. So sizes and colors like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and create a state, which is going to open or close this. So open, set open from use state from React. Let's give it the default value of false like this. I'm just going to separate the imports, and I'm going to write a simple function const on open, which is just going to trigger set open to true. So I don't have to do that every time. And const on close is going to trigger it to false. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's actually create the mobile filters. So instead of using a div, we're going to add a fragment like this. And let's add a button from components UI button right here. And we're going to write filters like this. And let's go ahead and add the plus button like this from Lucid React. Let's go ahead and give this a size of 20 like that. And let's give this a class name of flex items-center gap-x-2 LG hidden like that. All right. And let's see now when I collapse my screen, you can see this is only visible on mobile. So if you're still seeing this big thing that I was seeing, just refresh your page, right? So it should only be available on mobile like this. So you can collapse your screen to look at mobile now. Great. And add this and on click to be on open like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and create the dialog. So below this button, open a dialog, which you can import from headless UI React, as I did right here. Okay. And let's go ahead and give this a prop open to be controlled by our open as div. Class name is going to be relative z-40 LG hidden like this. And on close is going to be on close like this. There we go. Now inside of this div, we're going to go ahead and create our background. So with a div right here with the class name fixed inset-0 bg-black bg-opacity-25 like this. So if I try and click on filters, you can see how I got a background activated. Great. Let's go ahead and now let's position our oh yeah, so this is a self-closing tag, so you can just do it like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and add the dialog position. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new div with the class name fixed inset-0 z-40 and flex. So this is going to position our overall dialog, and inside let's create the dialog.panel. So you already have dialog imported. Great. And let's go ahead and give this some class names. So class name is going to be relative ml-auto flex h-full w-full max-w-xs flex-call, and we're gonna have overflow-y overflow-y-auto bg-white py-4 pb-6 and shadow-xl. All right. So there we go. Now you can see how I have a nice little panel on my right side here. Great. Now let's go ahead inside of this dialog panel and let's go ahead and add the close button inside. So I'm going to go ahead and add a div here. Give it a class name of flex items-center justify-end and px of 4. And I'm going to use the icon button component, which we created. So make sure you import the icon button from right here. And let's go ahead and give this an icon of X, which you can import from Lucid React. So I'm just going to reorder these components a little bit. And headless UI is also with there. So from Lucid React, we have the plus and the X. So let's go ahead and let's use the X right here. Let's go ahead and give it a size of 15 like this. And let's give this icon button on click, on close. So there we go. You can see a little button in here. And when I click, it closes this navigation bar. Sorry, the drawer. Great. Now let's go ahead and actually render the filters here. So for that, we're going to use a div with a class name of p-4. And inside, we're going to reuse our filter from /filter. So make sure you import that as well. So it's the thing we just created and added in the main page. So you can actually go ahead and just copy this right here and go here and paste it here. There we go. And you should have the very same thing available. There we go. So now you have the colors of medium and large and they work exactly the same way. Perfect. So you can actually see how useful this model is on very small screens. So if I collapse my screen, there we go. You can see how I control the filters from there. Perfect. So we finished the category screen. Great. And what we have to do now is we have to create the pop-up model. So in order to do that, first we have to create the store for that. And for that, we're going to need a new package. So go ahead in your terminal, and I'm going to run npm install sustand. Make sure you have the sustand installed. So just wait a couple of seconds and npm run dev again. There we go. Refresh your page to ensure that it's working, and go in the root of your page and just go ahead and create a new folder called hooks. And inside, you're going to go ahead and create use-preview-model.ts. Go ahead and import create from sustand like that, and go ahead and import product from types. So I'm going to separate this two. Great. Now let's create the interface preview model store. Let's add the is open to be Boolean. Let's add the data to be an optional product. So it's this type right here. On open is going to need data, which is a type of product, and it's going to be a void. On close is just going to be a void like that. Great. Now write const use preview model to be create, which you just imported. We're going to use the type of preview model store. Go ahead and open parentheses again, and go ahead and return an arrow function, which returns an immediate object. It assigns the is open to false. The data by default is going to be undefined. On open is going to use the data, which is a type of product, and it's going to use the set function to assign data to that data and set the is open to true like that. And on close is going to be an arrow function which uses the set, and it uses is open to false like that. If you want to, you can use a shorthand for data like this. There we go. So now we have to export default use preview model like that. Perfect. Now we're going to go ahead and create the actual model. So let's go inside of our components, inside of UI, and create a new file model.psx. Mark it as use client, and go ahead and create an interface model props. It's going to take open, which is a Boolean. It's going to take on close, which is a void, and children, which is react.react node like this. Great. Now write const model to be equal to react.fc model props like that. And we're going to go ahead and just destruct this right here. So we're going to take in the open, on close, and children. There we go. Now inside, go ahead and return. We're going to create a transition for this model. So go ahead and add transition from headless UI React like this. Show is going to be controlled by open like that, appear, and as fragment, which you can import from React. So make sure you have fragment and transition right here. Go ahead and open the dialog again from headless UI React. Give it an as prop to be div. Class name is going to be relative z-10, and on close is going to be on close. Great. Now inside of that, open a new div. It's going to be a self-closing div. So this div is going to create our background shadow. And so fixed inset -0 bg-black and bg-opacity-50 like that. So go ahead and create a new div with the class name fixed inset -0 overflow-y-auto like that. And inside create a new div. So just go ahead and point to this div with the class name of flex min-h-full items-center justify-center p-4 and text-center like that. Inside of this div, you're going to go ahead and add a transition child. So transition.child like this. And let's go ahead and give it some props. So as fragment, enter is going to be is-out duration-300, Enter from is going to be opacity dash 0, scale dash 95. Enter 2 is going to be opacity dash 100, scale dash 100. Leave is going to be ease dash in, duration dash 200. Leave from is going to be opacity dash 100 and scale of 100. And leave 2 is going to be opacity dash 0 and scale dash 95, like that. And now inside we're going to create a dialog panel. So go ahead and write dialog.panel like that. Let's go ahead and give this dialog panel a class name. So this dialog panel is going to have a class name of w-full max-w-3xl overflow-hidden rounded-lg text-left and align-middle. Great. And inside of this dialog panel, we're just going to create a couple of more divs and we're going to render our children inside. So go ahead and open a div with a class name of relative flex w-full items-center overflow hidden bg-white, like that. It's also going to have a px-4 pb-8 pt-14 shadow-2xl, like that. smpx-6 smpt-8 and mdp-6 and lgp-8. So these are a bunch of variations which are going to make the padding look better. Great. And now inside, create another div right here with class name of absolute right-4 and top-4, and inside we're going to render our icon button. So you can go ahead and import that from /icon button or change it to the components UI version. And inside I'm going to add the onClick to be onClose, and it's going to have an icon which is going to be X, which you can import from Lucid React. Go ahead and self-close that icon here and give it a size of 15, like this. There we go. So I'm just going to expand this entire screen so you can see better, like this. If you don't want to write all of this, you can just go into my GitHub for the front-end store and copy the model component. Great. And now just outside of this div right here, which holds the icon button, we're going to render the children like that. There we go. So that finishes our global model, and now we're gonna actually reuse it to show the preview model. And don't forget to export default model at the end. So export default model like that. There we go. So now let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our components, and in here create a new file, preview-model.tsx. So go ahead and name it preview model like that. And let's just mark this as use client as well. So use client like that. It's not going to have any props, but it is going to access the preview model store. So const preview model is going to be use preview model, which you can import from the hooks. And const product is going to be use preview model state.data like that. Perfect. And if there is no product, so if the model has not loaded any data, in that case, there is nothing to show. So we're not going to show the model at all. Great. Instead of div, we're going to use model from .UI model or /components UI model, if that's what you prefer. Great. And now let's go ahead and add some props here. So open is going to be preview model that is open like that. And on close is going to be preview model dot on close like that. Inside, we're going to render our children. So go ahead and give this a class name of grid w-full like this. It's going to have grid-calls-1 items-start gap-x-6 gap-y-8. On small devices, grid is going to be grid-calls-12 lg gap-x-8. There we go. So we have that ready. Now let's go ahead and render the gallery. So class name is going to be sm::span-4 lg::span-5. And inside we're going to render our gallery, which we already have. So you can use either ./gallery or you can change it to /components like this. And it accepts images. So use images product.images like this. There we go. Outside of this div, create a new div with a class name sm call-span-8 lg call-span-7, and inside just render the info, not from Lucid, but from ./info. So it's the component we created. So either /components or ./info, like that, and give this a data of product. Great, perfect. Now we have to create our model provider. So let's go ahead and close everything here. I'm gonna go and create a completely new folder here called providers, and inside create a new file model-provider.tsx, model provider, like that. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to open a fragment, and inside I'm going to render the preview model from add/components preview model. We're gonna mark this component as use client, like that. And let's go ahead and do the isMounted trick. So isMounted set is mounted from use state, which by default is false. I'm going to separate these imports, use effect, make sure you import that from React, and don't forget the empty array right here. Set is mounted is going to be true. And if we are not mounted, in that case, we're not going to render the models because they can cause problems with hydration. Perfect. And now that we have this, we have to add that to our global layout. So let's go ahead inside app folder, inside layout.tsx, and just above the navbar, add model provider from add/providers model provider. Perfect. And now we are ready to use the hook that we created to trigger models from various places. So let's go ahead and let's find our product card. So for me, it's inside UI product card right here. So that component is this individual component which renders these buttons for cart, and for this button which we're going to use right now to enlarge the screen. Great. So go inside of here, right, and go ahead and find the icon button for expand. And what you're going to do here is you're going to add a custom function on preview, like that. Go ahead and write const on preview to be mouse event handler, like that, which you can import from React. So just make sure you've imported that. I'm going to move it along with navigation to the top. Great. It's going to take in the HTML button element, like that. So we're going to get the event, and then we can use event.stop propagation, like that. And we're going to pass in preview model, which we don't have. So let's go ahead above the router and add const preview model to be use preview model, like that. From add/hooks, use preview model. Perfect. And then in this preview model, I'm going to add on open data, like that. So this stop propagation is going to override the fact that this main div has an onClick, right? So let's go ahead and try and see if maybe we did something wrong. So I'm going to click here, and there we go. It works for me, and I have the gallery right here. Perfect. Let's try in this other category. So if I click here, there we go. Works as well. Beautiful. If I try from the store, I'm pretty sure we're going to get the exact same results. So I can look at this here and at this here, and I have my little gallery here. Perfect. What we have to do now is the cart functionality. Great, so now we have to create our cart functionality. I'm going to go ahead and close everything here, and before we continue, I'm going to install a package called React Hot Toast, which is something we already have inside the admin, but we need it here as well. So npm install react-hot-toast. So look at this command, make sure you install that, and just press enter, wait a couple of seconds, and then you can go and npm run dev again. Refresh here, and there we go. Now we have to create a toast provider. So I'm going to go inside my providers and create a new file, toast-provider.tsx. Let's go ahead and call this toast provider, like that. And it's going to be a client component like this. And all it's going to return is the toaster from React Hot Toast, like that. There we go. That's all we need for that. And we have to add that to our app layout.tsx. So below model provider, add the toast provider from add/components toast provider. Great. So now we have to create the store for our cart. Go ahead inside hooks and create a new file. Actually, you can just copy this file. So go ahead and copy this file and name it use-cart. Go ahead and rename this from preview model store to use cart like this. So we have the cart store and the use cart, use cart, use cart. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and modify the interface a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and add the items, which are going to be a type of product. We already have that import right here. Add item is going to get the individual product and work with that. Remove item is going to work with an ID of the product and is going to work with that. And remove all is going to, well, just be an empty void, which is going to obviously remove everything from the cart. So let's go ahead and remove everything here. And basically what I want to do now is I'm going to modify this a little bit. So I'm going to completely remove this and just leave create like this. And what I want to do is I want to import 2 more packages. So we have them, don't worry. We're going to import persist and create JSON storage like this from toStand/middleware like that. So we're going to create a store, which is going to be persisted in local storage. So go ahead and open create, open persist like that, and give persist a pointy brackets and a value of cart store. Go ahead and open brackets, go ahead and extract the set and get function, open an arrow function and return an immediate object. So first the items are going to be an empty array like this. Let me just confirm that I did this correctly, just a second. Yep, everything is fine. Great, so the items are default empty array. Then we have an add item, which has the data, which is a type of product. So make sure you have that, we do. Great. So add item is going to work in a way that we're going to get the current items using const current items, get.items like that. Then we're going to have the existing item, const existing item is going to be current items dot find item, item.id identical to data.id like that. If there is an existing item, in that case, so if a user tries to add an item which is already in their cart, we're going to return a toast from React hot toast. So make sure you import that, and we're going to tell them that. So item already in cart. Great. And if that's not the case, we're going to call the set function. We're going to call the object and write items, which is an array. We're going to spread the current items and add the new one in a form of data like that. And toast.success item added to cart. Great. Alongside add item, we're also going to have remove item. So let's go ahead and use the ID, which is a type of string. Open this function and go ahead and call the set items, open an array inside, spread the get.items.filter like that, get the individual item, and filter by item.id, which is not identical to this ID, which we are checking. Great. And toast.success item removed from the cart like that. And the last function is remove all. So go ahead and just call set items empty array like this. Great. And now we have to add a second parameter to this persist function. So let's go ahead. So find the last parenthesis here, and before that add a comma like this and open an array, and inside name cart-storage, and storage is going to be create JSON storage. Go ahead and open an arrow function and just write local storage like this. So you cannot import that, local storage is global like that. There we go. So you can pause the screen if the wiggly red lines were a problem, or you can go to my repository and copy the working one. Perfect. So now we can use this cart to add items to it, and we get a nice toast message, and we can check the count and we can render them. Perfect. Let's go ahead and do that now. So let's go inside our navbar actions. So in the components, navbar actions right here, go ahead and add the cart. So const cart is equal use cart. You can import that from add/hooks use cart. And instead of rendering just 0 right here, we're going to go ahead and render cart.items.length. So now that's going to stay 0, but we're going to change that soon. So let's go back into our product card. So the place where we added the preview model right now, so this thing. Now let's go ahead and add the add to cart functionality. So I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to add I'm gonna find this shopping cart and I'm gonna give this onClick a new function called on add to cart, and we're gonna go ahead and develop that now. So const, you can actually copy this entire thing. So copy the on preview and rename it on add to cart like that. And instead of using the preview model, we're gonna go ahead and use the const cart equal use cart, and make sure you added the import from @hook/use cart. Great. And now that we have the cart, we can just change this in the on add to cart function to call the cart, and it's going to add item data. And make sure you use this on add to cart. So my T is lowercase, my mistake. So on add to cart like this. There we go. So let's see what happens now. I'm gonna refresh this and I'm gonna click here, and there we go, item added to cart, and you can see there's a number 1 here. If I try again, it says item is already in cart. If I try on another one, now I have 2 items in cart. And even if I refresh my page, it's persisted. Great, that's exactly what we want. So now we have to create the cart view. So for that, we're gonna go back inside of our navbar actions right here, and let's go ahead and let's add the router here. So const router is equal use router from next/navigation like that. So just make sure you add that. Great, and on this button right here, I'm gonna add an onClick, which is gonna be an arrow function, which is going to call the router that push to /cart like that. And if you go ahead and try, you're gonna get a 404 because /cart does not exist. So that's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna go ahead and create our cart page. So let's go ahead. I'm going to close everything here. I'm going into the app folder, routes, and I'm creating a new folder, cart. And inside I'm going to create a file, page.tsx, cart page, div, cart page, like that. And if I refresh right now, there we go. It says cart page. Let's go ahead. Let's mark this as use client, like that. And let's do the good old mounting trick. So const is mounted, set is mounted to be use state false, use effect, go ahead, and you already know what to do. So set is mounted is going to be false here like that, and give it a default value. If it's not mounted, in that case return null. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and develop. So give it a class name of bg-white like that. And let's go and add the container from @/components UI container. So I'm just going to separate these 2 imports. Perfect. And let's go inside and let's render a div with the class name of px-4, py-16, sm, px-6, lg, px-8, like that. Inside, open an h1 element and write shopping cart, like that. And let's go ahead and let's give this a class name. Let me just refresh this. I'm trying to figure out why nothing is showing. Let me just see if I expand. I'm wondering if it's because of the mounting. Let's change this to black. See what's going on. Okay, let me just spend just a little bit debugging why this is happening. Alright, so for now let's continue developing, but I'm not going to use this is mounted. Looks like there is a problem with it. In the version that I worked with, this was fine, but right now seems to be a problem. Nevertheless, let's go ahead and let's add the cart. So const cart is going to be use cart from hooks use cart like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and continue here. So change this back to BG white like that. Now we have the shopping cart here. Let's give this a class name of text-3XL, font-bold and text-black like that. Beautiful. And just below this heading, we're going to open a new div. And let's go ahead and write class name here, empty-12 lg grid, lg grid-calls-12 lg items-start gap-x-12. Like this. So inside of this grid right here, so I just collapse so you can see. We're gonna go ahead and open a new div with the class name of lg call-span-7, and that's going to be so we're gonna iterate over cart items here, or we're gonna show the result that there are no cart items. So cart.items.length 0. In that case, I'm going to show a paragraph which is going to say no items added to cart. Great, and let's also give that a class name of text-neutral 500. Great. So that's one case. Other than that, we're gonna open a UL, so unordered list, and inside I'm gonna write cart.items.map item like that. I'm gonna go ahead and add the cart item component, which does not exist yet, but we're gonna create it. And I'm gonna ahead and give it a key of item.id and data of item like this. Great. So let's create the cart item component. So I'm gonna go inside the components right here, create a new folder, components, like that. And inside I'm gonna create a new item called cart-item.tsx like that. Let's go ahead and let's import image from next/image like that. Let's import toast from React hot toast. Let's import X from Lucid React like that. And I'm also going to mark this entire thing as client, so use client like that. Let's go ahead and import icon button from components UI icon button. Let's import the currency from components UI currency. Let's import use cart from hooks use cart. And let's import the product type from types like that. Great. The interface for cart item props is going to be data, which is a type of product. And let's go ahead and write cart item here. And for now, I'm just going to write a div cart item like that. And let's just assign react.fc cart item props and destructure the data. And now we can go back inside our page.tsx and I can use this cart item right here. So import cart item from /components /cart item like that. Perfect. And you can see we have some hydration errors. So that's what I was trying to fix with the is mounted, but don't worry, I'm gonna get to that later. I just want to finish the UI first. Great, so we have this cart item right here. Let's go ahead and create the UI for it first. So instead of div, it's gonna be a list item, and let's give this a class name of flex py-6 and border-b like that. And inside, I'm gonna create a div with a class name of relative h-24 w-2024 like that, rounded -md overflow -hidden sm h-48 and sm w-48 as well. Great. And inside I'm going to use the image component which I imported from next above. It's going to have the field property and it's going to have the source, which is data.images, the first one .url like that. There we go. So I have two items in my cart now, and the alt is going to be empty and class name is going to be object-cover object-center like this. There we go. Beautiful. And outside of this div, go ahead and create a new one with the class name of relative ml-4 flex-1 flex-call and justify between smml-6 like that. All right, now inside I'm gonna open a new div, the class name of absolute z-10, right there 0 and top -0, and that is going to be the button to remove it. So icon button, which we already have imported, and on click is going to be for now empty. And we're gonna go ahead and give it an icon of X, which we have imported from Lucid, and size of 15 like this. There we go. So now you can see how we have you can see how it takes full screen on mobile, but on desktop it just takes half the screen because this is where we're gonna have our summary. Great. So we have that icon button now. Let's go ahead and outside of this div, create a new div right here with the class name of relative pr-9 sm grid -calls-2 sm gap-x-6 and smpr-0 like that. And inside I'm gonna go ahead and create a class name flex justify -between like that. And I'm gonna create a paragraph with the class name of text-lg font-semi-bold and text-black. And inside I'm going to render data.name like that. So it says random shirt and navy suit here. Perfect. Outside of this paragraph and outside of this div, I'm gonna go ahead and open another div with the class name of empty-1 flexed and text-sm like that. And inside, I'm going to open a paragraph, which is going to render data.color.name like that. And let's give this a class name of text-gray-500 like that. Perfect. And I'm going to copy this and use data.size, that name for this one. And I'm going to add a class name to the second one, which is going to be ml-4 and border-l and border-gray-200, pl-4 as well. And we already have the text gray. There we go. So now we have the black and medium right here. Perfect. And outside of this div, our final component is the currency, which we already have imported, and the value is going to be data.price like this. There we go. So you can see how it looks on desktop, and you can see how it looks on mobile. Perfect. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create our summary component. Actually, before we do that, let's enable the ability to remove a product. So go ahead here and add const cart to be use cart, which we already have imported like this, and const on remove. Go ahead and write cart.remove item data.id like that, and use this on remove instead of this icon button on click right here. Perfect. So I'm gonna go ahead and try now. If I click here, there we go, item removed from the cart, meaning that I can go ahead and try and add it again. So I'm gonna go to the store. There we go, I can add it back again. Perfect. Now let's add the summary part. So let's go back inside of our page.tsx for the cart right here. I'm going to close everything here and go ahead and find the end of the unordered list and find the end of this div right here. And in here, we're going to add the summary, which right now doesn't exist. So it's just going to throw an error. So let's go inside of our components and create a new file, summary.tsx. Great. Now inside, go ahead and mark this as use client. Go ahead. And we have to install one package called Axios. So let's go ahead and close this and run npm install Axios. So look at this command and make sure you install that. Wait a couple of seconds, and then I'm going to go ahead and npm run dev my project again and refresh this. So import Axios from Axios like that. Import use effect from React like that, and import use search params from next/navigation. Let's go ahead and import the button from components UI button like that, and import the currency from add components UI currency. Import use cart from add hooks use cart, and import the toast from React hot toast, and you can move that here. Perfect. So const summary is not going to have any props, so you can just go ahead and start developing the component immediately. And remember to export default summary like this, and I'm just going to return a div which is going to say summary, so I can go back in my page tsx and import that the same way I did with cart item. So instead of cart item, it's going to be summary, and I'm going to change the path to summary like this. There we go. So yes, we're still getting these hydration errors. I'll address that later. So if you want, you can either develop in mobile mode or in desktop mode. It's going to be the same. Now in summary, let's go ahead and let's create the interface first. So let's go ahead and write the class name here. So it's going to be empty16 rounded-lg bg-gray-50 px-4 py-6 smp-6 lg col-span-5 lg empty-0 lg p-8 like that. Okay. Now that we have that inside, I'm going to add an h2 element, which is going to say order summary like this. And I'm going to give this a class name of text-lg, font-medium, and text-gray-900 like that. Perfect. And inside, let's open a div right here with a class name. The class name is going to be empty-6 and space-y-4 like that, and inside open a div with the class name flex items-center justify -between border-t and border-gray-200 and pt-4 like that. Great. Now inside, I'm gonna go ahead and add a new div. And this div is going to have the order total text and a class name of text-base font-medium text-gray-900 like that. Great. And just after that, I'm going to add the currency, which I have imported, and give it a value of, well, for now, you can just write whatever you want, for example, 45, and you can see how it formats it to dollars right here. Great. Now, outside of both of these divs right here, so just on the last one, add the button and say checkout. There we go. All right, and let's go ahead and give this a class name of w-full and empty-6 like this. There we go. Now it looks much better. Now let's go ahead and create the actual calculations for the total price. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the cart. So const cart is equal to use cart like that. And let's go ahead and get the items. Yeah, so actually we didn't have to use it like this. So const items is equal to use cart, get the state, and write state.items like that. There we go. And get the remove all option. So const remove all from use cart state.remove all. So I'm extracting it like this because I'm going to use it inside use effects. And also let's get search params. So const search params, use search params like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's calculate the total price. So const total price is equal to items.reduce total and item like this, and just return total plus number and item.price like this. And the default value is going to be 0 like that. There we go. And now we can use the total price instead of this hard-coded 45 right here. There we go. So now it combined the prices of the navy suit and the random shirt. And if I remove the navy suit, you can see how it's just the random shirt. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's add the onCheckout button, onCheckout function. So const onCheckout is going to be asynchronous, and const response is going to be await axios.post, open pointy brackets, and go inside and write process.environment.next underscore public underscore API underscore URL. So practically what's in our environment right here. So we're going to connect to our dashboard now using this and go outside /checkout. So this is an API route that we don't have yet, but we're going to have to create. Great. And we have to pass in the data. The data is going to be product IDs, which is going to be basically items.map, item.id like that. Perfect. And then go ahead and do window.location response.data.url like that. Perfect. And use this on checkout for the on click of this button right here. Perfect. And now I have to create the response to this. So after this checkout works, it's going to redirect us back to here. So we have to create a use effect, which is going to detect what happens. So let's go ahead and write if search params.get success. In that case, toast.success payment completed like that. And we're going to call remove all to remove all products from the store. Otherwise, if search params has a canceled, whoops, in that case, toast.error, something went wrong like that. Go ahead and add search params and remove all to the dependency array. Perfect. So that finishes our cart, and if I'm not mistaken, that finishes our entire store page right here. So what we have to do now is we have to create the actual functionality webhook. Great, let's go ahead and do that now. So in order to continue and to actually finish and wrap up our checkout and everything inside here, what we have to do is create our Stripe util. So let's go ahead and I'm going to close everything here, and I'm going to go inside my lib folder right here, and I'm going to go and create not a new folder, but a new file called stripe.ts like this. And I have to install a new package. So temporarily, I'm going to shut down this app and write npm install stripe. So make sure you do npm install stripe. and press enter and go ahead and npm run dev again. So this one is going to run on localhost 3000 because this one is running on 3001. Great. So let's go ahead and import Stripe from Stripe like this, and export const Stripe is equal to new Stripe like this. And what we have to pass in now is the Stripe API key. So let's go ahead and do that. So either go to stripe.com or Google it. Basically, you have to find a way to create an account for Stripe. I'm just gonna go ahead and sign in. And I'll be in my dashboard, so I'll just pause and load that screen. There we go. So I'm inside my Stripe account and I'm going to create a new account. And I'm going to call this something like a tutorial or something. Let's just wait a second for this to load. So it's going to be called e-commerce-admin-video. And I'm going to click create an account here. Great. So now we can go ahead and here you have your publishable key and your secret here. So go ahead and copy the secret key right here. And basically what we have to do is we have to add an environment variable. So let's go inside our .environment right here and just pass stripe_API _key and pass in this secret key right here. So I copied it from here, secret key. Great. So now that we have the Stripe API key, we can go back in our stripe.ts function right here. And inside, you're going to write process.environment.stripe_API_key and just put the question mark at the end to fix the TypeScript error. And inside, I'm going to use the API version of 2022:11:15, and TypeScript is going to be true like that. Perfect. Now that we have the Stripe, we can go ahead and create our checkout route. So I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go inside the app folder, inside API, inside store ID, and create a new folder called checkout. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a new file called route.ts right here. Great. So go ahead and import Stripe from Stripe and go ahead and import next response from next/server. Go ahead and import the Stripe library from the util like that and import prisma.db from as/lib prisma.db. So now I'm going to create a object course headers because I'm going to reuse this. Basically, the post request is not going to work right now in my front-end store because course is going to prevent that because it's on a different origin. So this is on localhost 3000 and this is on localhost 3001. So it's not going to work. So I'm going to create the headers. Access-control-allow-origin like that is going to be asterisk. Access-control-allow-methods is going to be get, post, put, delete, options. Access-control-allow-headers is going to be content-type like that and authorization like this. Great. And for self-control, I'm just going to copy this from my source code. There we go. So just make sure that it's correct. Now let's go ahead and export async function options like that and return next response.json. First argument is empty, and in the second argument, we're going to use these headers, course headers. So before we do the post request, we have to do the options request. Otherwise, the course is still not going to work. And now we can go ahead and create our post request. So export async function post. It's going to head and take the request, which is request. And it's going to have the params, which take in the params, which is an object, which has the store ID, which is a type of string like that. Great. So go ahead and open this function right here. First, let's check if we have the product IDs. So const product IDs from await request.json like that, because that is what we are sending in the front end. So this checkout, as you can see, sends the product IDs which are in the cart. So that's what we expect right here. Great. So what we have to do now is check whether we have those. So if there are no product IDs, or if product IDs.length is equal to 0, in that case, return new next response. Product IDs are required. And just go ahead and create a status of 400 like that. Great. Now go ahead and write const products are equal to await prisma_db.product.findMany, where ID is in product IDs. So we're going to find all of those products which have this product's IDs sent right here. Great. Now let's go ahead and create a constant for line items which we're going to send to Stripe. So const line underscore items is a type of stripe.checkout.session create params.line item and give it an array and the default value of an empty array like this. So I'm just going to expand my screen a little bit so you can see. Great. Now in here I'm going to write products.for each product. I'm going to write line underscore items.push. And inside what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the quantity to be 1. The price underscore data is going to be currency, which is US dollars, like that. And product underscore data inside is going to be name, product.name, like that. And we're also going to have the unit underscore amount, which is going to have product.price to number because it's a decimal times 100. There we go. Perfect. So now we have that, and now we have to create our order. So go ahead and write const order is equal to await prisma_db.order.create data. We're going to pass in the store ID from params store ID like that. Is paid by default is going to be set to false because this is just the checkout session, and order items are going to be create product IDs.map product ID, which is a type of string. Go ahead and return an immediate object and write product connect ID product ID like that. Great. And now that we created our order using this method, we're gonna go ahead and create a session. So const session is going to be await stripe.checkout.sessions.create like that. We're going to pass in the line items which we have created. Mode is going to be payment. Billing address collection is going to be required because we want to receive the address from our customer. Phone number collection is also going to be enabled and required. Now, success underscore URL. For that, we have to create an environment variable. So go back in the environment right here and go ahead and add frontend underscore store underscore URL. And in my case, that's going to be localhost 3001. So go ahead and copy localhost 3001. I'm pretty sure it's the same for you. So you can just go ahead and paste that here. And make sure to remove the backslash. So make sure it's like this. Great. And now you're going to use this. So process.environment.frontend underscore store underscore URL. Make sure you didn't accidentally mistype that. So frontend store URL like that. And we're going to redirect back to /cart with a success 1. So when we go back here, this use effect is going to notice that it was success and it's going to trigger payment completed. Great. And we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to have the cancel URL. And in this case, we're going to do canceled 1. So then we're going to show the error that something went wrong. Great. And let's also add the metadata, order ID, order.id. So we're going to use the metadata after we add our webhook. So once the user has paid, we're going to load this exact session, use this metadata to find this order which was created, and we're going to change the status to paid. Great. And return next response.json URL session.url like that. And go ahead and write headers again. Course headers. This course thing is very important. Don't try and avoid that. Great. So we have that now. Let's go ahead and let's try and see if this is working or if we are having some errors. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to prepare my my network tab right here. Just a second, network. Okay, and let's go ahead and try and click checkout to see what happens. So it says pending, pending, pending. Let's see if it's going to redirect. There we go. I'm redirected and I have a random shirt right here of $39. And that should have created an order in my database if this works correctly. There's a chance we made a mistake, I don't know. There we go. We have a random shirt order with a price of $39 and a status paid of false. Beautiful. All that's left to do is to create a webhook. So right now, yeah, this won't work. This is going to stay unpaid. You can see how I got the error. Something went wrong because we got the canceled, and this order is going to stay unpaid for now. But what we're going to do now is create the webhook, which is going to actually notice when we pay something. So let's go ahead and do that now. So what we have to do is we have to connect to a webhook locally because we are not in production right now. So go into Stripe and write webhooks in this big search bar right here. And why is it not searching for anything? Just a second, let me find where it is. Alright, so I don't know why it's not showing up in my search, but all you have to do is click on the developers right here and go into your webhooks. So in production, we're going to click add an endpoint, but now we have to test in a local environment. So you need to have the Stripe CLI. So click this number 1, download the CLI, and in here you have the instructions for Windows, Linux, Docker, whatever you want. I used Homebrew. It's the simplest for Mac OS. Now you have to log in your Stripe using the terminal. So right here, I have prepared my terminal. Make sure that you are inside your admin dashboard. So go ahead and navigate inside your admin dashboard right here. So it's the same terminal that I have right here, but this one is already taken because I'm using it to run the project. So that's why I opened the one here. And inside of here, you're gonna head and click this and do the Stripe login. Great, and now click enter right here, and you can see that I'm gonna get a message here. Allow Stripe to access your information with this code right here. And let me just confirm, yes, it's the same code, and I'm gonna click allow access. And there we go. And I can now close this window. And I'm gonna go back here, and there we go. It says that this step was completed. Great. And what we have to do now is we have to run this second command, which is stripe listen -- forward to. Let's go ahead and add that as well. And we're going to change this to be / forward to localhost 3000 webhook like that. And now you have your signing secret. So go ahead and copy this secret right here. And that is what we're going to use to continue in this code right here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create my webhook right here. So go inside your API, create a new folder, webhook, and inside create a new file, route.ts like that. Go ahead and import Stripe from Stripe like that. Go ahead and import headers from next / headers like that. Go ahead and import next response from next / server. Go ahead and import Stripe from add/lib/stripe, import prisma.db from add/lib/prisma.db, and export asynchronous function post, which takes the request, which is a type of request. Go ahead and get the body. So const body is going to be await request.text, so not request.json, because this is a webhook and we need a special case for that. Const signature is going to be headers.get stripe -signature like that as string. And now let's set the event to be stripe.event like that. Go ahead and open the try block. Event is equal to stripe.webhooks .construct like that. Go ahead and pass body signature, and the last one is going to have to be this, which we just copied, so webhook signing secret, and I want to keep that inside of my environment file. So I'm going to go ahead and add stripe _webhook _secret like this, and I'm going to pass it here. So I'm going to use that here as the last argument, but under process.environment, of course. And you can just go ahead and add a question exclamation point at the end to fix the TypeScript error. Add a catch here, error, which is a type of any, and just return new next response. Open backticks webhook error.message with a status 400 like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's get the session. So const session is equal event.data.object as stripe.checkout.session like that. Const address is going to be session, if it exists, .customer_details.address. And now we're going to use, basically an address can have many components. If you've seen, let me just click checkout here again. So, okay, this is going to create another order, but it's fine. You can see, so the address has a country, an address line 1, address line 2, postal code, and city. And all of those are separate fields in an object. So we're going to go ahead and create a function which is going to generate that into one single string. Const address components, like this, address question mark dot line 1, address question mark dot line 2, address question mark dot city, address question mark dot state, address question mark dot postal underscore code, address question mark dot country, like that. And now we're going to use that. Const address string is going to be address components dot filter, get the individual component, check if it's not null, and then join what's left with a comma and a space. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and check the event we want to listen to. That event is going to be, so if event.type is identical to checkout.session.completed, like that. In that case, we're going to go ahead and write const order is equal await prisma_db.order.update, where, so we're going to find that order which we created in our checkout right here. We created this order, but the status is paid false, and we save the order ID into metadata. So we're going to have to access that metadata here. ID session question mark dot metadata question mark dot order ID, like that. And go ahead and give this a data of is paid to true, like that. Address is going to be the address string, like that. Phone is going to be session question mark customer underscore details question mark phone pipe empty string, and we're going to include order items true because we're going to need to modify them. Great. Now let's go ahead and get our product IDs, because we have to archive all the products which have just been bought. So const product IDs are equal to order items map order item dot product ID. And now await prisma db.product.update many, where, so we're gonna update all of the products. ID is in, spread the product IDs, like that, and pass in the data is archive true. There we go. And very important, at the end of this entire if clause, at the end of this event, go ahead and return new next response null and a status of 200, like that. Great. So that finishes our webhook. Let's go ahead and let's try this last thing here. So let's go ahead and copy this, and I'm just going to open a new one. I'm going to try and trigger it from here. There we go. So this works. Okay. I get a 401. Let me just see. I think that's fine, because we don't have this event, nothing for this event. So I think that's fine. Not 100% sure. Yeah. Okay, let's continue and let's test our thing. Let's see if our thing is working or not. So I have, I think, a couple of more orders here. Let's see, we have this order, and let's try and finish this order. So I'm going to add a random mail.com right here. I'm going to type whatever here. I'm going to add a test number here, my name here, whatever we want here, and click pay. And let's see if that is going to work or not. Apparently it works, so this is a success. And let's see what happened here. I think I'm seeing more errors here. Let's see if anything changed. No, nothing changed here. I think our webhook is not working as intended, so I'm going to go ahead and debug that a little bit. And I think I know what's the issue. The issue is we are running on localhost 3000/webhook because that's what I told you to do. But in fact, when we should be doing it on /API/webhook like that. And now I think we can even try this thing right here with the payment intent succeeded. And I think we will get a, yeah, now we have a 200. Yeah, sorry, it was localhost 3000/API/webhook. My apologies. And now let's hope that this is working now. So I'm gonna go here and let's add something to my card right here. So I'm gonna add this shirt. I'm gonna check out, and I'm just gonna add whatever in here. So okay. So this is all tests, so you can write whatever you want. Okay, let's see, looks promising. Okay, let's see here. Apparently everything's fine, and let's refresh here, and there we go. We have successfully finished the entire flow between the Stripe and the orders and the front end. Everything beautiful, beautiful project. All we have to do now is we have to finish this overview page. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. So let's go. I'm going to collapse everything here. All of this is working just fine. Let's go inside of our app dashboard, inside of routes, inside this page.tsx right here. And I'm going to modify this just a little bit. So we're not going to fetch the store. Instead, we're not going to fetch anything just yet. First, let's go ahead and let's just let's do some styling. So class name is going to be flex-call right here. Let's go ahead and give this div a class name of flex-1 space-y-4 p-8 and pt-6. And inside, I'm going to use the heading component from components UI heading like this. And I'm going to write a title of dashboard and a description of overview of your store like that. And let's give this a separator from components UI separator like this. It's so much nicer to develop with ShadCN rather than whatever we had to do to make this store, right? Great. Now just below this, go ahead and write class name grid gap-4 grid-calls-3. And now we're going to work with some cards. So go ahead back to UI, ShadCN UI. And what we have to do is we have to find the card component and we have to install that. So let's go ahead and add npx ShadCN UI latest add card. So I'm going to go in my terminal right here. And I'm going to write npx ShadCN-UI at latest add card and press Y. And then npm run dev again. Great, so now we have the card and we can go ahead and go back here and let's go card from components UI card like that. Let's give it a card header from components UI card header like that. Total revenue. Let's see. And refresh your page, of course, and make sure you're importing the card from here. There we go. So total revenue right here. Let's give this class name of text-sm and font-medium. Okay. And let's give it this a $sign icon from Lucid React. And Lucid React is going to have a class name. Oh, my apologies. Okay. Let's stop now. And what I want you to do is move the $sign inside of the card header like this. And we're going to use this for card title. So import card title and wrap the total revenue inside the card title like that. And give card title a class name of text-sm and font-medium. But this top one is going to have a different class. It's going to be flex-row, items-center, justify-between, space-y-0 and pb-2 like that. So they're aligned now. And go ahead and give this a class name of h-4 w-4 text-muted-foreground like that. All right, so we have the card header. Now let's go ahead and do the card content inside. So import that from card as well. Make sure you don't accidentally import it from Prisma. In here, I'm going to do a div with class name of text-to-excel and font-bold. And let's go ahead and just run formatter, which you can import from @/libutils.format and just write a random number inside. There we go. So it says our total revenue right here. Great. Now let's go ahead and I'm just going to copy this entire card and I'm going to paste it. Make sure you copied it correctly. Like this, okay. And in this second field right here, I'm gonna call this sales, like this. And my sales is going to have a different icon. It's gonna have credit card icon. So copy that from Lucid React as well. I'm just gonna move this to the top, like this. Okay, so we have the sales and it's not gonna be formatted. Instead, it's gonna say something like +25, something like this. Great, and I'm gonna copy the card again one last time. And this one is going to be products in stock, like that, with a capital in. There we go, so products in stock, and it's not gonna use the credit card, it's going to use the package icon from Lucid React. There, that looks better, and we can just write the actual count, like, I don't know, 12. Like that. Perfect. So let's now create functions which are going to actually fill these values. So first we need the total revenue. So const total revenue and just an empty function. Go ahead and copy this. This one is going to be sales count and this one is going to be stock count. So first let's go ahead and do the total revenue using await get total revenue. And we're gonna pass in params that store ID, like that. So now we have to create this. Go ahead and create a completely new folder called actions, and inside create a new file, get-total-revenue.ts, like that. And in here, what we're gonna do is we're going to import Prisma, like that. Export const get total revenue. It's gonna be an asynchronous function which takes the store ID, which is a type of string. And inside, we're gonna get the paid orders. So const paid orders are going to be await prisma db.order.find many. So we're gonna find all orders where the store ID is this store ID right here. So we can just pass that like this. And the status of paid is true, meaning the webhook Stripe confirmed that it was actually paid for. And we're going to include order items, include product through, like that. And now let's go ahead and write const total revenue is equal to paid orders dot reduce total and order. Go ahead and open the arrow function here and just give this a default of 0 and then write const order total is equal to order items dot reduce order sum item. Open this arrow function, give this a default value of 0 as well, and write return order sum plus item dot product dot price dot to number, like that, and then return total plus order total. So basically we iterate over all orders and then over all order items, and then we combine the prices of all of those. Great. And what you have to do is return total revenue, like that. Perfect. So let's go back to the page and let's go ahead, get total revenue from actions, get total revenue right here. And let's see. I'm going to use this get total revenue instead of this hard-coded 100 right here. And I think I should have just $39 because in my orders, yes, that's the only thing I have purchased, this random shirt, which has the paid status. So that's the only revenue that I actually have. Great. Now for the sales count, we're going to do a similar function called get sales count. So you can just copy this and paste it and name it get-sales-count, like this. So export const get sales count, and what we're gonna do inside is a bit simpler, so no need to calculate these things. We're gonna get const sales count to be order dot count We're not going to include anything, and we're just going to use the store ID and is paid and return the sales count like this. There we go. Now inside of here, we can replace this with await get sales count and params.store ID like that, and use this sales count inside of this after the plus. And it's going to say only 1 because that's the only sale that I have. And for the products in stock, again, it's going to be similar. We can copy the sales count this time and write get dash stock dash count. Let's name it that. Get stock count like that. And the way it's going to function is going to be a synchronous function. Yes, this is going to be stock count. And we're going to search for products. So product, and inside the store ID, which is not archived, like this. So this should now return 1, I think. Oh, I did not add it anywhere. Let's go back into page right here. Change this to await get stock count params.store ID, and use the stock count right here instead of the hard-coded 12 like that. There we go. It says 1, even though I have 2 products. That's because I purchased one of them, so archived is true for the random shirt. Perfect. It's working exactly as we intended. Great. And now what I have to do is create the graph functionality. So let's go ahead and let's go all the way down here. So where these last 2 divs are, and open a new card inside. Give it a class name of call-span-4 like that. A card header, which is going to have a card title inside, which is going to say overview like that, and a card content here, which is going to have a class name of PL-2, and it's going to have the overview component, which we don't have, and it's going to accept data, which for now can just be an empty array. So let's go ahead and let's create that overview component. So go inside of the components folder and just create a new file, overview.tsx like that. And we need to install a new package called recharts. So I'm gonna go ahead and write npm install recharts like that. So this right here, make sure you have that installed. And after it's done, I'm going to rerun my application. So npm install recharts and npm run dev. And I'm going to refresh right here. And I'm going to mark this as use client like that. And let's go ahead and import bar chart, responsive container, x-axis and y-axis from recharts like that. And then interface overview props data, let's give it an any type, and export const overview is going to be react.fc overview props like that. Over like this, okay, and it's going to return, it's going to have data, and it's going to return responsive container. Go ahead and give it a width of 100% and height of 350 like that. Bar chart component with the data of data like that. X-axis, which is a self-closing tag like this with the data key of name and stroke of hashtag 123 like this. Font size is going to be 12. Tick line is going to be false. Axis line is going to be false. You can go ahead and copy this, but this time instead of x-axis it's going to be y-axis. Data key doesn't exist here. Great. So this is 12, thick line axis key, and just write tick formatter, take the value and return a $sign value like that. So double $sign, because one of them is a special object and one is the actual dollar. Great. And inside of here, add a bar with data key total. Fill is going to be hashtag 3498db. Radius is going to be an array 4, 4, 0, 0. And it's a self-closing tag like this. And now go back in page and import that overview component. So import overview from components overview like that, and save this. And there we go. Okay, so now we have an empty component right here. Let me just check if what I did was correct. All right, so I think it's working. It's not displaying anything because obviously we have not passed it any data. So now what we have to do is we have to create a function that is going to organize our data for the graph revenue. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy get sales count, for example, and rename this to get-graph-revenue like that. And let's call that get graph revenue. And let's go ahead and first let's find the paid orders. So const paid orders are going to be prismadb.order.findMany like this, where store ID is paid is true, and we are going to include order items and we are going to include product true like that. Now let's go ahead, before we return anything, let's go ahead and write const monthly revenue is going to be a type of an object which takes the key, which is a number, and another number like that. For now, it's going to be empty. Now we're going to go and iterate over all of our paid orders, and we are going to add them to this monthly revenue. So for const order of paid orders, const month is equal to order.created@.getMonth. Let revenue for order is 0. For const item of order.order items, revenue for order plus equals item.product.price.toNumber. So we're going to add that price. And then monthly revenue for that month is going to be monthly revenue for that month. If it's not available, then by default it's 0, plus revenue for this order in this for loop. Great. And now let's go ahead and create the graph data. So I'm going to write const graph data to be equal to, well, we have to create an interface. Let's go here and write interface graph data, name string, and total number like that. So that's going to be graph data right here. And it's going to be an array of those. So that's the actual type. And open an empty array here and go ahead and write name Jan total 0, and go ahead and copy this 12 times. And we're going to add this for each month. So next is February, then we have the March, we have the April, we have the May, we have the June, July, what's next? August, September, October, November, and December, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think that's correct. Okay. And now for const month in monthly revenue, graph data, parse int month dot total is going to be equal to monthly revenue parse in month like that, and return the graph data. Let's go ahead and let's test if this works. So I'm going to go back inside of my page.tsx. I'm going to hit const graph revenue, await get graph revenue params that store ID, And let's pass in the graph revenue to the data right here. And let's see if that is going to trigger anything. And there we go. In the June, you can see how the bar goes close to the $40 because that's what we made. Great. So you officially finished the entire project. There is nothing left to do. Yes, we have this hydration error. I'll try and search how to do that, but that's pretty much it. I don't know how much time we have left on YouTube. There's a limit for 12 hours. So there's definitely some stuff that I missed, but you can always go into my Discord or the GitHub repository. And from there, you can ask whatever you want. For example, you can see that there's no skeleton, there's no loading states. We simply don't have time for that. After I finish this part of the video, I'm going to check how much time is left. So maybe I'm contradicting myself. Maybe we do have time, but there is a limit and I think I'm very, very close to it. And I want to upload everything in one part. Great. Let's go ahead and see what's next. But before I leave, I just want to create a theme provider. So I forgot the dark mode. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to close everything here, go into Chat.cn, go into dark mode right here. And first thing we have to do is create a theme provider. So go into the app, go into providers, theme-provider.tsx, and you can just copy this entire thing and paste it here. So obviously we need next-themes. Let's go ahead and install that. So I'm going to close this and npm install next-themes. Make sure you install this. So let's just go ahead and wait for this to install. There we go. And npm run dev again. Perfect. So now we have that and we have to add this to our root layout. So save this, go inside app, inside layout, and just add this and wrap the entire like this, theme providers from theme provider. And wrap everything, all of our models, everything, just wrap them. And let's go ahead and give it some attribute is going to be class, default theme is going to be system, and we also need the enable system prop right here. And I think this already might turn this into dark mode for me because I use dark mode by default. Let's just wait for this to load. I think. No? Okay, not. Let's see if I did something wrong or if I'm able to trigger it in any way. So what if I choose dark by default and then refresh? There we go. Yeah, so you can see how dark mode works now. I don't know why it's not working for my system because my system is definitely dark. Okay, now it's working. And let's add the toggle right here. So if you want to, you can use this one or you can basically do whatever you want. Yeah, I'm going to just copy this entire thing. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go inside of my components and I'm going to call this theme-toggle.tsx and I will paste this entire thing. We already have the drop downs and I'm going to go inside my navbar right here and alongside the user button, I'm going to add theme toggle. Yeah, why is it not here? Oh, let's rename it theme toggle. And now I think it will be found. Theme toggle. There we go. From /components theme toggle. I will refresh here and there we go. Now I can click here for light mode, system, dark mode, light. Perfect. Great. All right, so now I'm going to wrap this up by fixing this hydration errors that we're having. Well, okay, this is a different thing. Fixing these hydration errors that we're having in the client. And let's actually go into summary right here just to wrap all of the things up. So we're going to disable the checkout button if item, if cart. What are we ordering about? Just a second. Items. Okay, so if items.length is equal to 0, in that case, we're going to disable this button, right? Okay, and let me just go inside of the button and let's use this disabled prop and actually assign it. So disabled, like that. There we go. Now it's disabled. Okay, so that's fixed. Now I'm going to try the mountain thing again. So is mounted, set is mounted, use state, false, use effect. Set is mounted, false, whoops, true. if is mounted, return null. Okay, let's try moving this up here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting tired. It's because of the exclamation point. That was pretty. I'm pretty sure that was the same thing as the first time. I'm sorry. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't matter where you move the use effect. Sorry. Okay, and now let's go ahead and let's commit all of this and let's go ahead and deploy it on Vercel. So the first thing we have to do is we have to create a new repository for the admin. So admin is the first thing we have to deploy. Go ahead and name this e-commerce admin video, for example. It's going to be private for me, and I'm just going to create the repository. I'm going to go and shut down the app for now, and I'm going to commit everything. So git add, git commit, final, like that. And let's use this one, use or push an existing repository from the command line. So the second option here, and that should push that right here. So if I refresh, that's going to be ready. Great. Now we have to do the same thing for the store. So let's go ahead here. I'm going to go in my GitHub again. I'm going to go ahead and create a new repository. It's going to be named e-commerce store-video, like this. It's going to be private. I'm going to go in my terminal and commit all of the changes. So git add. All right, and click create repository right here. Now go ahead and copy this line right here, the second one, and paste it right here, and that should enable this repository. Great. Now I remembered we have to go back into the admin. So go back into your admin and go inside package.json right here, and go inside of here and add post install script Prisma generate like this. Great. If you want to, you can also go ahead and run npm run lint. So npm run lint. Let's see if we have any errors here. No, has lint warnings. Great. Git add, git commit, fix post install Prisma. Make sure you push this change for Prisma. Okay, and I'm gonna do the same thing here. npm run lint. There is no Prisma in the front end part, so no need to change that. Great, and now that we have that, let's go ahead in vercel.com, and I'm gonna go ahead and click add new project, and I'm going to import. So first you have to do the admin. So let's go ahead and choose the admin right here, and let's go ahead and choose the environment variables. So I'm gonna go in my .environment file right here. I'm going to copy everything. Yeah, that's all we can do. We can copy everything and just paste it inside. There we go. And go ahead and click deploy. I'm gonna pause the video and I'm gonna go back. If it has an error, I'm gonna show you the error and we're gonna fix them together. If not, you're just gonna see how it looks when it's finished. All right, so there we go. It works for me right here. And now let me just click here to see, okay, I have the new URL, e-commerce admin video vercel.app, and you can see how I have to log in. So let me go back to my dashboard right here. And what I need from here is the URL. So I can either copy it from here, so e-commerce admin video like here, and now I have to go back inside and we're gonna change the environment right here. So I'm gonna change this public URL. I'm gonna replace the localhost right here with the, just make sure it's a proper URL. So I pasted with a double slash. Make sure you remove that like this. So this is, you don't have to commit this because the environment file is in git ignore, but I'm just preparing for this. So go into vercel.com inside here and add a new project here, but this time it's going to be for the store. So go ahead and import the store. So make sure you've deployed the admin first. Now we have the store, and the environment variables for that are going to be this one. So you can go ahead and copy and paste them here. So it uses that deployed admin, and go ahead and just click deploy right here. I'm going to pause again and show you if there are any errors or if that is successful as well. And then we're not done. We have to change some variables for Stripe, and we have to change the front end variable right here. So right now it's pointing for localhost. It's not going to work, right? So we have to get this URL of the deployed store. So I'm going to pause the video and show you how to do that. All right, looks like this is successful as well. So let me just click here, and yeah, so it's loading from my admin dashboard, which is also deployed. Perfect. And now what I have to do is I have to copy this URL for the store, and I have to go in my settings right here, in my environment variables right here, and I have to change the front-end store URL from localhost to the new store like this, and I'm going to click save for that. And now I have to go back into stripe.com right here in my dashboard, and I have to add the proper signing key. So right now we are using the localhost signing key. I have to change that. So go into developers right here and go into webhooks, and you can see we have local listeners, but we don't have any hosted endpoints. So click plus to add an endpoint here. And the endpoint URL in this case has to be this deployed dashboard. So let me just find it. So this one, e-commerce admin video /API/webhook, right? So that is our endpoint. And we have to select some events. So go ahead and select the event for checkout. And let's see, in the webhook, we are listening to an event called checkout.session.completed. So click that one and click add events and click add endpoint. And now click reveal on this signing secret and copy it and go back inside where you changed the front end URL. Where is that? Oh, it's at the top now. Okay. And change the Stripe webhook secret. So add it here and change that to the new one and click save. And now you have to redeploy. So go into deployments, choose the last one, which is successful, and click redeploy. Make sure you don't check this. And so leave this as it is, empty, and click redeploy. And I'm going to wait again, and I'm going to go ahead and test the app to see if it's working. Great, so both of my applications are deployed right now. Let's go ahead and let's play around. So I want to change this Billboard Explode a special collection to something else. I'm going to change this to, I don't know, everything 20% off, and save the changes. And let's see if that is working as intended. It does in production. Beautiful. Let's check the light mode. It works. And what I'm interested in is the Stripe. So let's go ahead. I'm going to zoom in, zoom out here a little bit. It's waiting for events. I think the endpoint is correct. Let's add this to the cart. I'm going to go inside and I'm going to click checkout here. Let's see. Looks like this is working. I'm going to refresh here. There we go. We have an order which is not paid. I'm going to add a dummy email. I'm going to add a random phone number. My name, random addresses, and click pay. And let's see if that's going to trigger any event if we set up this correctly. So I'm going to refresh this, and there we go. Looks like it's working. I will refresh this manually to see. There we go. Checkout session completed. You can see that we are successfully in production with Stripe. The dashboard is working, everything is working, sales to revenue has increased, and no products in stock. My entire store is now empty because all of my products are archived. Amazing. The app works amazingly. Thank you so much for following this tutorial. If you want to go full production, you do have to turn out of test mode, but for that you have to activate your account. So you have to register your business or whatever the Stripe requires. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. Remember to leave a like, share, and subscribe, and see you in the next one. I just remembered there's one more thing we have to do. So we can add to cart using this, but we cannot add to cart using this. This button does nothing, and same thing in the preview model, it does nothing. So let's just go ahead and enable that. So I'm going to remove that from the store right here, and I'm going to click here. We will have to go inside the routes, product ID, page.tsx, and we are using this info component both in the preview model and in page. So just go find this info model, which should be in your components folder. And in here, let's do this together. So const cart is going to be use cart, from hooks use cart, like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to add const on add to cart like this, and let's just call cart.add item data like that. And let's use this button in this on click. There we go. Let's see now if I click here. There we go. Item has been added to cart. I'm going to remove it from cart now, and let's see if it works from the preview model. It does. There we go. Perfect.